Let's see when we go when it happens.
Okay.
Let's see when we go when it happens.
Okay.
Oh shit! Hold on.
I think.
Let's see when we go when it happens. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on. You're gonna hear stuff over.
I think.
Let's see when. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on. You're gonna hear stuff over.
I think.
Okay. I stopped it. I just stopped it. It was like it was in a death loop over and over again. Okay, I have the chat here, and that's all I wanted. Let me pop this out, and we'll get started. What's up, peoples? Even though there's probably nobody here, but for anybody who watches this back, I guess we could give. That not working. Okay.
I think it's fine.
I guess we can start to say that we entered this girl BxBullet, right? She has like a group of people who basically watch her, and she have come anybody who's come into like contact with her recent, right? And you have some sort of interaction with her. It always ends up in the worst possible way, right? And she kind of makes things worse and worse, and has been having a larger and larger amount of people that she's crossed over the years, right? So, but we're one of those people who we came in on this way later, I guess, because I didn't even know until recently. We didn't even know that she had beef with Tree, and that Destiny had her and Destiny. Well, they were on with Destiny with
to
Tree.
Try and hash it out, but it like typical BX fashion, it just couldn't be hashed out. So
between
there's been
Tree
multiple people
and
we've
BxBullet.
discovered, along the
Oh
way.
yeah, I still have to go in somewhere. Hold on a second, guys. Go in the live streaming. Click on here. Lowest resolution. All right, so we came in on this at an odd time, I guess, right? Because she was on Destiny first, and I think the first time they argued about something about vaccines. I didn't really care much about that one, so I didn't really see that. I wasn't a big vaccine argument guy. Like, it just seemed ridiculous.
Everyone was talking about it. I think everyone was kind of sick of those topics.
Yeah, it just wasn't my argument. I didn't really care about that. So the other one was the Alec Baldwin one, but right, and that one wasn't really so much I cared about that either. But it was more of we just happened to watch it. It didn't last as long, right? Like that one started devolving really quickly, and I think that she didn't make good arguments in it. Right, Destiny kind of got frustrated at that argument.
It was very looping as well, that whole debate.
Well, she wouldn't answer his questions. He would ask questions to advance the conversation, and she would loop back to stuff they had already conceded with each other.
Her points weren't matching up to like the fact that it was about an actor and not like your average firearms owner. So that part just was kind of, I think, off. So.
Are we in the thing? Yeah. So, but in general, the argument stopped because Destiny kept saying she had a psychosis, because every time he asked her the question of should be and should be allowed to the same thing, or is there a difference between those things, right? Because basically what she's arguing is what they should do or what they should be allowed to do, right? So he's saying the argument she's making, Destiny's basically saying, yeah, I understand that you're saying they should do this thing, but should they be allowed to not do that thing is what the real question is, right? It's about what you're allowed to do, not what you should do, right? And a good example of this is cigarettes, right? Like, you should be allowed to smoke cigarettes, but you shouldn't smoke cigarettes, right? Like, so that's a common way to make that argument, and where that argument totally makes sense in the context of what you're talking about, right? So if you're talking about gun safety, he's saying, if the actor isn't a gun owner himself, what he should and should be allowed to do are different things, right? So and within the context of films where you constantly break the rules of gun ownership anyway, you point your gun at people, you pull triggers without wanting to shoot anybody, you break the rules all the time. So that was his argument, that from that she would just loop back to the argument from before, and he's like, we already did that, answer this question. And she would not answer the question. She kept being lost about it, right?
And
she made 2 videos about this. One, she said that, she made a video because everybody said she lost that debate. So one, she said that Destiny used debate bro tactics, which I don't think I can see. I understand he got frustrated, but that doesn't mean he used debate bro tactics. That's a valid question.
If anyone used those, I think it would be BX that used those tactics.
Yeah, because she was evading the question.
Yeah.
The question that Destiny was asking is a valid question that would move the conversation forward. There's no reason to not have that move the conversation forward, right? To answer that. Even if we want to say, well, let me go to the second, months later, and this after we already knew who she was and got into interaction with her. But just to stay on the Destiny thing, months later, it came back around that she had lost that debate to Destiny. Yeah. So now she had a second excuse. I made a second video saying she didn't understand the question.
I wasn't prepared.
No, she said she didn't understand the question. That was her video. Mm-hmm. And in the comments, her own fans were telling her, no, we don't want to make you angry. We're not trolls or anything, but it seems like he meant should be and should be allowed to, as just because you should do something doesn't mean you should be allowed to not do that thing, right? It doesn't, they're explaining to her what that means, and she didn't get it. She totally doesn't understand. So is it she didn't understand, but that still, to me, shows uncharitability, because instead of just saying, Destiny, I don't understand the question, can you phrase it in a different way?
Right.
Which is somebody who's charitable and would say, why does he keep asking me this question? I don't understand. Instead of completely evading it and looping back, you would actually say, why are you asking me that question? I don't understand the relevance to this argument. Right. And let him explain. But instead of letting him explain, he had to ask 3 times, and the conversation kept looping 3 times, to the point where he was like, I don't think we can move forward from here because you're just not answering the question that would move the conversation forward, right? To later claim you didn't understand the question is not even the problem. The problem would be the uncharitability of not proclaiming that you don't understand.
There's
you wouldn't
nothing
evade.
Wrong with saying I don't get what you're saying.
If you don't understand the question, you wouldn't evade it. You would ask. I don't get. I do this all the time where I'm on Twitter and somebody makes an argument towards me, and I don't understand it, and I go, I don't understand what that has to do with what we're talking about. Can you please explain it to me? I'm charitable that maybe they mean something I'm not understanding here, and they can explain it to me. But she didn't even do that, right?
Yeah.
So it's this kind of type of behavior, and always placing the blame, never accepting that she loves it. It's that kind of behavior that put her on our radar, right?
Yeah. And the reason why people end up bringing up her credentials is because she refers to those things, saying, I'm a firearm expert, I know what I'm talking about. You're opening it up to people mocking that afterwards, where you're just not understanding the context here. It doesn't matter that you have that those critiques or anything like that. So it just wasn't helping her argument.
Yeah, and any critique of her, she gets upset about it, and basically acts like she's a victim of some sort of attack. So that's how we entered into it and started seeing it. Then we started watching her videos to see what she's about, right? Because we're like, all right, she's giving these terrible arguments, what her videos are like, right? So just glancing through some of her videos, we watched some, we thought some were kind of funny, we thought some were fine, right? Some had no problems. But then we ran one where she was talking about that there was a child predator or something, right? And we were like, oh, what's this about? The child predator that Twitch won't get rid of or something. So we watched that. And in that, she tells the story of a dude who she's accusing, basically it's a video accusing someone of being a child predator on Twitch. So we watched that, and all the stuff that she's showing as evidence is not actually evidence of what she's saying. It's very low standards of evidence is how I would place it. Saying that he gave his Snapchat to kids, and then you look at her proof of that, and it's him tagging his entire Discord, saying, hey everyone, I made a Snapchat, if you guys want to follow, I post tips from games or whatever on it, and you look at that and you're like, I mean, if you want to super stretch that, it could mean that, but that doesn't seem like, that's a very low standard of evidence. He could have just put it out there, that's for everyone. He didn't mean to. The way she phrases it before showing you the proof make it seems like he targeted children with that, he was saying, hey kids, here's this, that's not what happened. So just from that, you can tell that there's something off, right? If somebody's giving you a description of what you look at and not letting you decide for yourself what you're looking at, that's a red flag of somebody who's being disingenuous, right?
Even asking questions, like before we had even watched these videos, I had seen her on Twitter make a tweet saying, this is the person that's got this blah 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 information and is using it against me, and she was saying to report this guy to get him off of social media platforms. And when I had seen that, as a parent myself, I thought, yeah, that's awful, and if that's happening, you should report that person's stream using it for more content, because that's how the tweets were reading of what like her issue was, is that that clip was being used for making more content. And if that is happening, anybody would see that as an obvious problem, and I'm pretty sure that person wouldn't be able to be on the internet, to this day. But as soon as I questioned that, she blocked me from that. And any question that I've had since then, she's accused me of being this person that she's accusing of stalking her and being a predator and a child groomer and all these things, when I always was coming from questioning all of BX's information that she put out there. And that makes me her stalker, apparently, and her harasser and all these things.
It's strange to call people stalkers on the internet. Most people are viewers. People who are on here putting out public content, we know we're being viewed. If I have people who follow my Twitter to argue with me all the time, then I block them and let them go, or I let them keep following me. Who cares? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I put myself out there publicly, and I stand by what I say. So anybody who wants to come question it, I'll argue with them. Right, you know what I'm saying? Right. Like, I don't say that they're attacking me or, or that there's some sort of harassment or stalking. No, they're just, they follow my account. It's a public account to post public things to the public.
It just seemed like a pattern that I was seeing as well, where anyone that had any questions for BX of what was, being put out there, her sharing her side of the story. She has shared her side of the story. She could share more of her side of the story if she would like to this day. But I was only going off of what she had put out there, and what I saw other people doing too, going off of what she said, she'd do the same thing. So it's like no one can just even question her slightly. Otherwise, you're siding with this person.
Right, but we basically established that, that's how we run into her. She's fishy, so we're just people who want to look into it, and we do this all the time. I go on Twitter and Ian Miles Chong posts shit.
Yeah.
And I ask questions, and I go, oh yeah, like Ian Miles Chong's gonna know something about this from Malaysia, about our culture in America, I call out people who talk shit all the time. So if you're a person who's public, you have to expect that people are going to call you out if you talk shit. Exactly. You can't get mad about that, right? Like, look at Alex Jones talks a bunch of shit. You think, and then he's going to get mad that people say, hey, you talk shit on the internet? Like, who cares?
Exactly.
That's what's happening on the internet. People talk shit about each other. And when you put yourself out there publicly, you understand the concept that people are going to talk shit about you, whatever you say out there. And especially if you can't stand by what you put out there, right? Like, for instance, she'll tweet something and then she'll delete it. Her videos, she put out a bunch of videos, she deletes them, right? When people make an accusation or something, which is funny because you think if you're confident on what you stand for and what you've said and what you've done, you wouldn't delete anything, right? You would keep things up so that people can go back and reference it, and you would stand by those things. But instead, she deletes tons of stuff. She blocks people. She doesn't want people using her clips to say like, oh yeah, look, she said this, she said that. She gets mad, and it's like, but I'm just showing people what you said. Like, I'm not, for me, when I post about her on Twitter, I just post what she said to show that she kind of goes against her own standards, right? Like, she'll say something. Like, people are people, I'm being doxxed, but it's like, but you've doxxed people before. Exactly. I'm being brigaded, but you've brigaded people before, everything, right? I remember the first one I had for this was Hunter, because she's complains that Hunter's people are going after her. Bigger streamers coming after me with Destiny 2. And then when there was this kid, Base Centrist, who wanted to see the other story, which, we kind of got thrown off narratively. But this other person who was streaming about her and that other guy, he had 7 followers.
Yeah, like,
and out of the 7
anything.
followers, she goes there with her audience
Cease
and
and
complains
desist.
to the guy. You know what I'm saying? How is that not the same thing then? So it's like, this is the standards that we talk about and the things we call out about her and say, hey, well, if you're gonna complain that Destiny or Hunter's audience came after you after you were on their stuff, and that you're calling that being brigaded, or even now with Tipster, then you can't. Then how can people not complain when you do the same thing to smaller channels? She did it to my channel, right? She did it to that base centrist guy's channel on Twitch that had like 7 subscribers to it, 7 followers, whatever they call it on Twitch.
And at the end of the day, right? Had the same the opinion that it was a morally reprehensible thing to have done, that it wasn't a good thing to have done. Was really defending BX at the end of the day, seeing that both of them had their issues, but at the end of the day, BX had the right to complain about it. But rightfully so. Like,
in the end, our complaint about her is that she makes solid accusations with very shoddy evidence, and doesn't accept that it's shoddy evidence. Like, you could go over it with her and tell her, and she'll just say you're stupid, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not, you don't know, then you don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, no, you don't. You're not showing good enough evidence. I can think of 5 different things this evidence could mean, and you're trying to tell me it means that one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way. When I hear myself can think in my mind 7 different possible outcomes that could lead to, you know? Like, you're dumb for thinking that doesn't have reasonable doubt and that's solid evidence, right? Like, for instance, putting your Snapchat account to everyone in a server because you run a gaming server, and then she says, well, he knew there were minors in there, so instead of just saying, well, he posted it, and you know, this is how she lies, right? It's lies by omission. She tells half the story, right? So she says, oh, he posted his Snapchat to children, and then you look into it, and the truth is, well, he posted a Snapchat in his gaming server where there is also minors in there. There's a couple of 17, 16, but most of them are adults, and he posted it to everyone in general.
Right.
Right? He didn't post it to children. He didn't tag like, hey, everyone under 17, here's my, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not really solid evidence, not the way she presented it. If she presented it the way it was and said, hey guys, this is, you know, he's just putting it in an open server, but mind you, there's minors here too, so it could be for this, then maybe she'd have more credibility, right? But that was the aspect that led us to believe there's something odd here, that this girl is not telling full truths, or there's stuff missing.
Yeah.
It went down to a point where the guy, she had gotten in trouble, and I remember hearing about this, but I didn't know who she was yet, and I didn't care because it didn't seem like a big deal, right? But she had done a stream where she was dressed up as a nurse. I think it was like a Halloween thing, and her kid came in the room, right? Apparently, the kid was nude. I don't know if it's true, but lots of streamers were shaming her over it. I didn't think it was a big deal. I was like, what's a big deal? It's a mother. Kids are hard to control. I totally understand that's possible. You learn your lesson. You say, oh, sorry guys, you know, that was an accident. It's hard to be a mom. I get it. You know, you fix it. It won't happen again. That's it. No big deal. So I didn't even care to see who it was. I don't remember her from that. I just remember the occurrence. Right. So then a while later, when we're investigating this girl and he's talking about that, it ends up being that same person. And I'm like, oh, that's what happened. So she is saying, when that whole thing happened with Keemstar was calling her out about that, she had said the child was not naked, right? That it was a skin type clothes. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Either way, all great. But now in this video that she's talking about this dude having taken that picture and used it against her as a blackmail, and they have him admitting that it was a blackmail. Now there's questions here that aren't being answered.
Right.
What is the blackmail for? Why would somebody be blackmailing you, right? Like, there's always a reason for this. And it's odd that nobody asks this, right? Because it's very important to the story, right?
That was always my first question. Right? How did that person get their hands on that? You know what I mean? Like,
and then if her excuse is the same for the first thing where she's saying it was a skin tight suit, then how could this be possible? Right? Then he didn't take a picture of what you're saying he did. So for you to go around saying he did, knowing that it's not, is also a lie, right? And I don't know if that's a lie, because in the base centrist stream I asked her multiple times which story is the factual story. She wouldn't answer me, even though she answered multiple other questions I asked her, which I appreciated, and I thanks for answering my questions. I got one more, and I asked the question 3 times. She refused to. She totally ignored it, dodged it or something.
Yeah.
So then I said, all right, that's the last time asking that question, and that part of the story is going to remain inconclusive. So now you can't, honestly, you should not be allowed to use that as evidence or claim that anymore, because that claim has now been inconclusive. There is no evidence or any conclusive evidence that it happened at all. You know what I'm saying?
And then I don't know what happened to her, if she had amnesia in between the two times that like her original Twitter account was permanently suspended, and then her backup one was also suspended. Suddenly she's forgotten that I'm not her stalker, and she's gone back to accusing me of being her the exact same person. The same person that she's accusing of stalking, being a groomer, known pedo, blah blah blah. Suddenly that's not in her memory anymore, even though she's referred to me as not that person, you know, and she's heard my voice in this stream that we've done.
Yeah, she knows who we are. When she tells people that we're someone else, it's not, we know she's lying. There's why I say I know she's lying, because this base centrist guy took an interest in this, started talking to this Matt dude, and they did a stream where he wanted to hear this Matt guy's side of the story, right?
Yeah.
At this point, we saw a tweet about it, and we were interested now. So we're like, oh shit. We were just going over, we actually did a stream and we just went over that video of hers, going over how it's not good. We even went over her, she had a huge long Google document on this dude, on all the evidence. We even went over all of that. Then we see this stream. We're like, oh shit, cool. Now we can go in to this Twitch channel.
And listen to someone else.
And listen to the other guy's side of the story. Now we got one side of the story, the accuser. Let's hear from the accused. What's his story? So when we go on there, before the stream even starts, we got her and her like people that she has in her community, whoever they are, they all start attacking this base centrist dude. We're in there trying to defend them, like, hey, people should have the right to be heard. Like, you're saying this guy's this thing, you're accusing him. You might say you have evidence, but he still hasn't been convicted by a jury.
Exactly.
Like, you're calling him something without him having proper due process. You know what I'm saying? And you're putting it out there to a degree of saying that it's a fact that he's that thing. Now, you know, her video, the first thing we noticed in her video about this that was off is she started off calling him an alleged or supposed this, that. And then eventually that starts dropping. Then it's known. Then it became a known pedophile, known child predator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was strange to us that throughout the video, she kept going from, she started off with a light accusation and then ending on it being super 100%, solid, like, when the evidence has not shown that it's solid at all. So, but that's the way she acts. So she calls him, oh, you're talking with a known criminal and known child predator. That's what she'll say to people who are trying to stream at this guy to hear his story. And it's like, wait, but why can't anybody have that guy on to that's my problem. I was like, where is the moral dilemma here?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not for deplatforming, right? So it's like, I don't think if anybody wanted to have this guy on, it's not like people are having him on to promote him or to inflate his ego or anything. People are coming on just to hear his side of the story. They're not even saying he's right. The base centrist guy I feel like was super unbiased.
Yeah, he really was.
He was very fair to both of them, and even said, BX, if you want to come on, you can come on, or come on after and we could talk about it, but I'm here to hear his side of the story, you know, and then we can have a conversation about the rest of it, right? And then they badgered him to go over the evidence of the Google Doc. He goes over it. He doesn't agree with them.
Like,
and even he's like, this is real shoddy evidence. And what do? They get mad at him.
Yeah.
Right? So then we decide we're going to do it too. We're going to have this guy on and ask our questions and hear his side of the story for ourselves. So when she finds out about this, she starts arguing with me on Twitter. This is when I tell her why I'm doing this, right? And this is why I know she's a liar, and why I say she purposely lies, and why you can't believe anything she says without solid evidence, right? Because she has been known to lie. She is a known liar, purposeful liar. When she knows the truth, she will double down on the lie, even though everyone sees that she has seen the truth, right? And the truth has been shown to her. Everybody's seen it. She'll still double down on her lie. So she is a purposeful liar. So you can't take anything, and she'll stretch evidence. We saw that was the first thing that made us start looking into her, is her describing evidence to you in a different way, that when she shows it, you're like, wait, that looks like the opposite of what she said, right? So in the end, that's the point. She has zero credibility. She comes to me. This is why I know she's a purposeful liar, because I told her who we were. I said, it's me, my fiance. We're gonna do a stream. We want to just hear his side of the story. She said, no, he's a scammer. I said, yeah, we know that. He's actually admitted that. You know, he said he's gonna admit it on stream to us. We're gonna talk to him about it. We're past that part, actually, and I really want to talk to him and hear his side of the story on the accusation and the beef between you two. That's what I want to hear. You made a video talking about your accusations about this guy and your beef with this guy. Now I want to hear his side of the story of the beef and the accusations. So we had him on. He comes on. She gets mad at me. He says, oh, you can't have, and I say, even serial killers get journalists who come and talk to them and get to be heard. You know what I'm saying? From prison. Even serial killers. She goes, oh, but this guy's not a journalist. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a journalist to ask somebody questions. All he's doing is having a guy on to hear his side of the story. There's a principle that you always hear two sides. There's two sides of a story, right? Always hear both sides. That's all we want to do, is hear both sides.
Exactly.
But it's always fishy, and you know that, and you have to always call it out when there's somebody who's telling you only listen to my side. We went through this with the SJW stuff. We went through this with the feminism, listen and believe, and we're like, no, we can't listen and believe. There's people who lie, and there's people who manipulate. If you're telling me to listen to and believe you, that is a red flag for me to think that you're a liar.
Exactly.
Because a person who tells the truth would never say, only listen to me, don't listen to us. Anybody who is confident that they have the truth will stand by what they said and go, nope, go listen. And we said this too. We said, don't just listen to us. Unfortunately, her YouTube channel's down now. I wish it wasn't, because she had some gems in there. But I watch any of our streams about her. We say, hey, go to her channel, watch her videos. If you like them, give it a thumbs up. We have nothing against her personally or her content.
No.
We're just seeing a liar on the internet, and we're calling that out, especially since she lies about us.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And has shown to. So that's what we do, is kind of show that she's been a liar, basically, you know? So if I show you what she's like and show you her credibility, then her lying about me in public means nothing, because nobody will believe it, right? That's basically what it is. And anybody she lies about on the internet should take comfort in, it's easy to find a reference of her purposely lying about people on the internet, and you can easily discredit her. It's not even a worry.
What? She'll even admit it and be like, this is why I did that. This is why I lied about that thing, and here's why it validates me lying. It's almost as if she didn't, like, she's already drawn her line in the sand of what things that she thinks are crossing a boundary for her. But because nobody else has said, this is my boundary, she will act that way. She'll act in bad faith. She'll be that debate bro asshole, basically, on you and play bad faith tactics on you. So it's just been a repetitive thing that we've seen with, like, multiple people, having the same type of interactions with her, and all of a sudden, as soon as you get only a certain point, and then she accuses you of being like a pedo simp, just like she did with Hunter and everything. It's hilarious to see play out, and that's why I'm calling her a lol cow now, because it's just, at this point, there's nothing else to do but just laugh at her and what she's done to herself, even though it's always, they're brigading me. Sorry, I'm manning the ship again.
You're running the ship?
Yeah, I did well. But I have nothing else to say for now. I've lost...
What up, Grant?
Hey, Grant.
But yeah, in the end, it's just the basis that, we've been following this girl basically because she has no credibility. And we would like to... I'm not even against stopping if she just had some self-awareness at some point and was like, because we know she's purposefully lying. So it's like, if at one point she said, okay, I was purposefully lying this whole time, I'd be like, good, now you can turn it around and be an honest person on the internet and stop complaining about everyone else getting your shit taken down, when the truth is, you being a dishonest person on the internet is what put negative light on you, what ruined your reputation. But she blames that on everyone else. So we're going to start watching this video. She's going to explain the whole path, but we explained how we came upon her. As she explains, we'll stop and fill in the lies by omission, because there's lots of things she just skims through, but obviously she paints it on only her being a victim. She never paints it as anything bad.
It's her
doing
truth.
anything
So this
wrong,
is why it's 100% true to her, because it's her speaking her truth.
Oh, and real quick, how we got here is, now that she's on this stream, is there was a fake tipster account. It left a comment. Tipster's for the guys who don't know, because I know most of my audience, but I don't know Tipster's. But Tipster's some guy, he does streams on YouTube, basically. He's got a somewhat large audience, at least compared to me, at least.
Yeah.
Right. So but he's got fake accounts that go around and troll him and fuck with people in order to try to get him in trouble with people and start dramas and stuff. So a fake account goes on her channel and goes, "Oh, your videos suck, we're gonna flag you," whatever it is. I think she explains it, but how we got here is what I'm explaining, right? So she flips out, starts this crusade against Tipster. Tipster's like, "No, that's not my account. This is what my account is. You fell for a fake account." And instead of her being like, I apologize, this and that, it turned into tons of accusations. Like in the end, she's saying that she thinks Tipster is involved and all this stuff, and it gets to a point where they come on here because it became a huge drama to the point where she lost her YouTube channel. She says it was mass flagged because somebody said they were going to mass flag it, but in truth, I have not seen any evidence that anything of hers has been mass flagged. None. All I've seen is that she has been flagged, and I'm going to explain this quick, right? Because she did a documentary series on the Robert Crimo kid, right? Who was a mass shooter, right? Google does not want his information and stuff about him on their servers. She said this even. She said she got an email from Google because she was doing research on this kid for her documentary and had stuff they did not want on their servers. So they said, "Hey, on your Google Cloud account," or whatever they call that, we're deleting these files from your cloud because we don't want this associated with Google. We want nothing to do with it. So then what does she do? She makes a YouTube video about it.
Yeah.
Right? She makes a YouTube video with all this information that they just said they don't want. Google owns YouTube. So to me, I think she's saying, "Oh, what, it was a coincidence that somebody said they were going to flag me, and then the next day my channel went down?" Like, no, it might be a coincidence.
They've got TOS.
No, yeah, it might really be a coincidence because they really were deleting. She admitted it. She said that they were deleting files from her Google Drive because they did it, and they said it was because they didn't want information about this guy out there like that. They didn't want other people looking into it and seeing it as a type of manifesto, I guess, right?
I feel like they said
and
that
being
the
inspired.
First day they said they don't want things like that run with.
So it really could be a coincidence. It's not beyond the realm. I'm not saying it is, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that it could have been a coincidence. Beyond this one message from this one fake account saying, "I'm going to flag your content," she has no other proof that she's being mass flagged. Her Twitter got taken down. She'll talk about this too. Her Twitter got taken down. She's lost her YouTube. She's lost her Twitter. She got flagged on something else. But none of these, she shows proof that she was mass flagged. It could be just one person. It could be just the algorithm caught her. In the end, she appealed YouTube, and they still said she gets all those strikes, and they're not giving it back to her. So in the end, all she was really doing was skating by with them not noticing that they wanted to take down her YouTube videos, right? If she did get flagged, that sucks that she was snitched on. But in the end, she still was committing the terms of service violation that they would have taken her down for if they knew she was doing it, right? So in the end, she blames it on mass flagging. "Oh, you guys, I lost my career on YouTube because of mass flagging." But in truth, you lost it because YouTube didn't like the content you were putting on there and didn't want that content there. If she had just waited a year or two, they might not even care about this kid anymore and let you talk about all you want about him. You know what I'm saying? But because it's so recent, they're like, "No, we don't want people to look at it as a sort of manifesto and get inspired,"
people
which I understand.
Internet detectives, like, in whatever, internet, like, Chris Hansen's, like, just put it to rest. You're not doing any help to the world. Like, I think you're adding harm to the world doing that shit. Like,
yeah, I never heard of this chicken. Well, she has a Twitch. You could watch her there. I'm not a hater, so like if I watch her on Twitch, I don't go there to hate on her. I don't hate her in that way.
I'm banned in her chat, so I have nothing to say other than to just listen to her. So
I don't hate her in that way. I mean, I don't want any of her stuff taken down. I actually would prefer that her stuff get kept up as like a documentation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our streams,
what she does, basically.
A lot of my proof that she's a liar now got has no reference back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can watch our streams and we go over some of that content, but in a lot of those we go, just go to her channel and watch those videos. Like, give her views. I'm not against her getting views. I'd be like, go watch her views and you decide for yourself. And now I can't do that anymore.
Like her Twitter, she'd spend all day long fighting people. Like,
and also, thank you, Stephen.
Thanks,
much
Steve.
appreciated. But let's start this and see. Now she's come on. This guy's trying to figure out how we can get a truce.
Yeah.
You and Tipster keep going back and forth. It keeps escalating. This is what continues with this girl every time she gets into it. She starts a beef or gets into a beef and it never stops. It just keeps escalating on both sides. But then she plays victim.
Yeah.
And this is where I say, oh, when you came out with the proof that said this guy took a picture of your kid and said blackmail.
Yeah.
What was the blackmail for? Exactly. That's why I'm shocked that people don't ask her that question more often. Yeah. Nobody asks. What if it's a blackmail? Then obviously there's something being blackmailed for this, right? What was the blackmail for? And then you find out that she called the police on him. She was getting them harassed. She was trying to get them banned from all these platforms, which is everything that she complains people are doing to her now. Exactly. Right? So in the end, her credibility is lost, and I don't even know if this guy ever even did anything for her to go after him in the first place.
I believe.
But we'll start from here, and we'll go.
That's it.
We'll fill in the blanks of what she's leaving out in her story here. We'll start it now. Let me know if you can hear.
Looks like she's fixing it.
Yeah.
While she can't talk back, this is the perfect time to talk shit. Damn it. Hey. Damn it. Now I can't because she can talk back. Damn it. BX, how you doing? It's your first time to the Crucible. Welcome. How are you?
Wow. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah. No. I mean, I don't know. Shit's weird, but we're hanging in there.
Yeah. So you gotta right away, we're just going to dive right into this, right? So you've been dealing with some serious online madness, all right? I went and reviewed it last night because I thought it was, I didn't review it live. I just went and watched it, but it sounded like Tree of Logic got a big heart on for you.
You know what? Like that's
also Tree of Logic involved. Tree of Logic had beef with this girl from before. They kind of settled it on Destiny, but they still hated each other. And now that this stuff's coming out, Tree of Logic is coming out making videos, which I kind of want to go over too. But this video is long, so we're not gonna do it today. But Tree of Logic is hilarious when she talks about this girl.
I love her BxBullet voice.
Yeah, I very much recommend if you have an hour or two to laugh and enjoy someone, Tree of Logic, who's pretty funny, talking about this girl and the shit she went through with this girl. Go check it out because her videos on this girl's funny.
So funny, yeah.
It's the least of my, like, honestly, I want her around because she, like, anytime that woman's calling you insane, people are like, oh shit, she must be like, no, it's like, it's relative, right?
Like, what? Does Tree of Logic have a reputation of being crazy? I mean, she has a reputation of being like rambunctious, like she's loud and raucous, but is she crazy? I don't know if people say that. I don't know. I think she's kind of a pretty normal, moderate kind of conservative chick. I don't agree with her on everything, but I think she's fun. She's funny, and I don't see her as being crazy, just energetic. Because
she is absolutely out of her mind. Like, what is going on?
She said she's absolutely out of her mind. Is she? I don't know. I know Devin's talked to Tree of Logic many times, and she was really cool to him. And I've watched her stream a bunch of times. She's been she's cool. Like, I don't see anything wrong with her at all. So to her, for her to say that is it's a little ridiculous to me. Like, I don't see how Tree of Logic is crazy, but this chick is not. Like, how does that work?
She came out of nowhere too, left field. I hadn't thought about her in like 2 years.
Out of nowhere,
and then somebody tips me off to the stream she did like a month ago. Apparently she's been like.
There's this also other thing that I find funny about this girl is that she kind of seems to like not understand internet culture, even though she's been in the internet culture. She's not new. Like, she's been around for 3-4 years, maybe more. But as from when we heard about her and the dramas that we've looked back on, it's been at least 2-3 years. And she still doesn't understand how the internet works. Like, she goes, yeah, somehow she came out of nowhere. Somehow she understands. Don't you understand that how social media works? When one content creator has beef with you, 3 years can pass. And then another content creator has beef with you. That other content creator is going to come out and go, oh, yeah, I had beef with her, too. Why? Like, that's exactly the same shit she did. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody does this. We've all seen it a million times in Twitter that when somebody, like Ethan Klein, let's say, shits on one, acts a certain way with one person, and then if people forget about it, then he does it again, everybody brings up that last person, right? And that last person jumps in too, like, yeah, he did that to me, you know. That's just the way the internet works. Everybody sees everything, right? Like,
yeah,
you're doing things publicly, everybody sees everything and wants to put in their opinion, and that's what we all do, right? Anybody who does this and streams and wants to do things publicly, that's kind of the point, is we're all watching things and all giving our opinion or creating things. Either way,
I think
we understand that.
Dumb about that. Like,
but either way, we understand that all our commentary, all our creations, I make edited videos. I understand that people watch my videos and can go out there and make a video talking about how shit they are. They could go on social media and tag me and all my videos and say, this guy makes garbage videos. I totally get that concept. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's not a surprise, you know. Like,
right.
But she acts like all of this is very normal creator stuff on the internet is a surprise, you know. And I'm not even that large of a creator. You know, she's had 18,000 followers on her Twitch, but we had about the same amount of people on YouTube. So how did I get it and she doesn't get it? You know, like, and she's been on Destiny, she's been on Hunter Avalon, she's been on big streamers. She should understand how this culture works. Like,
watching my streams, following my Twitter.
Watching my streams, following my Twitter. Yeah, those are public things that you put out for people to view. What's the problem?
But then
there?
once you refer to them, you're her stalker and everything.
You
too.
also
like,
watch people's YouTubes.
and you want me to listen to you, don't you? Like,
yeah.
You know, and like just hate watching, I guess. And she made this like, you know, all these like super mean videos.
It's the thing. It's kind of sad. You don't want to call everyone this, but you don't want to call people this, and it's sad to say to someone's face. But she's basically a lol cow.
Yes.
She's been called this before. And it's because of the way she acts on the internet has turned into people just watching her to wait for the next goofy, weird thing she does on the internet, right? Or wait to see when the next drama or beef she's gonna start is, you know.
She does it to herself time and time again. That's why it's like you can't help but call her that now.
And that's called being a lol cow. We've seen it before. We followed people and made fun of people before. I've done streams on COG, like laughing at him and getting drunk, puking on himself. He was going on like a Twitter war with me one time, and I said, oh yeah, easy. So I made a stream going, COG wants attention, so here it is. And I invited everybody who I knew has ever interacted with dude and had a ridiculous story about him to tell, and we all took turns telling about laughing about our strange interactions with this guy on the internet, you know. So
I feel like we should do that about BxBullet and our strange interactions.
This is over a year ago. This is a while ago, you know. So this is something that's new, you know, but people do this all the time. So it's odd that she doesn't understand this, and she's like, oh, people are watching me, people are checking out my YouTube video. Yeah, that's why you put them up, dumbass.
About me, but like I ended up, I mean, they were hilarious. They were hilarious. I reacted to it. It was so funny.
You know, she's playing like they're funny. When they are, trust me, you watch those Tree of Logic videos on her. They are pretty funny. She had a huge, I wouldn't say to watch the debate that she had when she had beef with her, that they went on Destiny together to settle, because that shit's long. That was like 3 hours. We watched it in parts over a couple of days because it was so long. Yeah. But you don't need to watch all that. Just watch Tree of Logic's most recent. She's done like an hour or 2 hour streams. I think at least 1 or 2 recently about this girl that were really funny, and she'll just break it down, you know. And this girl complains about Destiny being friends with her, but it's picking her to be her friend. But it's like, well, BxBullet, who's been seen starting dramas and fighting and lying all this time, or Tree of Logic, who's befriended him, been honest with him, you know, all this stuff. Obviously he's gonna pick the person he thinks is honest.
Exactly.
I don't ever do that.
So we got to back up. We're going to start.
I don't ever do that. Okay, but if you don't do it, that doesn't mean other people don't do it. You recognize it's a normal behavior on the internet.
At the beginning of this entire Tree of Madness. So
Tree of Madness.
Right now, you are completely thrown off YouTube. Your channel is gone. And you were recently suspended from Twitch. Is that correct?
Twitter.
Unfortunately, she put up a video about me about our stream, right? I said I streamed about her with that guy. And she wanted us to stop and was coming at our stream. Oh, you guys, blah, blah, blah. Right after that, the next day, because all of her people were bitching to me on Twitter, the next day I did a stream and dared people to come tell me what did I do that was wrong. And nobody could show up and actually give me an argument as to what I'm doing was wrong. She even sent a streamer, the streamer that had the guy admit the thing that he took the picture to blackmail her. His name is Gabagool. He's a Twitch streamer. She even sent him to come say something to me on my stream. What happened? The guy comes in. He actually talked to me nicely, not like the rest of her audience. It was like, oh yeah, hey guys, this guy's a scammer. And I said, I know that. And I explained nicely, listen, man, all I'm doing is trying to hear the other side of the story. I'm not promoting this guy. I didn't even say what his Twitch channel was. I just wanted to hear his side of the story because I heard hers. And what did he say? Oh yeah, there's no problem with you getting your own information. That's what he said. And he left me alone after that. And I was like, great. You sent this big Twitch streamer after me to try to come after me and get me to stop doing shit. Yeah. And what did he say? That what I'm doing is fine. This is where I said, everything I'm doing is moral. You're arguing with me over something that's normal. Like, there's nothing wrong with me asking a guy his side of a story, right? Oh my God, Palenko, you missed a bunch already, man. We can't go back.
Oh my God.
My God. We can't go back and explain it all again, bro. But we're close to the beginning of this video we're watching, and what you missed is us explaining how we got involved with this chick. Yeah. But now that you've heard that, the rest of this video doesn't really have much involvement with us, except for the fact that we've kind of followed along her dramas and can fill in the stuff that she says here that she's missing out of her story.
I've shared screenshots and laughed at her along the way. And
so that's what we're gonna do.
That's all I'm doing.
All right, I'll watch later. You can do that too if you want.
Sorry, Twitter. You still have your Twitch channel. That's where you're streaming right now, right?
Yeah, I do. Every day though that I stream, I have trolls in there asking me, like, basically just like telling me that my Twitch is next and stuff. So
she cries about trolls. She has trolls in there every day telling me my Twitch is next. I don't know if that's true. But she complains about trolls. Who doesn't get trolls on their streams? Exactly. I was streaming last week with my friend Oliver about the She-Hulk show with Chris. And like 3 or 4 people show up in the chat, started typing the N-word in the chat. Yeah. We didn't even mention it. We just deleted them. And that's it. It's easy to get rid of trolls. You just block them and ban them, and that's it.
And being on Twitch, I feel like you have so much more control over not only who's watching your stream or like interacting in your stream, but what words are said in your stream. All of that. It's all up to you to you know, put in those roles to ping those words and remove them, and have your mod set up to remove those people.
Yeah, and she has mods.
Instead, she has mods that engage with it and encourage it. Like, if you don't want it, talk to your mod.
That's why in my channel like this, like I have Grant as a mod here. Grant can ban whoever he wants. I don't complain to him. If it's a mistake and I want that person on, I'll just message him. Go, you know, don't ban this person. But in general, if he just bans anybody because he sees they're being a douchebag, that's what I have mods for.
Twitch even has
that's the point of mods, right?
Twitch even has a feature called suspicious chatter or something like that. She turns that on and off. We've watched her turn it off in one recently. So you're wanting that type of content.
Yeah, it's that she can't help it. Is what it is. She can't turn a blind eye to it and ignore it. She can't help but. It's an ego thing. She can't. Yeah, Grant loves it. It's an ego thing. She can't help but respond. She can't help but continue the beef. She can't help people criticizing her and her not attacking back. Like a criticism is an attack, so she has to defend herself and attack back, you know. But most of the times they're not really attacks, you know, and then the attacks really start because of the way she reacts to a criticism or something, right?
So what happened starting from the beginning? How did all of this crazy shit go down?
I'm like trying to think of like where the beginning is. Well, so
it really started with Avalone, I think. I think that the avalanche started with Hunter Avalone on forward.
No, the avalanche started with Destiny, right? Like what you were saying earlier was pretty spot on, right? Like that he doesn't respect women who talk to him. He just memes them. And like, I think that.
Imagine that. He's saying he doesn't respect the women. Destiny?
I think Destiny has a lot of respect for the women in his community. In fact, I feel like he's going out of his way to try and encourage like a bit more of like an inviting female atmosphere for possible new people.
Yeah, I think he tones it down for women. Yeah. But I think in general, if you're going on Destiny and you argue with him, he's going to treat you like he treats you see him yell at guys all the time. So if he's yelling at a woman, it's not that he's mistreating a woman, it's that he's treating the woman like anybody else. Any other opponent in a debate, right?
I think it's because BX expects to be treated like a damsel in distress. She wants to act like a bulldog, but she wants to be the princess that she's been raised to be. So she's always going to cry victim. Right. She's not actually as tough as she thinks she is. So, yeah, that's how
in my case, something
Yes, often we've seen her play the female card and be like, they're sexually harassing me, or they're not, this is how you talk to women. And it's like, well, that's how they talk to a person who's coming at them, whether they're a woman or a male,
exactly.
And you're trying to play the woman card. You're trying to play the feminism SJW card while saying you're not a feminist SJW chick, right? And it's like, no, you can't play both of those. You can't be, this is a thing that people complain, is that you can't be against deplatforming and then call for deplatforming.
Exactly.
Thing that I did just really made him angry. I think that it was the fact that there was like this one discussion that everybody always gets like all up in arms about, the Alec Baldwin discussion, which who fucking cares, right? My argument was literally,
who fucking cares? But she made 2 videos afterwards discussing why she didn't lose those, because people were saying she lost that debate, and she couldn't handle, her ego couldn't handle people saying, not only could her ego not handle people saying she lost that debate right after the debate, that she made a video then like right after, but then months later, like 6 months later, somehow it had a repeated cycle where people were talking about that same debate again.
Yeah.
And again, people started saying, oh, Destiny totally destroyed her in that debate, where she had to make another video 6 months later describing what the problem was. Now, I'll explain it to you. I already explained it a little bit earlier, but a really quick explanation to get down to it is, her argument is, she's a gun expert, so she understands gun culture, and she's saying anybody who owns a gun knows you should do this. Destiny's argument is, this isn't anybody who owns a gun, this is a movie set, and they have different rules. They break the rules that most gun owners, one of the rules for gun owners is you never point the gun at somebody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And pull the trigger, especially, you know what I'm saying? Without wanting to hit that target, right? Well, in movies, you have to do that all the time. You have to point it at people, you have to pull the trigger, you have to do all types of shit that you normally wouldn't do. So then the argument straight up, to cut through the whole argument, boils down to Destiny's argument that goes now is that you should check the gun, because her argument is the actor should check the gun again when it gets to him. And he's saying, is it the same thing to say that he should check the gun, or he should be allowed to not check the gun? You know what I'm saying? Like, should he have to check the gun, or are you just saying he should? She couldn't get past that question.
Yeah.
So a point would be like, well, he should, but he doesn't have to, right? Because the rules isn't that. That's what he's saying. Sets have their own rules. You have people who take liability for safety. Those are the people in charge of safety, not the actors. And if you want to say, oh, every gun owner knows this, we don't go. Alec Baldwin's probably not a gun owner. Right. He's a Democrat, anti-gun dude. Yeah. He's probably not a gun owner, and he's acting. So the people in charge of the safety of the gun are a crew who's hired to take liability for that. But that part of the argument stumps her, and there is no answer to that. She would have to say, yes, just because that's part of gun culture doesn't mean they should have to follow it. And that would have ended the argument. Yeah. But she didn't want that. So she called it debate tactics. She said she didn't understand the question. But, none of that she said during the stream. She flipped out and kept going in circles till Destiny said, we're not going anywhere. I'm ending it. Yeah. After that, she says, I had a headache, I was sick, I had a bad day, I didn't understand the question, he was playing debate tactics and yelling at me. Meanwhile, he was yelling, he was saying I'm a psychotic, that I have psychosis. Meanwhile, that happened because she had dodged the question like 4 or 5 times and kept circling in circles. And by the 4th time he asked her the question again, and she dodged it again and went in circles again, he said, this is a psychosis. This is a psychosis, And he started screaming like, I can't do this. I can't have this conversation. I keep asking you the same question, and you just go back to things we already talked about, and we both conceded. It's useless. So, but her ego, again, she can't. Why not just say, yeah, I was lost. I lost. Just take the hit. You know what I'm saying? But instead she can't, right? And then she blames it on Destiny, right?
That they need better gun safety on sets. That was it, right? And like this,
that was not her argument that they should have better. Destiny would not disagree with that. Right. He actually did agree with that. They should have better gun safety. But that's not what the argument was. The argument was, is Alec Baldwin as an actor liable for that?
He's amazed at how many DGGers disagree. And when you press them on that and they're like,
disagree in the way that they disagree because you're giving them the straw man argument, or because you're giving them the real argument, because that's not what the argument is.
Well, if somebody hands you a gun and says it's unloaded, you're supposed to check it, and it's like,
yeah.
If you're a gun owner, yeah. if you're on a movie set with people who are hired to take liability for the safety of that gun, you're not supposed to mess with that gun at all once they hand it to you. You are just supposed to do what you are commanded to do for the scene. If the scene does not show you checking, then you can't check it, because anything that goes wrong there, they are accepting the liability. So for you, if you fuck around with that gun and because of that you shoot somebody on set, they're fucked.
Exactly.
And why would they want you to screw them? Right? So obviously, as a failsafe for that, the logic would be, we're in 100% charge of safety. No actor is supposed to check their rigs, right? Unless it's part of our protocol for you to do so. You know what I'm saying? Right. And we show you how to do it, which again, you can argue that should be the thing, that you could go and have these people train, all that stuff you could say. But that's not the situation here. In Hollywood, there's different guilds, there's different safety units you can hire with more or less standards. Some are really high standard or expensive, high safety rate. Some are lower. You might skimp some money and they're not going to have as high as a standard. But in the end, just because this is part of normal gun ownership culture doesn't mean it's going to work on set. You break those things all the time on set, right? Like I said, you point a gun on somebody with your finger on the trigger. Yep. Trigger discipline. Every gun owner knows trigger discipline. Don't have your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot something, right? Exactly. But on a movie set, you do that shit all the time. Yeah. They're actually paying you to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say safety is not up to the actor. It's up to the safety unit. There's a reason why they hire crews for safety and to take the liability of things. Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is what I'm dealing with, is like these people who are calling you really stupid and you're an idiot. Look at you. You can't be a gun instructor, gun expert. You fucking moron. Like, you're just a brain dead.
See, there's another thing that she gets really upset about these things. And I say, who cares? Those are just opinions. That's just people insulting you. Like, get over it. Who cares?
And it's like, okay, how do I even argue with this? Like, whatever.
I'm to the point where she did a whole stream to explain how I'm a scientist, how I'm a gun instructor. Let me tell you the whole thing and show you my diplomas. And nobody cares. Like, people are just trying to insult you and piss you off. Like, stop getting triggered. Stop feeding the trolls, really, right? This is what I talk about, how not understanding internet culture. Like, you have to have some sort of thick skin on the internet if you're going to make content.
It's crazy. So that's what basically Destiny kind of just tried to strong arm me and control me the whole time. And I was like checked out of that conversation because of how dumb it was. So I just
wait. I'm trying to remember that. This was the debate you guys.
Notice, let's go back for a second. Notice she said Destiny was trying to control her in that debate. That is not true. No. It ended in a question. He was asking her a question and she didn't answer. There was no him trying to control her. It just went in circles from that question as she refused to
basically, Dusty kind of just tried to strong arm me and control me the whole time. And I was like checked out of that conversation because of how dumb it was. So I
was checked out of that conversation because of how dumb it was. Why not just say that then? But she said a million excuses. Now she's saying that.
She said she was checked out because of the excuses afterwards. She wasn't feeling well. Her elbow hurt. All these things. But she wasn't answering the question, and she made it seem as if he was just controlling.
Well, if you're out of it and checked out, why then blame Destiny for doing these tactics that she's saying, right? Just say you're checked out. Yeah. Like, I didn't do well because I was checked out of the conversation. It's a dumb conversation. Well, then why did you agree to come on and have this conversation then if you think it's a dumb conversation, right? Obviously, a lot of that sounds just within, this is what I mean, just within her telling of it right here, it makes no sense. Exactly. And this is what brought us to start paying attention to this chick and being like, dude, everything she says is almost a lie. Like, even here, how she described that is a lie without her even knowing it. But how does she know that Destiny was trying to control her? Obviously, that's an assumption, and therefore she lives off of assumptions, you know, and she takes them as truth. But to everybody else, I watched that. It just looked like Destiny was trying to get to the end of that conversation, to that conclusion of that debate.
Went by, and she's still trying to ask her to
the same question,
herself.
And that was the same question that basically Destiny already knew from the beginning of the argument they were going to get stuck at. Yeah. And he was asking her from the beginning, and they just kept looping.
And that's why he was like,
And he was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm done.
This is a
like,
psychosis. And it
totally
wasn't, she is
I
psychotic.
get why he got
it
frustrated.
was this argument is is a psychosis. And she flips that to say, he's calling me crazy.
Anybody, Destiny still has that on his channel. Anybody want to watch that debate, you'll see, and you'll get frustrated listening to her too, and you'll totally understand why Destiny got frustrated there. I don't think anybody...
Oh, wait, I'm trying to remember that. This was the debate you guys were having about that Baldwin thing, right? When Baldwin shot somebody.
Right. He was making the weirdest arguments. Like he was saying like, well, how do you know he was pointing the gun at him? And I was like, because he shot her. Like, and he's like, well, maybe the bullet went through the camera. And I was like, dude, just stop.
That's not what he was saying. They were, because he wasn't pointing at this is the distinction here. They got boggled down by a distinction here. And I remember this because I pointed this out to you, I think, when we were watching it. They got boggled down on the distinction that pointing at means directly at her. She thinks, as a gun owner, she thinks, I point a gun at something, I'm shooting, I'm hitting that target, it's going to always hit where I'm pointing. That is not true. When you're, guns have accuracy, different accuracy levels, right? But secondly, this is like a 6-shooter that's used on a set, and he's not trying to shoot anything, right?
Exactly.
So he's not pointing directly at something he wants to hit. They're at a scene, they're practicing, he's spinning it around in his finger. They go, hey, point it at the camera and shoot. He just points in the general direction of the camera and pulls the trigger. So the distinction here was boggled down on how they were reading it from the article, because what they're saying pointing at the camera, what they meant was just pointing in the general direction of the camera, right? She's saying, well, he wasn't pointing at the camera or he would have hit the camera. So she was like, what are you saying? It went through the camera and hit them? No, it's ridiculous because she's getting stuck on this specificity of saying that pointing at the camera means right at the camera and you're going to hit it, right? But it's not. He was pointing in the direction of the camera. Both directors and director of photography were behind the camera, right?
You know, like when she's at the, as she says that she's a gun instructor, she should measure that target practice paper, because when someone says they hit the target, they're not going to hit square smack dab in the middle of it. Like, come on. It might be in that general area.
And even if she is an expert on guns and a gun enthusiast and gun instructor and all this shit, how much confidence do you have in her knowledge of the accuracy of a 6-shooter from cowboy days? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's not a normal gun most people use now. You know, the accuracy on one of those is probably not as good as we have nowadays, right?
You know, it went through her, and it's the shoulder of another man.
Yeah, like, Grant's right. It is very impressive how she could twist or reframe things. Yeah. But you start recognizing the patterns right away. And when she tells you a story, you start going, yeah, there's something missing here. She's not saying how this got here, you know. This seems like she's saying it in a different way than it is.
There's no way. It hit her straight on. That's ballistics. He's like, oh, yeah, you know that. I'm like, yes, it's physics. Like, yes, I do know about terminal ballistics. And so then everybody gets mad because I'm a female or whatever. But so there goes the assumptions again, where I say she makes assumptions and that's what she thinks. Everybody gets mad because I'm a female or whatever. Yeah. Like, where is that why they get mad? Are you sure? Like, he kept trying to like strong arm me about this tweet that I made. Like, imagine Destiny trying to derail a debate to try to hammer you on a tweet. Like, you could do that to any of his tweets, right? Like, anyone.
Could you?
But I could see.
I mean, people have done that to him multiple times, and you know what he does? He either stands by them or he explains how they were a joke or how he meant it as a joke. Mm-hmm. But what he doesn't do is try to dodge it and, call somebody shady for bringing that up. He'll just explain the tweet and we'll move on. You know what I'm saying? Instead, she does he called me out on a tweet, and then what? And then you floundered after that. That's why you're upset that he brought up a tweet, because you were talking shit, basically.
See that he was just trying to control me.
And she does this a lot. Like, like, for instance, I will go on her Twitter when she was on Twitter, and I would screen cap something she said that would show that she's a hypocrite to something she said to me in the past. Yeah. So then I post a post with the screen cap of her saying that and the thing she said before, and then I'd ask the question. I don't call her names or nothing. I just ask the question, like, how can you be for, against deplatforming and then want to call for this deplatforming? How does that work, And, and she gets mad at that and starts deleting posts, and it's like, but you're saying these things. Stand by what you say. Have some conviction, But she doesn't.
And I didn't like that because
it says something when you delete stuff. That says something. If you there's reasons to delete stuff. Like if you delete stuff for certain reasons, I can understand. Like maybe you realized you made a mistake or you're being offensive. I'm gonna get rid of this. But when you're saying I did nothing. Prove that I did this. Prove that I did that. And then all of a sudden you're deleting a bunch of shit. It really looks suspicious, you know? As like, even with her videos, she put up a bunch of her videos. She thinks everybody's calling them conspiracy theories, and that's why they got taken down. So she's complaining about it. So what does she do? She puts them up on Rumble after YouTube's down, and then she deletes them all.
Down
and then now on this stream, she's telling Tipster, "Oh, how come? Show me where I was a conspiracy." Well, you took all the videos down. I can't show you shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And now I seen her post about, I took down the videos. I gotta re-edit them and do this. So she's re-editing them. So now there's definitely now when she puts them back up, you still can't use it as use, because you were like, well, you admitted to re-editing them. How do I know you didn't edit the parts out that I'm saying were conspiracy stuff, right? So
you
it's
know,
like,
I'm like really one of these people who resist control.
Stuff like
and so I would try to control him in like the opposite direction. And so then we just ended up
losing. And she admits now, I tried to control him in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Therefore admitting
this is
that
what I was talking about, guys. This is what I was talking about when I was saying it's her saying I don't want you to control me. That's her stating her boundary. But Destiny never said I don't want you to control me either, BX. So it's okay for her to do that to him. Right? And she always does stuff like that.
This is what I say about how she acts on assumptions. She assumed Destiny is trying to control her. So now she straight up admits she's controlling him back. Now, what if you're wrong about your assumption? Yeah. What does that mean now? That means you were the only one controlling another person.
Exactly.
That makes you the bad guy of that interaction, right? So, you know, where's your evidence that Destiny is trying to control you? Anybody can watch that debate. It was an argument. There was no him trying to control you.
No.
You just didn't want to answer the question he was asking.
Looping. And I think that most people, when they look at it like that, could see what was happening, right?
Right.
But Destiny lied at the end. After I left.
So he lied so anybody who watches it can see how it goes, but Destiny lied at the end. So anybody watching it can see what happens, but at the end, Destiny lies, so now all of a sudden everything they saw gets erased? Like, what? How does that make sense? If everybody saw that and then Destiny lied, then everybody would be like, Destiny, you're a liar. We just all saw that.
Yeah.
Destiny's constantly getting called out by his DTGers are the worst. And they're constantly going against him and calling him out when he makes mistakes and shit and then busting on him. There's no way they would have let that slide. You know what I'm saying? His whole audience would have been like, Destiny, you're lying. Like, we all saw what happened. So it's not true. She's wrong.
He said that we were there to talk about that tweet, which is a bold-faced lie. I mean, he even leaked our DMs. You can go look at them. It was...
She said, she didn't, you know, this is what I talk about when I say how you realize how she works, right? You see how she just said, he even leaked our DMs. You can go see. Mind you, she didn't mention that she leaked DMs first.
Yeah.
All she says is he leaked our DMs. As in, Destiny's a bad guy. He did this unscrupulous thing of leaking our DMs without mentioning she did it first. She did a whole video on this that we went over and laughed at, because she starts it saying, Destiny leaked our DMs. He's such a bad guy. All I did was leak a few of our DMs. That doesn't mean he should leak all the DMs. And I'm like, wait a minute. She just said she leaked some DMs.
You wanted people to look at Destiny
and then she's complaining,
taking him out of context.
And then she's complaining he leaked all the DMs, because he's like, if you're just going to leak some DMs without asking me, then I'm going to leak them all so everybody sees the context of all our DMs, right? Yeah. Totally makes sense to me, but she sees it as, well, he did something bad to me. And what? No, you did. You did it, and you're complaining that he did the same thing back. And you admit to doing it. It's so crazy.
Literally
but she thinks it's okay because she didn't release them all. That means he can't release them all. Like, what?
Gun safety on set.
Her name BX Backtrack is just so like, it just suits her so well, because she just backtracks everything and makes it all worse, like each time.
That's what the topic was. I made the tweet later. I think that he just saw that tweet before the debate and decided that he wanted to change what we were there for. And I'm not going to sit here.
No, they were there for to argue whether Alec Baldwin was liable for shooting that person in a murder kind of way, not even civil. But halfway through it, they discussed that he was also the producer. So it was changed halfway through to understand, because Destiny didn't know that. And he read an article halfway through and discovered that. Yeah. So it was left to the article being as an actor. He was saying he may still be liable as a producer, but we're not arguing that. So basically, as an actor, is he liable for that when it comes to murder? So she's changing what it's about, and then saying that Destiny's changing what it's about when it's not true.
Here and defend a tweet. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and defend a fucking tweet. It's
I'm not going to sit here and defend a tweet. Why were you on there? Was it because of that tweet? I bet you any money you would have never even been on there if it wasn't for that tweet. You made that tweet. Most likely this is what happened, because I didn't see the Twitter interaction that led to that. But most likely, knowing this girl's pattern, this is what happened. She made a tweet about this Alec Baldwin thing. Destiny reacted to that, retweeted it, said, "You're full of shit, this, blah, blah, blah. He's not liable for it. He's not a gun owner," or whatever. She probably said something back, and he said, "Oh, yeah, you want to come on and debate that?" And that's probably how it happened. And then now she's saying, "I'm not going to defend the tweet," when the tweet is literally how it started. She did this before with Hunter, but she said Hunter was making videos about her and is obsessed with her and going after her because she put out a tweet calling him a pedophile apologist. So then he made a video about it, responding back to that. And then she says, "Hunter just makes videos about me for no reason, blah blah." There was a reason. What are you talking about?
Twitter. And so we just kind of got into this like back and forth. I guess
how we have to pause it like every 2 minutes to explain stuff. Not even less than 2 minutes. Every few seconds to explain what she's missing.
And I was like completely normal, but he did that thing where he
was just completely normal, even though she said already before that she was done with the conversation, she was lost, or
saying, "I already know what you think. I already know what you believe. You don't okay, shut up. I already know what you believe." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, Lauren Southern believes the same thing." I'm like, so he wouldn't even like let me get a point out. It was really disrespectful, and I was pretty much
I don't remember
because it was an hour and a half of him going over any article and any study, whatever proof that she was handing over. Destiny was going over it, looking at it, and saying it's showing the opposite of what you're saying here, BX. And then it would do the same thing, repeat the same question, getting her to try and clarify the same argument that she just.
Well, she's trying to say what the rules are on set, and he's like, "Do you have any evidence of this?" And she keeps linking articles that just tell you the event that happened, but none of it says what the rules were on that set. Lauren Southern, that's why he said, "I already know what you believe," because Lauren Southern, what she posted was just one guild, one safety guild from LA, which is not what everyone uses. It's just what that one service uses.
That's why.
And she tried to say that, and Lauren Southern tried to use it as in that was the universal safety rules for all sets. And it's like, no, that's not what it is. That's just one guild that does it that way. Yeah. So one gun safety guild. There's multiple guilds, and people hire multiple companies for this.
Just done with it right away. But it went on too long. I should have left. Eventually, I just kept resisting his control until he started.
See how she talks? I kept resisting his control. How crazy is that? That's crazy talk, bro.
Repeating her
I think personally, I think that's crazy talk.
Like to shriek.
It's like a person who thinks, like, you know, the gang stalking people, and they think everyone is like trying to manipulate them or is part of like some sort of cult that's trying to convert them into something, you know. She says he was
like he was a baby.
Me. What do you mean? What does that even mean? Yeah. How can a person control you in a debate? Like he was trying to lead you a certain way? Then just say that. Be like, "Look, you're trying to lead me this way. The argument's about this." But she wouldn't say that, right?
Flail his arms
around.
What
I'm talking about the uncharitability. She never, in that moment, she looped instead of saying, "Hey, you know, if she's saying now we're veering out, the argument has lost course," then you would say, "Hey, the argument has lost course. Let's get back on track," right? Yeah. You know, and then you could argue on what the argument is. But that she didn't even do that.
This is all following her points, and she's saying he's controlling me.
Is she a gang stalk woman?
Walking through.
She hasn't said she's gang stalked, but she's getting close to that. But it is true to a point, because she has gotten into beefs with so many people and has lied about so many groups of people. She thinks the part that she thinks she might think she's being gang stalked is that she thinks all these people are all the same group. Like she lumps us in and says we're part of that group, we're part of Tipster's group, we're part of we were Hunter Avalon community people, then we're DGG people.
We're all coordinating together.
Yeah, basically. She keeps trying to lump all these groups as being one group, as if she's being gang stalked. But really, what it is she can't stop beefing with people, and now it's gotten to be so many different people, so many groups of people, that they all watch her and they're all waiting for the next person she starts a beef with, so all of them can go, "Aha, you see, she did that to us too," and that group keeps growing. You know, it's just funny in that aspect, you know.
Around and call me psychotic. So like I don't know how
She said he said you have psychosis.
This is a psychosis.
Everybody sees it differently.
Psychosis that you weren't answering the questions is what he said in it.
But like I'm sitting there and Destiny's like, "You're psychotic. This is psychosis." And I'm just like, okay. Like I'm just
like there's another thing I find funny is the way she portrays things. As she portrays Destiny as being crazy and erratic, she was acting a certain way herself. It wasn't like just Destiny was acting freaky. She was acting as if she didn't hear Destiny. She was fumbling, and then go back and completely ignore anything he's saying and go back to reading this article that they had already covered. Yeah. As she circled to it like 3-4 times, and he's asking her a question to continue the conversation, so that you know what I'm saying?
He was patient. He took his time
at first, but he did. Yeah, in the end, he was frustrated, and I think anybody can watch that and see why he was frustrated because she kept dodging that question, and it's frustrating to try to continue and move forward in a conversation when somebody keeps looping and dodging every question you ask them. You know,
and that's why at the end,
like sitting
just like.
Mm-hmm. It just seems like you're there in bad faith then, and that nothing's gonna move you. So why are we even having this discussion? Right
there?
You're just gonna.
And he's like, this grown man is like shrieking at me and calling me psychotic, and I'm just like, okay, like it's just so weird. I was like, okay.
Well, so moving
after that,
okay, but you frustrated him. He got angry. He lost his cool. Okay, then what?
Kind of.
So moving past the debate. Right?
Yeah.
So you have this debate with Destiny. Right.
Watch that debate for yourself, anybody watching this, and come up to your own and tell me and see if you think that it matches this description of it.
You got DGG kind of making fun of you about it on Twitter and shit like this, right? What happens from there? Do you get mixed? Is that when you got mixed in with Hunter Avalon?
Yeah, and trust me, she complained about DGG making fun of her on Twitter too, and said, "Oh,
they brigaded her off the internet." Yeah, everybody has brigaded her off the internet. Everybody.
Destiny sending his audience to harass me, or I don't know. I probably said those things, but also I remember her saying that, "Oh, these people are bigger channels; they're going after smaller channels," and it's like, well, she does that too.
Yeah. So, well, that was after I did like a vaccine mandate thing with Destiny, which I think was what. I don't think that one pissed him off so much. I think that he was just trying to discredit me immediately. Like, because I was, telling him that I was a drug development engineer for 6 years.
No,
and
I think the part that was the thing that set him off was that she said that she could use someone else's ivermectin medicine.
Right.
To treat her
right.
COVID
He was saying
symptoms.
it's illegal to give somebody else's prescription to someone else.
Yeah, I'm
right?
pretty sure a doctor would lose.
I think
their
she said something. I don't want to say that I know
Mm-hmm.
exactly. I don't want to say it's verbatim, but I think she was saying something like she took ivermectin because her friend had the prescription, and her friend's doctor told her that she could use her prescription without even seeing her. Yeah. And that's illegal. Like if you can't, a doctor can't prescribe something to someone without even looking at them. You know what I'm saying?
But she thinks that she's like a CSI drug development mastermind, so everything is just like above the law for her.
But even in the end, I think that she's lying. I don't recall Destiny trying to discredit her at all. I think he was trying to say just because you work in that business doesn't mean you know the answer to said argument, right? And they were trying to argue to the end of what the legal thing and constitutional stuff, that has nothing to do with a person who works in the drug industry, right? So I don't think he was trying to discredit her. I think he was trying to say that you're using something, in an argument we have a fallacy called appeal to authority. Mm-hmm. It's kind of what she was doing. She was appealing to authority. And then she's saying he was trying to discredit me because it was appeal to authority. It was his audience that were saying, yeah, bullshit about all the things she does, not him.
Worked with the FDA to approve drugs, and they didn't like that, so they just pretended it was fake.
You notice how it went from Destiny said this to me about me to they. You see? Now, understand the reason that's happening is because she's conflating what Destiny and her argued about on the stream and what Destiny's audience is saying and putting that all onto Destiny, right? Mm-hmm. So now Destiny's the one saying all these things that his audience is saying.
And they just decided that I was lying. And I'm like, I'm not going to dox my work to prove it to you. So, like, I don't know what you want.
But
right?
Who cares if they decide you're lying?
No
who cares
one's
about
saying that? It's just an absurd thing to claim.
The only thing that mattered of them saying that, she could have just left it and go, well, they don't want to believe me. They don't believe me, whatever. Mm-hmm. That's not what happened. What happened was she couldn't stand it. She was jumping into the Reddit, all the forums. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean? I've been doing this for 10 years and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and saying all these things as opposed to just letting people, who cares that somebody's audience believes what you do for a living or not? Who cares? What does that matter?
This is why she's a lolcow at the end of the day.
Yeah, what does that
she
matter
brings it
at
on
all?
herself, like
right? So that began this whole like avalanche of discrediting me, because they're like, how can you be a
An
gun
avalanche of discrediting you. It's people asking questions and giving their opinions that they don't believe you. That doesn't discredit you. If you have proof and you're confident that you are these things shouldn't bother you that people are saying.
instructor
And nothing should be able to discredit
and
you.
work in pharma? I'm like, people can do two things. This is this is not uncommon. Most of us don't play League of Legends.
The chat wants.
She says, I know that's not this way, and it's this way, and it's because I'm this and I'm that. And
that's an appeal to authority.
And that credential.
That's exactly what that is that's an appeal to authority. As she was trying to appeal to her expertise. But meanwhile, Destiny's looking things up, and he's like, that's not what it is. That's not what this says. Yeah. This is not what the CDC is saying.
They're asking
and she's just going, trust me, I work in this industry. I know, trust me. I've worked in this exact thing of proving medicine. And, okay, I understand that, but the CDC says this and this, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, what are you saying? Then his audience is saying she's not real.
Scientist has to say in order for something to be approved, just trust me, I'm a scientist. Like, no work done, just take my word for it.
Wants to know if the chat wants to know
if you're a scientist, then you should be peer reviewed, right? And you should be scrutinized. And
know if the guns in the background are real or fake.
Oh, they're real. When you said real or fake, I didn't know if y'all were being like weird or if y'all were talking about. Okay. Well, yeah, they're real.
They're real. Okay. There you go.
So,
they're real.
anyways, I'm going to speak through because there's a lot here, but Avalone kind of approached me sneakily, and I said, listen, I already had Destiny right in his.
What was sneakily about it? I wish you would explain that. There's another thing she's throwing out there that you can't trust. So you post her sneakily? What's the sneakily of that, right?
His title
I don't recall that happening.
His YouTube video, conservative FDA expert debates on, and I asked him to change that because that's disrespectful to me, right?
Maybe he thought that was true, though.
That's how
he says FDA expert. That was the joke, or is he saying that he thinks that's what you're saying because you said you work in that industry?
That's disrespectful because he is intentionally mischaracterizing my political stance in order to immediately turn people.
Is that true, or is that a mistake? Is that true? Is that a mistake? A lot of people think she's a conservative. Right. She's constantly being called a conservative. She understands that she's always being called a conservative. Therefore, the benefit of the doubt should be that people are mistaken. Yeah. Right? So the first thing she should go to is, hey, Hunter, you made a mistake. I'm not really a conservative. I don't consider myself one. Can you change the title? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he would have been like, oh, yeah, what do you want me to put? Libertarian, this, that, or politically homeless, whatever you want to be called.
But if she's coming into those streams representing a right point of view or something like that, then it's and she keeps doing that. How is it like?
Sometimes there's times where she doesn't, but what Tree of Logic calls this out, where she says she kind of plays this game of attitude, right? Like she doesn't come correct, right? Yeah. So then when somebody snaps back or does something and sees that, oh, why are you coming at me like this? She plays the victim, but she doesn't. There's like, Tree of Logic went over her appeals and how she talks to YouTube to try to get her channel back. Yeah. And she calls them bots or whatever. This is a bot. My channel, you shouldn't have deleted my channel. It was for good and it's doing, And it's like, it's that kind of air and attitude that you approach people with that making so standoffish to people, right? So if you go up to Hunter and Hunter labels the conversation conservative, blah, 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 maybe he thinks you're a conservative. You're often mistaken for one. If you're charitable and a normal person and you approach him and go, hey, I'm not conservative, can you change that? That'd be cool. He's probably go, oh, okay, and just change it. And it's not a big deal. But if you approach him and go, how dare, you're trying to play this game that I'm a conservative, you're trying to lie and manipulate, then obviously that's not going to go well, right? Yeah. That's going to go wrong. No. And you're already making accusations you're not sure about, which is funny because you're often called conservative. Mm-hmm. So you shouldn't. This should be the first thing on your mind is, people keep making this mistake. Let me correct them again,
People against me. So that they don't even have to really watch the video to know that they hate me. And that's what happened. So I said to Avalon, I was like, no sneaky thumbnails, no clickbait bullshit. All right. If we're going to discuss, it's going to be calm discussion. And he's agreed to all of that. And the second I got in there, he just starts doing the same thing, just like screaming at me. And so
you can watch that one too and see if that's how it ends up.
I'm not even going to say it. We're going to see it happen in it.
But you can watch that one too. I think we covered that debate.
No, and I don't debate. That's why I tell people, I'm not going to debate.
But she says, this is a funny thing too. She says she does debate. And I saw this happen. There was a communist couple called Non-Compete, right? It was a white guy and a Vietnamese girl, right? They wanted to talk to Destiny. They were these super lefty communist people, and they liked Destiny from the time when he used to argue with conservatives. Mm-hmm. So this guy goes, I don't want to debate you, Destiny. I want to talk to you about anarcho-communism, because that's what he liked. He lived in Vietnam. He uses Vietnam as an example of how communism works. Mm-hmm. And he wants to talk to Destiny about anarcho-communism, right? But what he wants is, when he says, I don't want to debate, what he wants is for you to listen and not say anything back and not ask me any questions about it.
Yes.
That's what they're really saying.
Right.
So he comes on, this dude's soup to talk to Destiny. Oh man, I'm a big fan. Let me talk to you about anarcho-communism. Then Destiny starts making arguments back. Yeah, it's not a debate, but he's asking quite well, if this is so good, then why is this and that? Mm-hmm. How is it going to work when this and that? And this guy's getting flustered because he can't answer these questions without Destiny going, that doesn't make sense because this and that. So what happens? It all crashes. Destiny makes a joke about Vietnam, about being like, well, if communism works so well, then why were capitalists able to come in and fuck shit up, right? So the wife took offense to that. They get angry about it, and then this guy makes a whole series of videos of Destiny is not a friend to the left. He doesn't care about us, and we shouldn't treat him like he's on our side. He's on their side. You know what I'm saying? And this is almost like the same thing. It's like she's saying, I don't debate. But does that mean if you're going to have a conversation, conversations also come with argument and questions and argumentations. By saying you don't want to debate, all you're saying is you don't want it to be very formal. Mm-hmm. So if I don't have an answer for you, okay, maybe we can move on. Just, I'll tell you I don't want to answer. Let's move on. We keep it cordial. But what that doesn't mean is you get to say whatever you want, and I'm not going to ask you any questions or ask you to verify anything as being true, that I have to accept everything you say as truth. Yeah. That's not what that means. So when she goes on and has a discussion with Hunter, and Hunter asks questions about things and says, well, this seems odd because this data says this, then she gets upset, That's not what it is, though. But I mean... You can have a discussion, but don't get mad when people ask you questions or push back at all,
Debate you, but if you want to discuss this, I will. And, the other thing is I got a lot of people saying I was like an expert on too many things, even though it's really only like two things, right? It's just that I don't debate random topics. So I only agree to discuss.
Okay, but isn't it like most people aren't an expert on multiple things, so it's not that odd to question it, right? Like, and also it's the internet. Everybody's an expert on everything on the internet, so we don't believe people when they just tell us these things, right, out of face value. So you have to expect that to a certain degree, somebody's audience is going to question the authenticity of your expertise, right?
Discuss things when I know what I'm talking about. So that's
right. But you know what you're talking about. Everyone else doesn't know that, right? Just like you don't know if anyone else knows what they're talking about.
Why I'm always an expert. It's because there's only been 2 times that I've ever come out of my stream and talked about anything, right? So anyways, there was this, after that, Avalanche.
That's not true.
Got really pissed.
It's only been 2 times I've come out of my stream and talked about this.
She always talks
like they both
to her being an expert.
Both got really mad at me. So like, right before I debated Destiny on vaccines, there was a guy who was like the vaccines are the elite lizard people's plan to depopulate the earth. And he was like convinced, right? And Destiny's just sitting there like very calm. Never heard about that guy again, right? But I come in there with like a very modern.
Yeah, well, that's an obvious nut job person, and Destiny doesn't even have to give much pushback to discredit them. Yeah. Because he buries himself, right? It's kind of like how I make videos about TYT, and all I do is highlight the things they say. I don't even have to say anything because they bury themselves. All I do is highlight what they've said. So just like a nutbag like that, Destiny doesn't even have to say. There was actually one we were watching live yesterday. He had somebody on, And we heard him, and after the guy was on, he was like, oh my God, it was the red pill stuff. And he was like, oh my God, I'm so tired of the red pill stuff. He stopped pushing back at him because he's like, yeah, this is all just the normal. That's all he said to him. This is all the normal red pill stuff. I've heard it all before, and we've gone over this so many times.
Yeah.
And he just let the guy say his piece and leave. And he was like, all right, later, man. And then after that,
system.
he was like, oh my God, I'm so tired of the red pill. It's always the same thing. So it's like, you don't have to push back so much anymore when it's the same stuff over and over again, right?
Now remember, we're on
crazy
YouTube, so we don't want to say.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going.
This is a funny thing here too. He's saying, "Hey, we're on YouTube. Please don't say this certain phrase," and she says,
even the word vaccine.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, well, I came in with a very moderate stance. And
he does this a few times with a few words.
He's showing control for, rightfully so, for his platform, and you just see it in her that she's pissed off now. Like
that pissed him off more than it pissed off the guy who was like, crazy QAnoner. So, yeah, it was just kind of weird. It was kind of unsettling the way those guys, like, instead of, most women, like you said, they would just kind of like meme them and like, whatever, blah, blah. But for me,
they meme the men too. Those guys got memed as well. People who come on and say crazy shit on Destiny also get done and memed.
Dude, they discredit.
That chick Lav, she's complaining about the same
shit.
Yeah,
other chicks do, men
of
do.
Without makeup. But who fucking cares? That's the internet.
No, but I'm saying it's not specifically a female thing. They do it to men too. They bust on Max. They bust Mr. Girl. They bust on Sneeko. They bust on all the guys he has on. This isn't just a female thing. She's taken it to the point of saying it's because I'm a woman, but they do this to everyone there. And everyone who's ever been on Destiny and disagreed with him complains about the same thing. His audience won't leave them alone for a while. They fucking meme them and harass them. Just ignore. If you're gonna go on Destiny, know that. And
like they attacked like my professional experience.
They didn't attack your professional experience. They scrutinized it and asked questions about it. You could prove that if you want to, or just be confident in yourself and say, I don't care that people don't listen.
They just painted this picture like I was just this dumb
you can't
brain.
Just go on the internet and say you are something and expect everyone to believe you.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Dead bimbo conservative.
That's what I mean about her not understanding the internet. Like, she goes on and says, hey, I work in this industry and I'm an expert in this, and then she gets mad that people are like, yeah, right, ha 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 ha. Yeah, everybody's gonna say that. Nobody believes anyone on the internet without proof. That's how the standard of evidence works on the internet.
Oh yeah, I'm a brain surgeon.
And that's all anyone saw. And so, like, I see you have Savaya's name down there. Like, I was talking to him the other day, and he didn't even know anything. He was like, I'm really surprised at who you actually are, because I would have just assumed that you were this completely other entity, So they were very effective at that discrediting campaign. I don't know what about me intimidates them so much. I guess maybe they just didn't like how sound.
How can a discrediting campaign work if you can prove your expertise, right? So it's not a discrediting campaign. Maybe it was a campaign to find out if it was true, your credit. Because you're saying you are something. You haven't proved it. You're just saying it. You're showing things as evidence, but you just said, I'm not going to dox myself to prove it. So then they don't have any proof. You just admitted they don't have any proof and can't have any proof, right? So they're going to continue to question it.
Yes.
Arguments or something.
Well, so
you have to accept that you don't want to show the proof. You have to accept that you're just some people are just not going to believe you. Some people will, some people won't.
You mix it up with Avalone. And then after you mix it up with Avalone, what happens from there?
So I had my stalker, Matt Brockett, right? So like early on my career, I am a private investigator.
It starts on My Stalker, but doesn't go into it. But
do a lot of pro bono work, like finding missing kids and stuff online and tracking down.
No evidence of this. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying she's telling you this. There's zero credibility to her, so only believe what you can see as being true.
Child groomers and pedophiles and stuff. And I found this guy because he was recruiting my friend streamers into his little esports team, which ended up being a scam.
It ended up being a scam. I think he's admitted to that. We had a stream with him where he admitted to having a few scams that he ran back in the day that he has since apologized for. Yeah. And publicly, and admitted to doing publicly, and is now past that. The next accusation is that she says he's a child predator. That's the one that we covered. I was
interested in hearing.
And then we talked about and said that she has very low standard of evidence for this. There is almost absolutely no proof. And then considering since we've seen all her proof and seen that it's a low standard of evidence, since then she has done nothing but try to shut down anyone who tries to talk to this dude, shut down anyone who tries to hear his side of the story, take down that Google Doc and change it because people scrutinized it so much and said this part and this part seems off, that she's taken it down since and made a smaller edited version, you know.
But it's still a mountain of shit. Like, imagine anybody going through like just a mountain of shit to get down to her one
to get nothing
claim. And it's to get her to stop doing something.
It's really a quality over quantity thing. She thinks quantity makes quality, but it doesn't. It's a quantity of very extremely low quality evidence, right?
She has to paint this person as the worst person on the face of the earth.
And in the end, you never get proven that he did anything with any child or a predator on any child, you know, or anything like that. So I don't believe it. You have to show me solid proof to believe any claim she makes or any accusation. Because like I was saying, after that, her credibility was lost because after that, she lied about us and what we were doing talking to the guy. When we said, she discussed it with me and I told her, I want to hear his side of the story. This is for the principal. She said, you're defending a pedophile and this and that. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm standing by a principle that I should hear two sides of a story. And you're blocking that and saying, listen and believe that I should only believe your side of the story. Not only should I only believe your side of the story, I should only hear your side of the story. I should believe your side of the story and only hear it to a degree that I don't even want to hear the other side of the story. And now that is fishy, right? That's a red flag. So I want to hear his side of the story, right?
And the only people...
She knows that. She knows that's why I did that. She knows I'm not friends with this dude. She knows I'm not affiliated with this dude's group or any other group. She knows I'm a totally separate entity of me and Chris. She knows who we are.
My accounts
she knows
are
that
not this guy's accounts.
She knows that we're separate from that, and she knows that why I did that stream. But yet, even after that, she doubled down and said that the guy was paying me. I made an argument that said, I don't find it immoral for him to pay me. He's not paying me, but I wouldn't even sit here and lie about it because I think it's not immoral for him to pay me. If he wanted to pay me to come on and say his side of the story, I will gladly accept that and not feel any guilt over it because there's no immorality being conducted there, you know. And but yet she still doubles down and says, oh, he's paid this person to make a stream about me. And it's like, why would you continue? It's obvious that she knows it's not true. That's why I say that at this point we know that there's purposeful lying. You know, she's not lying by accident. She's not being mistaken, a bit delusional and mistaken. No, the truth is she knows their lies and she continues to perpetuate them because she doesn't have anything else to say, you know, and she doesn't want to give in to saying, oh, you're right, you should hear that guy's side of the story. I'm confident on I even told her, if you were confident in your side of the story, then this would be good for you because you would be able to catch him in lies and you would be able to say when he tells his side of the story, it's going to sound obviously fake to everyone and they'll know I'm right. But she doesn't have that. Instead, she tries to stop you and says, oh, there was a guy on Twitch, Base Centrist, 7 followers. We're 4 followers. We were 2 of 7 people on the stream watching him get this guy's side of the story. And she comes in and says, this isn't official. Cease and desist. Stop this stream. You know, trying to clout her, use her size on Twitch and public figureness because this guy's super tiny and she's got 18K followers, and try to use that to say, hey, you know, stop your stream and scare him, basically, right? Like, that's bullshit. That's a red flag.
People are doing that to her.
That's a red flag. Then she posted all over Twitter, this streamer is on Twitch, you know, help me guys, and trying to get bigger streamers to come and say something to this dude and stop him from streaming. Why can't we hear this other guy's story? If he's as evil as you say he is, then we should be able to hear that and determine that for ourselves, right? It's so strange. So that's the red flag. That's what she does. She just wants you to hear her side, you know.
And when I was exposing his scam,
and that's still what's happening here. So she says she exposed his scam.
I also found out that he'd been inappropriate with a bunch of kids in a Discord server. Like, it was right there.
Again, he had been inappropriate with a bunch of kids. In what way was he inappropriate? From what she shows, the only thing we see is that maybe he did some things in edgy humor that were too a Discord in general, not specifically to children, just to a general Discord that also might have minors. We've had this issue before. I've been in servers where we forget that there's minors there because it's mostly adult, and we forget that there might be a 16-year-old around, and we start posting things that are adult, and then we reckon, oh shit, and we forget and we delete. How do we know that didn't happen with him, right? Yeah. She also explained that he had eventually it was brought to his attention, and he eventually made a role specifically for minors to keep them away from adult content.
Other people are writing fanfics, and he's showing that he's repulsed by these fanfics.
Yeah, so he's fixing the things they're saying. He's trying to work with it. So the things she shows are not evidence. Most of these are, even after showing you that he created a separate role, she starts showing you screen caps where you can't see what channels they're in, you can't see what server it's in. It's just a super close-up screen cap of him saying stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't know who he's saying that. I don't know if that's in the adults only channels. I don't know, like, so how can you use this as evidence? Exactly. I don't even know if this is in that same Discord. Like, that's not evidence. The only people
that have come forward with anything to us even have been about fraudulent, like, money or free things that they've been cheated out of. And, like, I don't care about that. But
we're past that. He already said he scammed people. That's all you need, because all you need to do, the second you say someone has ever scammed somebody at any point, then everybody already knows, be careful with your money with that person.
Yeah.
You can still have business dealings if you want to, but make sure you get to trust them before you do. That's with anyone, I would say. But the second you've heard someone scam somebody before, then it's already publicly known to watch out. So what's the problem from there, right? So the problem from there, so that issue is already settled and gone. And then the next issue is the accusation of being a child predator. These are not, she does not have a good enough standard of evidence for this.
And we saw her try and squeeze it out of people to say that, yes, I am a victim of sexual harassment of some type from this person. No one did that.
No, I remember she was questioning one girl because they had nude pictures in an adult channel there of one of the people, but they said that that person had given him permission, and that they looked young, but definitely over 18. Yeah. So where, there was nothing there saying that it was a minor at all.
And when they wanted it removed, it was removed. So.
Yeah, and then they asked to have it removed, and it was removed immediately.
The whole channel was removed.
So what's the problem? Actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, most of the things she shows are non-problems or things she's stretching to make it look like it's more than it is. I think he was sending, where again, this is like douchey stuff, but it's, they're like pranks almost. But he was sending like sex toys to minors who were pissing him off or trying to like fuck with him or something, as a way to retaliate. But I'm not saying that's good, but that's one accusation. You get past that, and then there's the next one. That's not being a child predator. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to embarrass a kid. I think he actually didn't do it. He like threatened a kid to do that, but he never actually did it. Either way, whether he did that or not, it doesn't matter. That's an accusation that's gone. That's not being a child predator, right? So to make that accusation and then use these other things to try to boost up the evidence doesn't work, right? Yeah. Like, that's not the way evidence works. This is where I say she thinks quantity is the same as quality. It's not. It's not. Yeah. Just like she said, when they report him on Twitch, she goes, "We've sent thousands of reports and they still do nothing." Literally, Twitch will tell you, don't send mass reports for the same thing. It doesn't help us speed up. In fact, it slows us down. All we need is one report of the thing, and we'll look it up, right? So she thinks that the quantity, saying that thousands of reports on this going through, means that there's more quality to it. But there isn't. It's the same quality as one. In fact, it's less quality. Like, you're watering it down and slowing it down.
But then she hears that, and then she goes, okay, so instead, guys, harass the FBI and the police in this guy's town. Oh, yeah, she did that too. She was tagging the police station in his town. She called the police on this person. They didn't do anything about it. They were like, there's nothing here. She kept tagging them. I'm gonna assume that they said something to her about it, because she kept tagging them on her Twitter. By them I mean his local police department. Yeah. She found out the Twitters of the two detectives that do like cybercrime stuff and started tagging them and telling her audience, "Hey guys, you gotta bother these people to do something about this. Tell them to investigate my harasser, blah blah blah," and all this stuff. That's crazy to tag that. On top of that is doxing the dude's hometown. Exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? And where he lives and his local police department. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just do that stuff. But that's the stuff she was doing with her low standard of evidence, and then using the excuse of, oh, but he's a child predator, so I could do that. But your evidence sucks. Like, no way. You can't do that. You can't.
there. They just had to go back a year and see all the porn he was sending these kids. And so,
mind you, all the porn he was sending these kids was a prank he would play to a site that sold dragon-shaped dildos. And it was a prank. He found it funny to post it in his chat and have young people look at it and then laugh at it. Basically. It wasn't a sexual thing. It wasn't like he was... What kind of sexual pleasure can you get out of that?
Link with me, hey, little Timmy.
Click this link. The kid clicks and goes, "Oh man, that's gross," and then he starts jerking off. Does that make any sense? That doesn't make any sense, right? So obviously, it's not a sexual thing. It was a humor thing. He thought it was a funny prank. Maybe it's inappropriate, correct? But is it being a child predator? No, right? So. This is what I mean by this is her standard of evidence for him being a child predator. She's adding up these things that are really just like pranks and jokes and him being maybe inappropriate. But to me, what it seems like is at the time he was way younger than he was like in his earlier 20s, right? To me, what I feel like at the time, it seems like he didn't know how to filter himself around kids. Like he didn't just even think about it, which I can understand. People in their early 20s are just out of being teens. Sometimes they don't think about filtering themselves around other teen people that are a few years younger. Most of us
have seen the changes of the internet's dynamic as well. And
that too.
So it's just a different time now. And
we kind of blew the whistle thinking that the police would like do something about it, but apparently they don't give a fuck. So
it's not that they don't give a fuck, is that the police have a standard of evidence, right? It's not like you could just call the police on anybody and just like, tell them they did something and the person's gonna be arrested and go to jail. You have to prove these things. You have to show that there's enough evidence to even take the person to court over it, right? And there's not.
And Twitch never banned him.
Twitch never banned him. I wonder why. So now, mind you, she has this complaint, she has these accusations, and she has all the evidence of this stuff in her mind, right? She's reported it to the police. She called the police on them. They did nothing. They came back and said, nope, we're not going to do nothing about it. She complained to Twitch multiple times. Thousands of reports, right? Had her whole audience report this guy. They didn't take him down. She reported him on Discord and tried to get his Discord taken down. I think eventually she did get his Discord down, but at the time she didn't get it taken down with her evidence, right? I think eventually she stalked that Discord so much that eventually she got taken down for something else. But in the end, or he closed it even. But in the end, there's all these things that she thinks in her mind she has evidence for and that she can prove and that this accusation she's saying is true. But yet none of these places are agreeing with her. What does that tell you, right? Does that tell you that they're all wrong, or is it her that's wrong, right? And she doesn't come to this conclusion. To her, the conclusion is they're all wrong. She thinks the reason the cops won't investigate her is because they don't have enough resources to investigate this. They don't want to bother. She makes excuses as opposed to just saying, maybe there isn't enough evidence here. Maybe I need more, like she doesn't think those things.
Ever, even though he was follow botting, view botting, threatening to kill people, and he was using the platform.
Mind you, at this point, they were in a basically internet war where they were doing this back and forth to each other. She already admitted she called the police on him. She tried to get him banned off Twitter. So she's doing all these things she already told you. It's funny how she tells this narrative, but she doesn't really say
I didn't at first.
She is telling you without telling you that she did it first. Right? Yeah. She laid it out. She said, the police didn't want to do anything, Twitter didn't do anything. So then he starts doing this stuff and they won't stop him. Yeah, you're in an internet war. You guys are doing things to each other back and forth. This is why we get to the part where it's like a blackmail for what? Oh, for this internet war where you two are escalating and harassing each other back and forth, and it keeps escalating and escalating and escalating, and now it's to the point where you guys are past each other's boundaries, fucking doing terrible things to each other, right? Which you are just as much participating in as he is,
for him to lure kids into his Discord.
But she plays it as she's the victim, like it's all against her, and it's not, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. No, you guys are back and forth.
Right? We got it to go viral 3 separate times. And each time it had over 1 million impressions and like thousands of retweets and Twitch.
Right. Because I will say this, because right-wingers easily fall. Destiny talks about this too. Left-wingers call everybody racist and think everyone's a misogynist and bigot, and right-wingers think everyone's a pedophile. So it's easy to just say, hey, look, this guy's a pedophile, and everybody be like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
But you know what?
And then her evidence was this huge Google doc that would take you like 2 hours to read through. So people didn't bother, you know, and they just believe it.
The last thing anyone wants to do is falsely accuse somebody of this. To accuse somebody of being a pedophile is like one of the worst things that you could do falsely. And nobody's gonna want to like run with this if after they're looking through her massive like amount of evidence, it just doesn't seem to prove this, which is probably why nobody like Destiny or that a certain type of streaming group she was involved with, none of those people that she calls her friends like backed her up on any of this stuff, because it just sounded crazy. And if anything, they may have tried to tell her to stop, and she just couldn't, because she's like a dog with a bone. Like, she just won't let this go. She'll fight this one to the death, like to the end. She'll go to the end of the world until she proves this point that she's just made a joke out of herself with. So I think that's why nobody on the right or the left has really listened to her and taken her accusations seriously, because it's just gonna falsely incriminate a person. And it just, like emojis with an eggplant. How am I supposed to read that in a Discord? I just don't know how I'm supposed to interpret that. I'd love for her to explain that, especially when
we know what an eggplant means, but that's probably just edgy humor.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Especially certain youngsters writing a fanfic of some type of sexual encounter, and the guy that she's accusing of all these things are like, could we not, guys?
I mean, teenagers do it all the time. If a Discord with sexual inappropriate humor, edgy humor, like that's in every Discord, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like it's gonna happen in front of, that doesn't make a person a predator. Teenagers do it too. They're in there doing the same jokes. It doesn't make anyone a predator because they make certain jokes. But she's like, oh, but that's the number one sign of grooming is they start with jokes, and then they possibly, but that doesn't mean every single person who's making an inappropriate joke is starting their grooming game there. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that.
Religious nuts being like, religious metal music, you're a satanic worshiper. Like, this is the type of things that she's equating the two things.
She would be one of those people. If this is the 80s, she would have been one of those people. Yeah. Like, oh, they're satanic, blah, blah, blah. If you listen to metal music, you must be a devil worshiper.
Never even responded. So it was very strange. Kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. And I also have a crazy criminal stalker who
she just called them criminal, but this man has never been convicted of a crime. Never. So if you ask her now, you know, this is the way she's saying it, but if you ask her, oh, how is he a criminal? She's going to show you her Google doc that she has on this guy. Not an actual criminal record or anything like that, right? If he's a criminal, show us the criminal record. Like, you know, that's what a criminal is. And then she calls him a stalker, but I mean, he's not a stalker in any way that she doesn't stalk him. It's a mutual stalking, right? She follows all his social shit, tries to get him taken down. He follows hers, trying to get her down. They're at an internet war. Yeah. They're stalking each other because they're both trying to get each other taken off the internet. Exactly. She admitted to trying to get him taken off the internet, right? She just said she contacted Twitter, trying to get him taken down, Twitch, and try to get all his channels taken down and get him taken off the internet. Literally. So guess what he's doing? He's a stalker because he's doing the same thing to you and watching you all your streaming stuff so he could find you, try to break TOS so he can report you. Like, that's stalking. You're doing that too. YouTube, then
she's adding any social media you can find this person on and report them. That sounds like she is directing people to mass flag somebody else. Exactly. So like,
and that's the thing, is she acts in the same way she complains people are acting towards her, right? But she does it
not only wants to kill me and watches everything that I do, but he also
I have to just say this one thing. She is a mastermind at twisting words, but one of the things that she sees as a direct threat on her life is if you tell her to log offline, that means go kill yourself. Now, okay, she is that perpetually online.
She does have an exact video and stream that Matt did that she posts as saying this is where the death threat is. It's not a death threat. I don't remember verbatim, but you know, again, she has no credibility. So if you wanted to find it, I'm sure you can find it somewhere. It might be gone because all her shit's been taken down, a lot of it. So it might be gone. But if it isn't, you can see it. If she's saying that and anybody questions her, I would ask, can you show me the evidence that he threatened your life? Because I promise you, when you hear it, it's not, it sounds more like, I think I remember it. And I think I remember getting, and like I said, I have to paraphrase because I don't remember it exact. But if I remember correctly, the idea I got out of what he was saying, it was more of a, we should call a truce because you're really, like, it's escalating to a point where he was getting really upset. And he's like, and it's just going to keep escalating to a point where it's going to get real bad.
Yeah.
And he was talking about taking legal action for like defamation and trying to sue her for defamation. In that same video, and she's clipping it up, and then all of a sudden it gets to a part where he says, if we don't call a truce now, it's gonna get real bad for one of us, and it's not gonna be me, you know. But he was talking about legal action before that. So where is the death threat? Like, if any of you, you know, out there ever hear this and ever wonder, you know, that's a thing to ask her. Like, oh, he threatened, he's a criminal, can we see his criminal record? Can you show us evidence of that? Oh, he threatened your life, can we see evidence of that? Can you show us the clip that you're saying was the threat? You know,
so we'll go behind the scenes,
because I promise you it's not going to be what she says.
And attempt to, like, you know, destroy my career or destroy my life by,
again, this is another thing she says, that everybody's doing this with the intention of destroying her career. Why they would want to destroy her career, I have no idea. What everybody keeps saying is that she's destroying her own career by destroying her credibility, by acting this way, doubling down on lies, not accepting any accountability for the things she does wrong on the internet or how she interacts with people. So.
I think she projects a lot of her own, like, goals, basically, of what she would like to achieve at the end of it, going after certain people. Like, she would want them to be removed from the internet and stuff. So she just projects her own type of, like, her own actions, basically, is what it looks like, or sounds like.
Spreading lies and rumors, or like he did to Avalon, just like paying him to like fuck with me because
he paid her. Now, that's not true. Paying him to fuck with me is not true. He paid her to, he paid Hunter Avalon, or is trying to pay him, to make a video going over a document that he had collected of her lying, showing that she lied. Now she calls that making a hit piece on her and lying and defaming about her. Now, none of us can possibly know if that's true unless we heard what he had to say about it, right? But she prevented the whole thing by going after Hunter and claiming that Hunter was doing something immoral by taking money from this guy to defame her, she was saying. Meanwhile, if you look at the actual DMs that happened between Hunter and this dude, what really happened was the guy asked her to make a video going over his documents. Hunter said, said, well, I got to look at the document first before I accept that. Later on, he changed his mind and said, no, actually, I'd rather have you on the stream and we go over it together on a stream. And you can give me $200. I'll have you on the stream and we'll go over it together. But I'm going to scrutinize you too. I'm going to give you pushback. You know, and the guy even said, oh, I'm going to pay you, but you're going to push me back. And it was like, yeah, well, I don't want it to be a biased thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to give you some pushback if you give me things that doesn't seem true.
Exactly.
Right? So, literally not a hit piece then. Right? Now, at the same time, Hunter releases a video where he's talking shit about BxBullet. This was egged on by her calling him a pedophile apologist in a tweet. Had nothing to do with this Mac guy, right? But she thinks it did because it happened around the same time. But I knew right away, because this is the culture on the internet with a lot of these streamers, is that they stream and then they cut up that stream and release the individual stuff on YouTube. They stream on Twitch, and then the YouTube are clipped out portions of those streams that come out from up to a day to a week later, right? So I knew this had to have been recorded prior. She's saying this happened, but it was released on the same day the guy had contacted him. So she was saying, oh, but the same day he released this video, this is the video he paid him for. And it was like, no, but he didn't cover Matt at all in that video. And that video was straight up him talking about what you said about him on Twitter. Right? Exactly. So it had nothing to do with that. And he was calling you a crazy person for lying about him on Twitter. That's it. That's all that video was. But she's trying to say that was the video that he paid for. And it wasn't, you know.
his goal
Now
is
that's
to just,
true. He
yeah,
did pay Avalone to make a hit piece, and I investigated that. And
A hit piece. Now, remember, that's their wording.
That's their wording, yeah.
But anybody can judge it for themselves and look at the evidence and judge
confronted Avalone on it, and Avalone basically had to concede that it was true, and he's still pissed off to this day about it.
he denies it. He lied.
Well, my argument would be, and I don't know why Hunter doesn't make this argument, but my argument would be, where is the immorality of him taking money to make a video for this guy about BX Bullet? The only complaint BX would possibly be able to have in this is to say, you're my friend, and you should have some sort of loyalty to me, and that's kind of like backstabbing me. But they're not friends.
Exactly.
In fact, they're the exact opposite of that and are at odds and don't like each other.
Remember,
Therefore,
she's called
there
him
is
a pedosim.
yeah, and she just called him a bunch of horrible things right before that, right?
Yeah.
So again, where is the immorality here? Why should Hunter not stream with this dude? One, she says it's because, oh, well, this is the guy who took a picture of my kid. That's why Hunter didn't do it. But that's because Hunter doesn't want to look into it further, and his videos are his career. So he doesn't want to take the risk. It's not worth it. So he just drops it all, goes, nah, I don't want anything to do with it, and just stops the second he hears about that. But if you look into it, she doesn't really have good enough evidence. There's a reason why that guy did that. There's a reason for the blackmail. You say it's for blackmail. There's a reason for that blackmail. You guys were in an internet beef. Now that's a different story. If I don't have any loyalty to you, because we're not friends, then what's wrong with me having a guy on that you have internet beef with and him paying me to go over the evidence of you lying about him? What's wrong with that? Why is that immoral? The only thing is immoral is to her, in her eyes, because it's against her. That's the only reason it's immoral. But if it was done to someone else, she would be totally down for it. If somebody said, hey, and she has, hey, BX, why don't you come on my stream so we could talk shit about this dude that you're calling a child predator?
Yeah.
She would gladly go on and do that, right? And what if she said, hey, Destiny, I'll pay you $200 to have me come on and go over my Google Doc where I call this guy a child predator and my proof of that, and we can go over it. Do you think that she would think that was something that was immoral? No, right? She would be like, yeah, we could do that, right? She would be totally down for that. But yet it happens on another side and it's against her. Now it's a problem. This is the lack of principles she has, the lack of consistent principles. It's good for you, but it's not good for me, right? Like,
hey, well, anytime I bring it up, he's basically like, just, you know, he's like, let's just move the discussion on. You know what I mean?
That's when they get squirmy, that's when you know they're guilty.
That's not what happens. He's just done with it. He's explained it. He has multiple videos on this. You can go, again, another thing, we looked up the Triologic video. Some of the Hunter ones are kind of good too, even though I'm not a big fan of Hunter Avalon. But he busts her big time on some of these videos where she lies about him. So you can go watch those too and come up with your own conclusions, as opposed, obviously, listening, she has no credibility, so the way she describes it, don't take that. Go watch the actual content and video and see how it actually went down. Even this guy's kind of relating it wrong and saying he gets squirmy, but he gets squirmy not because of any kind of guilt. It's more because he's tired of talking about this and he's tired of dealing with BX Bullet, because it happens over and over again. And she calls him all these things, accuses him of stuff. Really, in the end, I don't know if maybe he does feel guilty for something, but in the end, I would argue, and I'd have that argument with him, I'd have that argument with anyone, that he did not do anything immoral.
Yeah.
And we could get to the bottom of that. Like, because I think that's an easy argument. He's not her friend. He has no loyalty to her. She doesn't have enough evidence to prove that this guy is a child predator. So there's no reason why it should be immoral for him to platform this guy in any way or accept money from him to platform him in any way. Where's the immorality? That's what I would argue that's what I would ask is, where is the immorality?
Yeah.
The only thing she ever says is, oh, he's working with a child predator who's making a hit piece on me. Yeah, but none of us care about you, so exactly. What should it matter? It could be about anyone, right? Why is it only bad because it's against you? Like,
I'm trying to get to the meat of what's currently going on, what led to your ban, what led to all of this.
So, I don't know why this happens to me. I guess it's because I try to stick.
I don't know why this happens to me. I think if you asked people, there's another thing I say about her. She always says, I don't know why all these people hate me. Ask them. I think anybody who doesn't like this woman, I think if you ask them, why don't you like this woman? I think they'll tell you. I think she would tell you a different reason. And she would say, all these people don't like me because blah, 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 blah. But really, all she has to do is ask them. If she asked us, why do you guys make these videos? Why do you guys talk about me on Twitter? I'll tell you why. You know what I'm saying? Because I think you're a liar, and I think I should, and I think you've lied about me and my fiance, and I think you deserve to have people question you on that and show that you don't have credibility. If you're gonna go around lying about people, you should be shown to be that person that goes around lying about people. If I was lying, I let people. I will have people on to argue it with me, right? We could discuss that. Maybe I'm incorrect. I would even go that far. For a while, I was even charitable enough to say that maybe she's incorrect. But at a certain point, you start noticing that she doesn't, and that she knows she's purposefully lying. And there's no way to deny that at this point.
Pick up for people a lot, but I just end up getting a lot of heat.
It's just because I stick up for people a lot.
Drawn on me from some gross groups of people. So back last year, I took heat from the Grapers. You probably remember that. And when that happened, it's because I was like defending Stardust because the Grapers were ganging up on her and attacking her on Twitter. And everybody pretty much widely recognized that's what happened. So
everything that it's not, if you want to look into that, you can, but she doesn't do anything out of the goodness of her heart, is all that I want to just say. She does this because if she scratches your back, she's expecting you to always scratch her back, even though she's in, like, there's nothing to defend BX on here. So later on, BX ends up going after Stardust because Stardust is going through some little bit of some heat at the moment, and she thinks this is her opportunity to just deflect all the heat that BX is experiencing onto Stardust. And it's just not working out for her in that type of way. So she tries to, like,
I can kind of understand her being upset that Stardust doesn't stand up to her if she had some sort of friendship with her and thought there was some loyalty. But there's only so far that can go. Like with Destiny, he makes friends with some people online, but it's only so far you can go where somebody is publicly so disingenuous that you have to, like, break away at some point and not be friends with that. And I think that's the Stardust moment, but I can understand where BX would be upset because in that moment there is some sort of expectation of loyalty. They did actually have a friendship, and they both said they cherished each other's friendships and did have a good friendship with each other. I think there is an understanding why she's upset there. At least in that one, it's a justified upsetness. But from Stardust's point of view, you can understand that she keeps starting these beefs and wanting people to support her, even if you were a friend. Even if she was, imagine we're friends with her and we were cool with her this whole time. But now this would be 6th, 7th time you're getting into a beef and calling, oh, guys, I need your help. Bro, we've been friends with you for like, what, a year and a half, and you've called us 8, 9 times to swarm a person to help you. Bro, there's way bigger streamers than you out there that have way less drama and beef than you. How do you get...
What's happening?
You must be the smallest streamer with the most beef. How does this happen? You know what I'm saying? Eventually, you have to come to a point where it's like, I think I have to dislodge my friendship from you because you just keep getting into these beefs, you know?
Exactly.
You know, and a lot of the time, sometimes I see it being your fault. And now you're dragging me into, like, being it, you know, having to defend you when it's your fault, you know?
The only people who
it's
don't...
kind of how, like, having that friend that's always getting you into fights. And it's like, bro, I'm tired of getting into fights because of you. Stop starting fights when I'm around, at least. You know what I'm saying? You keep dragging me into it. You know, eventually you got to disconnect and be like, bro, I can't keep getting into fights with you.
Or
like,
that one friend that gets just plastered when they go out, and you're like, I can't go out with you every time because you're just embarrassing me.
You're sloppy every time, and I got to take care of you every single time.
Seem to have realized that are the commentary guys, because they left the videos up, like, and don't give a fuck, right? They hated me from day one, and this is the stupidest fucking reason.
But it's weird to say they left the videos up, but that's their content. Why would they're gonna take down and lose money on their content because you have some sort of feelings about something? Like, why can't they just do another stream later and be like, oh, hey guys, that's not true, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But to, like, delete a whole stream, you have to understand that these guys, the way, especially YouTubers, like, the way you make money is by putting more and more videos up, right? Each of those accumulate a certain amount. If you delete it, it's no longer going to be part of the accumulation cycle. And the way you make money is having all these little accumulations add up over time, right? So, you know, it's like playing stock market and you're going up cents at a time, you know, through months and months and months. But the more of these little ones you take out, the less that's stacking up, you know? So why can't they, right? This is the thing, is she asks for too much after a beef too. She plays victim after a beef and then asks for too much. You gotta delete this video. She said where Hunter had fallen for a fake account saying that she was saying that Hunter was, oh, this lady was asking me questions about you, saying that you were being inappropriate with kids to Hunter. Hunter falls for it and go, aha, look, BxBullet said this about me. She goes, that's a fake account, that's not true. He goes, oh, puts out a tweet, says, hey, unlike BxBullet, when I make a mistake, I apologize for it, and I'm a bigger person. I'm sorry, BxBullet, for thinking that fake account was true. Anybody looking at this, that was fake, it's not true. Tweets it out to his audience, everyone who could have seen it, he tweets it out to them, the same people, right? Now she comes back and goes, no, that's not good enough. You have to apologize for this last year. You have to apologize for the stream and this, and you said this about me, and you have to make a whole video to apologizing about this, or anybody who's seen. And it's like, what? He tweeted it out and then tweeted out it wasn't true. It's the same people seeing it. Like, why should he make a video? He didn't make a video about it. That's something else, you know? Like, you're asking for too much. Like,
you're ever going to hear for hating somebody. They were in Zerka's backstage Discord server, and they were being gross and weird and like, you know, say, oh, woman take and all of that shit, right? And so Claw kicked them out because he was like, fuck you guys. He just like kicked them out. They went onto Twitter and started freaking out about all of us because they were super mad.
By saying freaking out, by freaking out, they're saying, you know, they were doing troll stuff. Yeah, like, okay, so they were talking shit about you on Twitter is what you're saying. Okay.
And yeah, that's why they have been trying to like harass me. They have been like just harassing me. And,
like, imagine you kick a group of people out of your Discord and they go on Twitter and go, these people are for free speech. They kicked out Discord. You know what my answer would be? Yeah, I kicked you out. Right? What about it? That's it.
Exactly.
Trying to fuck with my life.
Like it's a big deal.
Ever since.
With my life ever since. Huh?
How?
What do you mean?
So back then they shared that racist video the Groypers made about me. And then.
Right, which I think they ended up taking back because they realized it was a fake video and they were like, oh yeah, it's fake. Well, the video, parts of the video are real, but they edited it in a way or put in volume in a way that makes it seem like more happened than did.
Every now and then they would just like, basically they had me all blocked.
I think that was acknowledged, and they did another video saying that's not true. This was, this was.
They'll have me blocked, right?
It appears.
Am I frozen?
No, you were for a second, but you're good now.
They have me frozen. They have me blocked on Twitter. And they just go screenshot stuff and post and just fucking make fun of me.
I do that, but she blocked me.
Yeah.
So if you're going to block me, that means you don't want to hear me. So I'm just going to post it to my audience. I don't tag her after that. I don't tell her to come look at it in any way. So if she comes to look for it, that's her own self wanting to go look at it. I don't say that anybody can't screenshot my Twitter and post. I stand by everything I say. So take a picture of me. Anything I say, block me, post it on your Twitter. I don't care.
Yeah.
But if I happen to see it and make a comment about that, then I'm going to do that too on my Twitter. That's it. I'm not going to complain and say that you can't do that though.
She's blocked and unblocked me to tell me off and then cower back to
and then goes back to block me. That was one of the things that I laughed at with her was she made a video about Hunter Avalon arguing with him on Twitter. And then at the end of it, he finally blocks her. And she goes, and then Hunter Avalon blocked me like a pussy. So when she blocked me, I was like, oh, so are you going to go back to... She blocked me and then unblocked me. And I said, are you going to go back to blocking me like a pussy? Like you said, Hunter Avalon did. And she got upset about that and blocked me.
Blocked it.
Me all the time. Behind a block because they're little pussy-ass bitches.
It's not being pussy ass bitches. No, wait, hold on. Behind a block because they're pussy ass bitches makes no sense.
Yeah.
You are the one who blocked them.
From my
that makes you the pussy ass bitch, not them. They don't want to be blocked by you. They want you to see that.
Yeah.
And so that they're not the ones being a pussy. You're the one being a pussy blocking them because you don't want to see what they have to say. It's the other way around. You can't say they're talking shit behind a block, but you're the one who put the block there. This is like saying they don't want to fight me because they won't let me get near them, but you're the one putting your friend in front of you to hold you back. Like, yo, hold me back, bro. Hold me back. And you're telling the friend to hold you back. But you're saying, yo, they're a pussy. They didn't even want to fight me. Meanwhile, you're the one having your friend telling your friend to hold you back. You know, oh yeah, hold me back, bro. Hold me back.
My first question to this.
What? That's the joke of the hold me back thing, right?
She blocked me from the first question, accused me of all these things from the first question.
Yeah.
How can I have a conversation with you?
You're the one who puts up the block, but they're the ones who are pussies for talking about you.
Exactly.
That makes no sense, you know? Because if you didn't have them blocked, then they would be saying it to you, right? The only reason they have saying it behind a block is because you put up the block, because you didn't want to see what they had to say. But you can't help yourself so much that you still look at what they have to say, even though you block them and pretend you don't want to see it.
Exactly.
I don't know. And I ignore it. I ignore it, you know? And then
she ignores it, but she just said she knows that they're doing it. If she ignored it, how does she know they're doing it? Well, one reason could be her audience is sending it to her, but it's obviously bothering her, and she could tell her audience, you know what? If I block somebody, I don't want to see what they're saying behind the block, you know? Because that's the point of a block, is you don't want to see what the person has to say about you, right? So stop looking at what they have to say about you.
One time I saw there was, you know, these fake accounts, right? Early on, I knew there was something up with those fake accounts, because on Zerk, right when all that stuff with Zerka happened, there was one stream that Zerka did with him on his show, and there were 2 fake tipster accounts in Discord that were fucking with him. They uploaded the video, and it was 2 of the commentary guys who were just fucking around with a fake tipster account. And so immediately in my mind, I'm like, okay, I see. They're doing this for content. Like you were saying earlier, they have to stir some shit up because they're having boring days. So they have these little troll accounts. In my mind, this makes sense. I mean, I can't prove it, right? But you know, what makes the most...
Mind you, this is why we wanted to watch this, because this has a lot of bombs that she drops that she doesn't realize she dropped on this stream. She already said, right now, she just said all this shit is... That's what's happening in my mind. I have no proof that this is happening. Right. She just said...
Proving that she's projecting.
Proving that she's working off assumptions and reacting to assumptions as if they were true.
Exactly.
Right? Which then, if they're not true, what does that make you? The perpetrator of the bad thing happening. You're the bad guy, right?
You're the accuser.
Now, it is taking a chance. You're gambling here. Yeah. You could be right, and you're just basically retaliating. But you could just be retaliating to something false, which makes you the bad guy. Just the attacker, not the retaliator, right? Then giving them justification to then retaliate. Exactly. And they're not the attackers. They're the defenders, right?
In my mind, this makes sense. I mean, I can't prove it, right?
This makes sense.
But you know what makes the most sense to me is that they have these accounts, and maybe they don't run them actively,
right?
They probably have nothing to do with them.
But now she doesn't know the history. I from what I've seen on Twitter and people talking about it, but I don't know for sure because I don't care about the deep lore of Tipster or any of these people. I barely know any of these people, but it seems like this has been a common issue for him for years, that people troll him by making fake accounts of him and going around as if they were him to get him into trouble and drama. Now, she could say what makes most sense to me is that he does this himself, therefore drumming up drama so that he can make content and make money off it. Sure, that's likely. But if there's a history of this and he keeps getting in trouble for stuff about it, and it seems to be causing trouble, most of his audience says it does, it's very likely that he also has trolls of his own, just as you do, and it's a common occurrence on the internet that people who create content have trolls who fuck with them and stuff. So it's totally possible that they're also enemies of Tipster, and now they're laughing behind the scenes at him getting in trouble with you and you starting this drama with him, right?
But they allow them to do what they're doing because they know that they're going to stir up drama, and that's beneficial to them.
But allow them how? What does that mean? But they allow them to do that. Yeah. That's a question there too. What does that mean? By that? What do you mean allow? They disavow it. He goes out and says, "Please don't do this." Where's the allow part? What does that mean? Where does she have any evidence of allowing this behavior?
And that's my claim the whole time, right?
He actually complains about it, and there's a history of him complaining about people using fake accounts to get him in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Then in June or July, I had one of these fake accounts from Nicholas Diorio, and it was just like basically
again also shows a history of this. Nick Diorio is also part of the same kind of community as these guys, as Tipster and Augie, and they're all kind of part of the same community, right? So this community, I guess, gets trolled too, their commentary community, but they've been in and out of trouble. I've heard of them before. I don't know them very well, but they've been in and out of trouble too themselves. But they probably also have haters themselves that go after them. So, it's a huge net of haters and watchers and fans and hate watchers and lol cows and all this shit.
Just harassing me and saying that like men jack off to me and I'm stupid and nobody watches my stream for me, blah, blah, blah. So literally.
Yeah, but who cares if they say that, right? Blah, 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 she says, but then she, like, who cares, really?
Literally, all I did was message Augie thinking we were friends still, kind of, because we'd been cordial at least. I messaged him.
Now, pay attention to this story, because this is going to be a big non-issue and very much a big nothing burger. But listen to
I said, hey, is this a fake account or a real account? That's it. They turned it into like an hour of content. Like immediately screenshotted our DMs and leaked them, posted them and said, BxBullet's the dumbest person to ever live. She fell for a fake account, which you and I can easily see that this is ridiculous. It makes no sense.
Okay, but now that's a big nothing, right? That's a troll. That's I'm making fun of you. Big deal. Make a video back saying, it's not that funny. I knew if you look at the DMs, right? If you're confident in the shit you do and what you say, you go, yeah, it's not a big deal. You're making fun of me. Anybody looking at the DMs can see I didn't fall for it. And I actually asked, is this your account? Because this looks odd, right? No big deal. There's a non-story.
Right. Like I just asked him if it was real or not.
Guess what? You guys aren't friends.
Exactly.
Is what that tells you.
Yeah.
Right? That's all that tells you is you guys are not friends. Yes, Lance is Canadian. That's true. Very true.
But it doesn't matter because their
American
fans are
politics.
unfortunately so stupid. I'm serious. It is like being in the movie Idiocracy. Do you know the movie Idiocracy?
That's a funny thing because it's dealing with her.
I do.
Yeah.
It's like talking to those people, like about electrolytes in the plants, where it's just looping and
that's what she does.
That.
And this happens. This is a common pattern with her when she argues with people. She'll argue with you till you get to a point where she can't argue anymore, and then it's done, right? Like they did this trick with me, and it's kind of a lie, right? But they do this trick where they say, oh, you're going to have this Mac guy on, right? Because when I had him on, this is my experience before that. You're going to have him on, then you have to, then I say, what's the problem with that? And they're like, didn't you read the Google Doc? You got to read that first, right? So it's set up in a way as like they're telling me, if I'm going to have him on, there's a problem. But it's not a problem if you read the Google Doc first.
And then you
read all the accusations. So then I say, yes. Then I say, actually, I did that. I actually did a stream where we went over that and we went over the whole thing and we broke it down. Oh, you saw that? Yeah, we even saw her videos on this guy too. We saw all that stuff. Oh, then you're just stupid and blah, blah, blah. So it's a lie kind of where they try to set up this thing maybe as a way to delay you, or maybe they think if you read that you won't have him on.
And then it becomes, he scammed me out of financial blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, I still want to hear his side.
Right. But about the other accusations.
Yeah.
So, but in the end, it's a lie. The lie is that they make it seem like if you read the Google Doc, then it'll be fine that you stream with him then, you know? But the truth is, once you say you have read it or you say, okay, I'll read it, they still have a problem.
Yeah.
That base centrist guy, they had a problem with him having Matt on. And then they said, oh, because you haven't read the Google Doc and all that. So he said, fine, tomorrow I'll do a whole stream going over it. So he did. As he's going over it, he says, this doesn't seem real. This seems like a bad evidence. It seems like you have a lot of very low evidence here is what I'm seeing. And they get real mad about it. Yeah. So it's not that they really just want you to read the Google Doc. Is that they want you to just say they're right. And there's no questions you can ask. You can't have critiques or scrutinization of anything they say, you know.
I think they say, well, you should read the Google Doc because that's supposed to convince you to not talk to him. Like everything is supposed to make you prove, like show how awful of a person
it can also be a
is.
delay because it's so long.
Yeah.
They think that you might start reading it and then lose interest and just not do it or something. That could be it too. But in the end, it doesn't matter what their intention is. In the end, it's a lie because they frame it in a way that it'll be okay once you do. And once you do, they still call you stupid. They still come for your channel. She's still going to tweet her audience and say, this guy's smearing and lying, and still say the lies about me of he's getting paid to say these things. He's working with this person. None of those things are true. You know what I'm saying? And she's still going to say that to her audience, even though you comply with her. And we're not going to watch it today, but she has another stream where they go over the DMs with this girl, Saggy Melons. It's a friend of Tipster's. And in that, she does the same tactic where she asks for things for them to do things. She does them, and then they get nothing in return. And in fact, get attitude and treated like shit, and get zero appreciation for the things that the person bent over backwards to do for her.
So much time spent with BX that, like...
Yeah, it's either you give me everything I want, or I hate you. You're all just machines for me to get what I want, is how she treats everyone.
I don't know if they're trolling or if they're actually something up with their heads, you know?
They're probably trolling.
Maybe
they're
a mix,
bunch of
but
young dudes.
and so, you know, they're not reading the tweet.
Trolling.
They're not going to read the context. They're just going to read the caption and go, oh yeah, BxBull is dumb, huh? You know, that's it. And so they did that, and I kind of got onto them about it. I was like, oh, haha, really funny that you have these fake accounts to go troll people who have you blocked, and clearly, you know, you've been screenshotting all my shit and like fucking with me behind the scenes. I've just been ignoring it. And that wasn't a big deal. I just kind of called them out, and Tipster got really pissed for some reason about it. And then he started to like push that nurse video, the offensive Groiper video, as a way to like insult me. And that's when I was like, all right, well, fuck you too, dude. We're done. Like, we're done being cool, right? You knew that was a fake video made by...
She said, we're done being cool. They probably should have been done being cool before, when they were making fun of her. Like, she should have realized that I'm just a lolcow to them and we're not friends. And you should have probably just stopped talking to them at all at that period, right? Like, these guys aren't cool. Let me stay away from them. And that's it.
Racist to make it look like I hit my...
This is another second incident that she's saying, oh yeah, after this moment, yeah, we're not cool. Like, you should have already known that. And now, again, still, you're laying down the groundwork that you know you and these people are not cool. You're not friends at all. So they owe you nothing.
You know that. Everybody knows that. So the fact that they're still using that is pretty shitty. And so...
it's shitty, but I mean, it's internet goofy shit, and you can, you know, it's easily debunkable. If you think that it's not true, then you can easily debunk it. You say it's a fake video, then it's probably easy to see that it's a fake video. Right?
Nothing really happened for a while.
These people don't even have, they have a bigger audience than her, but they don't really have that big of an audience. Them sending out, saying things about people, it's not that big of a thing that the entire internet is seeing.
I tried to expose a child predator ring back 7 months ago, 8 months ago.
Now, I feel like she has bigger thoughts on this and bigger involvement in this than she thinks. I would love to see any evidence of her involvement at all. She has some evidence and says, oh, look, there's a pedophile. Bloomberg released an article about pedophile rings on Twitter. She tries to say, this is what I was trying, this is what I was talking about. And everybody now, she basically using it to say, this validates everything I've been saying. It really doesn't. Nobody denied that there was pedophile rings on Twitter. Everybody knows that there's probably going to be, even just in general terms, anybody probability wise, everybody knows that there's going to be groups of people watching it for for whatever malicious reasons. That's bound to happen, right? So nobody was saying that it wasn't happening. What they didn't listen to and what they were having problems with her is the way she spread the message, right? Is the way she behaved with this message, and she tries to use that message to kind of excuse herself from her behavior and say, oh, but you look, if you come after me, that means you're against pedophiles and stopping pedophile rings. And it's like, no, we could still call you out. You having a good cause doesn't excuse you from bad behavior. If you're gonna lie about people, whether your cause is good or not, I'm gonna call you out for lying. Like, just because you're on my side, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I call out TYT. A lot of people who watch me might be right-wingers, but I'm not a right-winger. I'm a Democrat. I'm on the left. I just think TYT gives us a bad name. People who act like that, progressives, give Democrats a bad name. They're ruining the Democratic Party. So what do? I make videos calling out the lies and the hypocrisy of TYT, using their own words, right?
That's why I think she's just so ridiculous with all these I'm an expert in credentials she uses for these things, and says that she's like investigating like missing children cases and stuff. She may have done that and everything, but you would think that if somebody has like, if you have that type of window into where like certain predators are lingering on certain spaces on the internet, you'd expect that somebody like that, who then has a family, to prevent their child from being put anywhere.
Yeah.
And the fact that she's like just so flippant and careless with that, it just makes me like take her even less seriously.
I also feel like she makes a bad cause to the activism. Like, she makes it look bad because she makes it look like she exaggerates, and calling this guy child predator with such low level of evidence ruins when there is real evidence, right? Just like when people fake rape stuff. And then the other thing that's a problem is when they actually are real people, she's notifying them basically that they're being looked at.
Yeah.
When she has not had sufficient evidence, right? Yeah. So now, this happens all the time where police and FBI kind of cross over each other and ruin each other's private investigations. Like an FBI might have an informant or or someone undercover, and then a cop will come in and bust the operation, therefore ruining the undercover, because now everybody's been now everybody knows that the police have caught. You know what I'm saying? And the FBI is like, oh damn, now we ruined that undercover was wasted, right? That's another thing you could be doing. That's why people had complaints about Chris Hansen, because they were saying sometimes he was almost these people were getting let go because of entrapment laws in certain states and stuff like that. Like he almost kind of ruins the investigation sometimes, where they could have caught these people without that, and maybe they were watching these people, but then they fall for his trap, therefore getting released because of entrapment, where the police were actually monitoring him and waiting for him to actually almost commit a crime so they could really bust him and put him in jail, right?
If
and instead people would get out.
Chris Hansen was helping people and arresting people, I hate to break it to you, but no.
So just because it's a good cause doesn't mean you're doing it in a proper way that's actually helping, and it doesn't mean that you're acting in a way that would give it a good reputation, and it also doesn't mean that you having a good cause justifies you doing other things. Doesn't justify your bad actions if you act bad.
No, dummy, you're making yourself look like such a fool on the internet.
I mean,
you're falling for all this bullshit left and right on Twitter and everything. You don't know what to look out for. Just don't use your child in that fucking way. Like, stop it. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. It's not team sports. If somebody on your side, on the right or left, lies, you should call out that lie, because it's a lie regardless. And you should tell your side it's a bad argument if they're making bad arguments. You know what I'm saying? You want your side to be better, call them out on their lies, call them out on their bad arguments. Right?
Yeah.
That's how you
and what happened there was, like, after the Matt Brockett stuff had gone viral again, I had somebody reach out to me, an investigator, and say that he had been looking into this child predator ring on Twitch. And I said, sure, I'll take a look at it. And we got into a Discord call. He showed it to me. I went into just chatting and saw some of these like really young kids. Like, they look like my kids' age, like maybe like 8 or 9, right? Like a lot of young kids. Some of them aren't English speaking. But what'll happen is these predators have these Discord servers or forums, or they're coordinated somewhere. And they'll find it. They'll have scouts that go find these kids' accounts. Once they find it, you'll see their view count start increasing, and they'll get like 100 viewers all of a sudden, and they'll be asking them to do like TikTok dances or put a piece of their body in frame or something like that, right? Really,
and that's
sometimes they'll be
you
asking.
could have either parents become aware of, or Twitch. If you find some of these Discords, you can say, hey, look, Twitch and Discord, I'm sure, would handle this. If you show Twitch and Discord that this is going on and you can make a connection, I'm sure both of those companies would ban all those accounts and shit.
Yeah.
So
isn't that why you're able to
she's making it seem like there's some grandiose thing going on here that she's uncovering. But I'm sure this stuff gets busted all the time, and they move around and stuff. Like, this isn't something that's new to the internet. Like,
asking them for photos. I mean, it's like sexual predation, right? So I tried to boost this. I did streams about it. I made a Twitch user voice petition. I DM'd.
Which is fine. This is called activism. Totally fine. But now, her activism is, if you don't become an activist for me too and spread the message that I'm spreading, then you're complicit in their criminality, right? So there was a time she was mad at Destiny, right? Zerka was trying to piece it up, and she came on a stream with Destiny from her house, and she says to Destiny, how come when I came to you with this thing about this stalker guy and I gave you all the evidence, you didn't do anything about it? And he goes, I don't do those kind of streams.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she was upset about this. She's upset that people don't amplify her message, right? And she gets mad that her friends, that her other streamers that she knows don't amplify this message. And there's a moment she was upset. They were upset with each other for another reason. But this is when things come out, right? And that's really what underlying that was bothering her, because she knows Destiny's a big streamer. I came to you with this. We were on good terms, and you didn't do a stream on this or spread awareness of this. Destiny's like, when do you see me do stuff on like pedos or something? Like, when do you see me do those that's not my kind of content. I do political content, and I do debates and arguments. When do you see me raise awareness of do those kind of things of that kind of stuff? You don't. He's like, that's just not what my content is, but she still acts like she's upset about it. But that's not what everybody's content is. Your activism isn't everyone's activism. And there's the same thing with vegans do this too. And they think everyone should be vegans, right? Yeah. And that's how the activism works. But you're like, yo, I don't care about your message. Like, look what this farm is doing. Okay. I'm sorry, that's not my activism. Like, I'm not going to retweet it. And can't get mad at me for not retweeting it, because I'm not in that,
A few people about it,
but she gets upset about that. She thinks everyone should have her back. She thinks that the Google Netflix documentary should be made about her thing about exposing this dude and him stalking her and all this. That's in the way that she says it. Like,
and then randomly, like, there was this hate article made about Destiny. Like, it was a fake article, clearly, right? But they used one of our pictures from the investigation. And it was a picture of a little girl with her face blurred out and people writing nasty things in her chat. And they said, this is DGG harassing a little girl. And so immediately I was like, well, me and Destiny aren't on good terms, but like, I'm going to go and let him know that this is there because I feel like it's important. Right. So I did.
I feel like it's important.
I'm going to show that I'm just looking out for you, Destiny.
Basically,
bestie.
What she's saying is,
so
hey,
you'll look out for me.
I want you to moderate your forums and your fans to this degree, right? Like, and he's like, I don't think I'm interested in moderating a debate forum that's a DGG forum. I don't think I'm interested in that kind of moderation. Like, that doesn't not part of something I care about, right?
I was like, hey, I know we're not on good terms, but like, I found this. Here's the proof. If you want it, there's a big child predator ring on Twitch. This, if you want any more information, let me know. And he was like, LMAO, you're fucking retarded. Get out of my DMs. And I was like, okay, well,
that's hilarious, right?
That was like really weird and kind of shitty, but okay.
All of this so far has just been people not being her friend. Is basically what's going on right here. Is people on the internet not treating her like a princess and not being her friend. Is basically
do you think
everything
that's
she said so far.
The first type of article Destiny has seen, like, being written about him, and she's like, hey, I need to tell you about this thing. Like, I'm sure he's seen a lot of it like that. That's not the first time.
Well, like, just about a month ago, Bloomberg released an expose revealing that it not only was it real, but their investigators had uncovered there were 279,000 kids.
Everybody,
now, mind you, nobody denied her that this was real or not. Nobody denied this. She just says that, like, and it validates what she said. Nobody said that was wrong or that wasn't happening. All they said was they didn't want to be part of your activism. If they were going to reveal that stuff, they would have done it on their own accord already. They don't want to be part of your activism. And I'll tell you why. She has no credibility.
Exactly. Guess whose name you're not going to see given credited to in this article, guys?
She did. At first, people believed her. Now they don't. Remember, at the beginning, she said this whole thing with this Matt guy's gone viral multiple times. Right. So there's been cycles of you getting people to believe you, but then those cycles get less and less. Why is that? Oh, yeah, because less and less people start believing you.
Exactly.
More and more people start seeing a pattern and saying, and your credibility keeps going further and further down the drain. People are less and less believing you. It's hard.
That were contacted by these predators in the course of 2 years. And 7 months is a long time. So what, 100,000 kids maybe? That could have been, you know, if anybody had paid attention to me, right? So this is kind
So if anybody had paid attention to me, what is it, like 100,000 kids that would have been saved? This is what Chud Logic accurately called the main character syndrome.
Yeah.
She thinks she's extremely important, and she thinks what she's doing is so important
that says it
nobody
herself.
should be allowed to criticize her or scrutinize any of her work. Just listen to her, and everybody will be saved. You know, if you don't understand what I'm telling you, and you don't get that I'm telling you what's going on, then what it is that you're too stupid to understand how she's saving all these children's lives right now. She's doing it every day. Everyone. You just don't understand it because you're too stupid to understand how that's happening. You know, because she could explain it to you 100 ways, and you're too stupid that you don't understand it.
She just wanted to save the world.
Yeah, and all she wants is to save the world. So that means you should excuse her of her bad behavior. You should excuse when she lies about people on the internet.
Yeah.
You should excuse when she smudges evidence or tries to portray it in ways that aren't true, or when she lies by omission and calls somebody a name without saying why that is, and leaving things out to make it seem like she's just 100% the victim and she did nothing at all.
It really just highlights a lack of self-awareness when she goes on to accuse other people of having like delusions of grandeur, but then she goes on to make those types of comments.
No, yeah, she says people are, you're only doing videos on me for clout and this and that. But meanwhile, it has nothing to do with clout. It has to do with you just not being a genuine person and people calling it out. Like, we wouldn't keep making videos out on her if it wasn't for the fact that she lied about why we made a video on her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and continues to do so. Like, if she didn't lie about that, then why would we care, you know? But it's just a snowball that's happened since we started watching that. What's going on with her that's continued to lie, and now the snowball's gotten so big and out of control, rolling down the hill, that she's lost her YouTube channel, she's lost her Twitter. She's basically just relegated to this small thing. Multiple friends that she had and multiple connections that she made with other streamers and content creators have been broken. She was friends with Brittany Venti and Chrissy Mayer and all these people, and now she's not. That whole group has disconnected from her, like everybody, and yet she still doesn't understand or ever perceive that she might be the problem in this. She thinks there's people conspiring and talking about her to discredit her, to the point that all these people are believing them now, and they don't want to be my friend because they believe the rumors about me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what she thinks. It's crazy.
Kind of where my mindset is at the time. Well, I started to do this investigation with a group of investigators about Robert Cremo and the Highland Park shooting. And we've been kind of just compiling data on mass shooters. Have a group of people who's just interested in it, right? We're interested in, like, were they on any
Literally, Google said they don't want this talked about on their platform, so I would watch out, even having her come on and talk about it. Cause...
the two things that she said she's doing to try and get people to stop talking about her is, one, she's playing copyright music on her Twitch. Because we don't know how to work a dial and just speed it up.
You can just speed it up or slow it down.
But then the other one is, she's really thinking about going over this whole like mass shooter docuseries that she did about this particular individual.
Oh yeah, now she's saying she's going to air it on her Twitch, thinking that Twitch won't ban her. And now Twitch isn't owned by Google, so now that's different. But they may also not want that on there too, and they may look at Google as a reference of that and be like, well, if Google doesn't want it, we don't want it, right? And so I think that's clipped. Not a good idea. I think she's, if she listened to the stream, I would tell her, don't do that, because I think that's dangerous. It couldn't possibly be that
these sites have TOS. It's a mass flagging.
Or at least give us some time for this shooting to have been in the back, have a year or two pass. Let the trial go. You know what I'm saying? Let everything rest before you do it. Because I think the reason they're doing that now is that it's so recent, and they don't want people to maybe be indoctrinated, or, just that's what they think. It's probably not true. And I think freedom of information, we probably should be able to do that stuff. I'm not saying I don't agree actually with YouTube taking down a channel for that. I think she should still have her channel. I don't think that's a violation of it. But what I do say is she did have the warning by Google to take down stuff from her cloud account or Google Drive account, and tell her, you know, we don't want this stuff basically, and then she still put it on her YouTube. Seems like maybe that's something Google doesn't want on their stuff, you know, and you're being warned and still doing it, you know.
Rise, was their family history like? They had mental illness, whatever. And we stumbled onto this one thinking it would be like any other, and it ended up just being bizarre. I mean, there was no conspiracy ever from the beginning. I've been talking about this on social media. It's not like I had this big reveal. Like I'd been like people who've been following me knew that I've been talking about it on stream and stuff. We've been even like looking at the puzzles and shit this guy left behind on stream. So it was just a very unique case, and I felt like it was a case where with enough digging, we might be able to uncover his motive, because he did appear to be one of the radical. I mean, it's radical.
You know,
see, she's hung up on. For me, this doesn't even matter. Yeah. She's hung up on people saying that her videos were Alex Jones level conspiracy theory type videos,
and she may not have intended them to read that way, but this is the criticism people have given her about that.
I can almost see how people can misconstrue it, but I don't think she is. But even still, in the YouTube strike that she got, it says inciting or promoting violence. I've made this mistake before. The word promoting almost sounds like you're advertising something or saying something in a good light, but promoting, and I've looked up the definition and been wrong on this. I had an argument with somebody with this, and this is one of the things I admit to be wrong on, because I looked it up and I was like, all right, you're right. But promoting also means just putting awareness on it, like just saying something, right? Like, so if people were saying some people are saying ivermectin can be good, you know, so that means you're not saying that, but just saying some people think ivermectin, that can still fall under the word promoting, right? Even though you're not saying it works or it's positive, you know, just spreading the awareness. So if they're saying, we're not saying you're promoting it as saying it's good, we're saying you're promoting it as we are scrubbing our servers of this, and you're putting it on there, then you're promoting it, you know what I'm saying? Because if the Google is wiping that evidence that she had in her drive and giving your email saying, hey, we don't want people, we're not allowing this kind of information on our servers, then guess what? You're promoting it, right? Because you're putting stuff up that they don't want on their servers at all, right? So it makes sense to me, like, you know. And I've gotten that strike before too, the inciting violence, and I'm like, how am I inciting violence? How am I what was it, criminal organizations promoting criminal organizations? I got that strike too. Listen, those videos had 9/11 stuff in them, and that makes me think, oh, maybe it's because I had some images of 9/11, but it had nothing to do with that. It's the only thing I could possibly think of, and they're trying to wipe certain images of 9/11 out.
I was permanently banned off TikTok, and I to this day do not know what I was doing that was seen as inciting violence or me posing as a minor. Because those are the only two reasons I looked up why I would be permanently banned off TikTok. I don't know why, but it happens sometimes. It just happens.
Yeah, sometimes you just get banned, and this is my problem with YouTube. I don't think that, I'm not against YouTube censoring or banning people. More than anything, what I'm against is YouTube being very ambiguous with their rules. If they were very straightforward with our rules, you're not allowed to say this word, that word, this word, don't talk about this, and don't show images of that. Right. And be very specific of those things, I would be so down with that and say, okay, I agree to follow your rules. Let's do it. The problem with YouTube is they're super ambiguous, so you don't even know the rules, right? And half the times I get a strike, I always appeal with, I don't really know where the issue is in the video. Can you please have somebody tell me? I will take it out and fix the video, or I'll delete the video and redo the whole thing and do it different. They never tell me, so it's I can't even redo the video because I don't know what part of it. You know, is the problem. So like if they were just straight up with us, it would never be an issue and we don't have to worry about it, right? But that's the problem, is that they don't care about that. They want to be ambiguous, and that's what the issue is with how they censor people, right? Because if they had rules, specific rules, it would be fair. That's what matters most, is that we have fairness. It's their platform, so they can control what we say. But at least be honest and forward with us, because that would be a good business, right? That just come forward with us what you want us to say and not say. And we can comply or not comply, right? Do business with you or not, and choose to, right?
You know, the other word, just say MS. It's just a TOS thing for YouTube. That's it.
Right,
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
And now
Yep,
she starts,
they'll eat your fucking
now,
channel.
imagine this. She lost her YouTube channel, got multiple strikes on it for talking about the Highland Park shooting, right?
And in the meantime, she's taking a lot of these creators to try and get them to have her on to share her side. This guy says, sure, come on.
Right, but on top of that, she's also been demonetized before getting any strikes. She got demonetized completely, and they told her you're fully demonetized. Why? Because of talking about this stuff, right? Now she goes on this guy's stream after losing her YouTube channel, and he's telling her, hey, it's a TOS thing, can you not say the full thing, just say MS? And she goes, no, it's not against TOS. You are in no authority to tell anyone what is or isn't against YouTube TOS if you yourself got your YouTube channel taken down for talking about the stuff we are talking about right now.
Exactly.
Right? Then you have no place to say what is or is not on TOS. On top of that, I am a person who I think culturally you should never argue with somebody on their platform what they want you, what you can or cannot say on their platform. I had this beef with Hypocrite when Sean was on there, and they were on Dylan Burns, and they were doing the hippy dippy thing. And he comes on and he says the N-word. Right? Dylan Burns goes, oh, no, don't say that. And he's like, whoa, what's wrong with me saying that? That's not it's with the A at the end. That's not against TOS. And Dylan Burns says, no, don't say that anymore. So what does he do? He says it again. Now, he can go off and complain later on, and he made a video complaining about it's not against TOS. He's wrong, blah, blah, blah. My argument would say it doesn't matter whether it's against TOS or not, because we all know TOS is ambiguous and shaky as shit, and they can twist it in any way they want to ban you. Now, it's the responsibility of each person to monitor their own platform. So if I don't want you to say certain words, whether it's on TOS or not, if I say, hey, you're not allowed to say the word bully on my stream. What? But it's not against TOS to not say bully. I don't care. You're not allowed to say bully on my stream. You're on my stream. You should respect that or not be on it.
Exactly.
Right? Because that's the rules of being on my stream. I wouldn't go to your living room and tell you how to act in your living room, right? And the words that you can say in your own living room, right? But sure enough, if you invited me over your house and I'm hanging out in your living room and you tell me I can't say a certain word, hey man, can you do me a favor? Don't say, this word here in my house. I got kids here. I'm going to respect that. And I'm not going to complain if you kick me out if I do keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to understand I violated something. I violated your home. I violated your stream, your platform, right?
Channel for it. I've seen them do it.
Well, I mean, I had content going back a year on my channel that had
stuff. Again, the whole point was she argued with him whether it's against TOS. It does not matter. That's irrelevant. If he just told you, hey, can you use this? Whether it's against TOS or not is irrelevant past that. Just use that.
Mind you,
he's interviewing you on his podcast. It's his stream. Be respectful to what he's asking you to do, please. It's just basic respect.
BX is constantly saying every boundary that she wouldn't like to be crossed or expectations she has for other people and stuff like that. This is the only thing.
And so far, this guy's been super respectful to her. Listened to her out. He's been unbiased right now. He's just been listening to her out, asking her questions, where it's going, where it's leading.
It's like that. And it's,
when they mass flagged you, those were the videos that got hit, right?
No, he's already assuming the mass flagging is true. We don't know that there was a mass flagging. There's no evidence. There's evidence of multiple strikes, but that doesn't mean there was a mass flagging.
But at the same time, they don't break any of the guidelines. So
YouTube guidelines aren't clear. So
that's the point. Exactly, he makes the point now. YouTube guidelines are not clear. So she's saying, but I haven't broken any TOS, but they're not clear enough for you or any of us really to be a judge of whether they find. That's why you have to be extra careful. Like he said, he doesn't say certain words, right? He uses initials instead because he's being extra careful because it's ambiguous. He wouldn't have to if they just told him, but
that's the whole problem is that all the guidelines on YouTube are totally convoluted. So you have no idea what's actually against them or not. So what you do is you just stay away from buzzwords, right? So you just don't say things. I don't even say the word. I call it the jab. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I say MS instead of the because it doesn't
I don't
matter.
really say. I mean,
right?
I guess I don't really say that word so much, but I mean, I think that this is something that needs,
She has a
and I
whole
won't do it on
series.
your
She
channel,
has
but
a
I
whole
think it's something that
series.
needs
You're in control
attention
of telling her what not to
desperately.
say or anything like
Yeah,
that.
she's still arguing
she's
it too,
arguing
and
it
saying
to
that
get
she
her
doesn't
way.
even say it that much.
Yeah.
While he's telling her, please don't say this, basically in a nice way.
Meanwhile,
That's what I
there's
mean.
multiple things that she says, I don't like you saying.
There's what I
to
mean,
me.
and they're not even in an argument right now.
Yeah.
He's listening to her tell a story. He's just asking her nicely to use certain terms.
Exactly.
Right? Because this is something
that he
that's
doesn't
not
get
being
demonetized.
discussed.
It's just a
or-
matter of showing respect when you're in somebody's
Yeah,
on somebody's
straight
stream.
up.
She would
Straight
expect
up
that if she
disrespectful.
had somebody on her stream.
Why even argue it?
Why? Yeah,
Just
exactly.
say, oh yeah,
Why
sure,
argue it?
and just do it. That's it. There's no reason to argue it.
It's always
It's
gun
strange
control.
to be combative.
And we're not ever discussing.
Well, I don't disagree that.
I know. I won't say the word again.
That's a
but-
fantastic topic, and
Right.
people should dive more into it because there's a lot of shit that's attached to it for sure that nobody's talking about. But
That's true,
this
too.
venue, that's why I
But if
built
they don't want
Comfy.
you
I
to
built
talk about
Comfy
it, then,
specifically
try
so
not to.
that you could talk about shit like that with complete impunity,
Right.
and not have
I
your
know
earnings
about
taken from you. So, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. I know about the like the jab and all that stuff too. I know people are careful about it.
Things are temporary too. See, like they're talking about this now, saying the jab,
it's
but
deflecting. If you
eventually,
hear what she's responding
that's
to,
gonna
though.
eventually that's gonna wear down, and they're not gonna care that you say that.
He's
anymore.
not saying it matters if you know about it to talk about it. He's saying I'm not using those specific words because of the possibility of being flagged.
Right.
She deflects it back to, but I know about the jab. Who fucking cares?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't matter.
But yeah, so I started to kind of get into this, and it became really just like a fascinating true crime type of thing that we unraveled. It was just an interesting
I
story.
watched some of it. I thought that some of it was really good.
Yes, I mean it wasn't, but I was very clear all the way from the beginning. Like the first slide was very specific about not promoting violence or glorifying these people that they've committed a heinous act. We're just trying to understand, what led to all of this in the person's life. That's it. Theoretically, it's
I don't even
not.
care
Is
about
honestly
the content thing. That doesn't matter. She's hung up on. People are saying I said conspiracy stuff, and that ruined my reputation, and that's why I was mass flagged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think none of that is true.
No.
I think that people spread their opinions. Who cares what their opinions are? I think she ruined her own reputation.
Yeah.
And I think that's why that happened. And I think the flaggings that happen on her YouTube channel are because of Google not wanting things talked about this kid on their stuff. They've said that so much on the news. She got an email about it through her Google Drive. Mm-hmm. To me, it seems like that's more likely, if that all adds up, more than saying some streamers were talking about you and saying stuff about your content. So now so then everybody decided to not watch your content and just spread rumors and lies about you. That seems like
More
it just
like,
doesn't
you're
seem
putting up
very
the whole
realistic.
Music video of this guy's, not just like a clip. You're putting up like the whole.
Yeah, but
thing.
whether she is or not, it's irrelevant. The thing is to think that matters over people spreading a rumor about you. It's unlikely that somebody, even we're talking about big streamers like Destiny and all this, she's talking about a smaller streamer like Tipster. Like if Tipster has the audience to spread so much awareness and lies about her content that people just don't go and watch it now. And now everyone's saying a certain thing about her content without watching it, right? Who cares? That is totally something that cannot happen. It's bullshit. That is totally not real. What it seems way more realistic is that no matter what you said about this dude in your videos, that Google does not want you to talk about it.
Yeah.
They already told you that. And yet you still continue to talk about it. You got demonetized. You got warnings. You know what I'm saying? And it kept going to the point where she got so many strikes that she got taken down. And then she says, I was mass flagged because she got one message from a fake account saying, we're going to flag you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What other proof do you have that you were flagged? All the messages from YouTube are telling you your appeals are rejected. You think your criminal organizations inciting violence, that kind of stuff. That's the strikes
that you're a
they're
private
giving you.
Investigator. None of that matters. Like,
I've seen people get false flagged too. If it's not true, the appeal works. And again, I've appealed and had it work. A lot of times I don't. The last time I got a strike, I appealed and they rejected it. You know what I did? I ate it and said, oh, well, I'm going to try to be careful till the strike's gone, you know?
Kind of concerning, right? It's kind of weird that they're so much more touchy about what I believe will actually solve the problem than they are about gun control, which in my opinion, and this is coming from somebody who's a gun control advocate for.
Right. Maybe that's funny, but that's up to them to decide, not you. You can't tell them what's more important to them and what's more important to their platform. It's their platform. It's not yours. So when they ban you for doing something and you go, oh, but you guys think it's more important to put this, they don't care about that. They're never going to care about that. They're going to be like, yes.
Sure. I mean, ever, and a professional level competitive shooter. So, I mean, obviously I'm in the gun industry, I'm in the firearm industry, but I have moved away from the gun control side of this because I just think that it's a distraction at this point. I really do.
Yeah. On top of that, also common thing is gun videos on YouTube often have to deal with problems with YouTube because YouTube tends to lean left and they got problem with gun type videos. It happens often. You see it all the time, especially down election season comes around, you start hearing gun channels get taken down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyways, we found all this interesting stuff. There was no conspiracy, too deep. Because
adult dating bots have invaded my chat.
I saw that.
That's all. I'm blaming you for all of this. Anyway, go ahead,
guys.
It just this so that we figure out why you got banned exactly.
They weren't, So I put
with all this so that we figure out why you got banned exactly.
Yeah. Well, so I put out these videos, which are basically just like true crime videos. They weren't, conspiratorial, I guess. So there was some criticism that I felt was valid about maybe the first episode.
This is a distinction. She might say they weren't conspiratorial, as in I wasn't spreading conspiracies, but she was certainly mentioning conspiracies in them. Whether she was saying they were true or not, she was still mentioning them and saying that there's connections to things. This guy was a fan of this rapper who also was into the occult and often rapped about accelerationism and this and that, right? So maybe we can give her the benefit of the doubt and be charitable and say she's not saying that that is a conspiracy, she's just pointing it out. In the end, you're still mentioning a conspiracy. So your video may not be conspiratorial as in you're saying there's definitely a conspiracy going on, but it is in the sense that you are talking and informing about conspiracies within the video, right? In that case, it is a conspiratorial, right? So there's a very big distinction to make in that, right? That she doesn't make.
There were too many questions. Maybe they didn't like the questions, even though I was just really setting it up to answer them later.
Like the questions, fine. But again, setting them up to answer them later is not their fault. That's your fault, right? Look, the last strike I made sense of eventually. It's stupid, but I made sense of it where they say I'm inciting violence. I'm not literally inciting violence, but what it is I'm showing something that they don't want shown within a context. It says the context. I think my videos have context. I think my videos are comedy, and it's obvious comedy. So I think there is context and nothing in there should be taken serious. But that's what they're saying. So if you made a video where you just ask questions, thinking you're going to put the answers in later, guess what? That first video is out of context. And you don't have the context in that video to say these questions will be answered later. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have a context that explains that clearly. So I'm understanding that now, and I'm thinking in front of my TYT mixed videos, I'm going to put a thing that says these videos are clearly for comedy. Nothing in this is a call to action or to be taken seriously in any way, Because literally it's not. It's all for fun and to laugh, And I call out their own hypocrisy, but nothing I say is a call to action. I'm not doing any calls to action in my video. It's just for fun.
Later on, I just wanted to build mystery so that people would want to keep watching, like a Netflix show. It's pretty hypocritical that Netflix puts out this cute, Netflix glamorize like a Netflix show. It's pretty hypocritical that Netflix puts out this huge fucking thing glamorizing Dahmer.
This guy actually argues this because it's not hypocritical, but he argues this and she doesn't understand the argument.
Right.
Let's see how she responds.
But, a person Netflix can get away with anything. These big networks, Vice and all of them can get away with anything. But a person like me cannot, right? And so,
well, yeah, you're beholden to other people's terms of service. That's the problem.
right. But I'm saying that, like,
It's not hypocrisy because Netflix is their own platform.
bigger,
like YouTube can say what they want on YouTube. They own the platform. They make the rules, right? So they're gonna, whatever they say is gonna be within the rules, and they can say what they want, right?
bigger entities than me on YouTube would be fine, right? Also, I would point out
bigger entities than me on YouTube. Are you sure? What she talks about now, like in other things, she's talked about how she's the only one talking about this topic. Now she's saying if other bigger YouTubers had made this topic, they would be fine. But guess what? Other bigger YouTubers aren't making this content.
Yeah,
that could be for a reason, right?
Know what else? Other bigger YouTubers and content creators than her have been removed off platforms.
Or maybe we don't see why they're not doing it. There's other true crime podcasts and they're not all talking about it. Why? Maybe because they understand that Google said they don't want to talk about it. And they're being safe and careful about it now. Or maybe they did and got a strike and stopped after that.
Yeah.
And took the lesson and said, all right, can't talk about this no more, you know? And we don't know because that video was deleted right away and they got a strike.
That the exact same content on my channel is like most of the footage I got from YouTube, right? I even in chapter 2, I picked apart.
Right. And the strike wasn't from the footage, right? The strike was saying that she's promoting criminal organizations, which means she's not promoting as in a way that she's advertising them in a positive light. It's in a way that she's spreading information about some sort of organization or criminal organization that they don't want spread. They don't want that information on their servers, at least for now. I think after a couple years and this shooting passes and goes, they won't care as much anymore, right? And then we'll see a bunch of documentaries about it and people talking
all of the other creators who had covered this. So actually spotlighted some of the other creators who had, had covered this in a very biased way on the right or the left. And so they all had the same stuff on their channel that I did. But
you know what?
After my first warning, which
we've never looked into it really or had an update about it, but we don't know if those other people talking about this
also
had their
strikes
had their stuff removed afterwards too.
On top of that, that's not true. There's parts where she's talking on her own, showing images from other places, but she's making her own points, not the points that are being made there, right? And she's showing rap videos and talking about the symbolism within the rap videos. So she is giving her own things. It isn't all stuff from other YouTube channels, right?
Which I thought was okay. I was towing the line there. I was pushing a little bit with that little teaser trailer.
All right, so she agreed the teaser trailer she put out, which again, that's without context, right? A teaser trailer makes sense because she released that without context.
When I got the warning, I took it really seriously. And I went and re-engineered my videos and removed anything that I thought might be kind of...
That you thought, but like he said before, YouTube is ambiguous. So what you think isn't always what it's going to be.
Controversial. And I said that I was going to put a censored version on Rumble and just have like a censored YouTube version. So, there shouldn't have him. I didn't even really show any footage of him. It was very... clean. Same time that I was behind these. By the way, there's several other licensed investigators working with me. Some of them are in chat right now. So there's like a team of people. It's not just me. I was just the one that was like doing the. Anyway, what's so annoying?
What happened?
Take forever. This is long.
I started getting messages in my Twitch chat the next day saying that, you're fucking crazy. You're a lunatic, conspiracy theorist, crazy bitch. We're going to report you.
Everybody gets, right? But again, we've seen no proof of this. We saw one YouTube comment that said from a fake, I think it was YouTube. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Twitter. But it was one from an account called It's Just So Tippy, when Tipster's account is Just So Tippy, not the I'm, right? Saying, oh, you're a conspiracy bitch or something. We're going to report you. That's it. That's the only proof she has that I've seen this mass flagging going on or any kind.
You can say what you want, but like these guys have been literally.
Now, could it have been a coincidence? I've seen her laugh about it and go, "Oh yeah, it's just a coincidence." I don't think it is a coincidence. I think that you could call it a coincidence. I think there's good evidence that there is or a good line of events, timeline of events that show that it could possibly be a coincidence, because she had gotten a warning. She already talked about that right there. Actually, she had gotten a warning. She had gotten on strikes. The Google Drive had things deleted from it. Like,
just they were brigading our Discord.
brigading.
They were getting our Twitters banned.
Yeah, that happens, but brigading's not that big of a deal. It happens all the time, and it's not always. It's not like people are calling for it. She accuses streamers and content creators of brigading her, but those streamers and content creators are literally telling their audience to leave them alone, don't harass them, and this and that. But she'll still do it because we all know that nobody has full control of their audience.
Yeah.
Right? So.
It was.
She also does the same thing to me, where when people from her shit from where she tweeted on Twitter when we were streaming, and they came in, and then she would say, "Those aren't part of my community," blah blah blah. But where did they come from? They came from you tweeting it out. They are part of your community.
I'm using your logic, BX.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I'm going to run.
And if
with
you're
it.
saying those people are brigading you, then literally I can say you're brigading me. Yeah. Not that I care, because you sent like 7-8 people after me. That's
what
nothing.
You're saying is
I don't
what's
care.
Happening,
but in the end, that's the hypocrisy of that, right?
It's like saying
like a mass flag. That looks like an attempt.
Okay, well, but yes, but it's really funny.
From what he's saying.
My channel wiped off the internet, right? And hey, kitty. So yeah. Anyways, moving on. Right,
but you hadn't had. Well, I can't move on just yet because I gotta flesh this out because this is an important part. So I'm trying to figure out how the escalation to this thing happened, how it continuously escalated.
Right. Well, I just told you though.
Yeah. Well, you did, but you had a warning on YouTube. But if you're in your Discord and you said, everybody go flag this video that this guy made, and then he sees that, like, let's say I'm him, I'm in his shoes, and I pick up my cell phone and I see in your Discord,
hey, stop it.
Hey, everybody go flag this guy's video. I would think that you were trying to get my channel in trouble.
Okay, well, I thought that he was trying to get my channel taken off, and he was.
Right, well, you see the excuse. Well, I thought
deflected away from it.
No, she didn't deflect. She answered, but her justification doesn't fit. It's hypocrisy. Well, I thought he was trying to get my channel in trouble, so that justifies you doing it. But you were wrong, right? It was assumption. But now she's gonna say, which he was. Where's your evidence of that? And that's where it all starts falling apart, right?
Trying to get my channel in trouble.
Okay, well, I thought that he was trying to get my channel taken off, and he was So he made a stream where he said, in the stream, right, was so bad. Like, I think people are underestimating it, because he said, I want to see her career eviscerated. I want to see her lose her career so that I can dance on her grave. And then he wrote my name on a whiteboard and placed an X next to it.
And that means,
yeah,
I mean, it was really dirty. Like, there was no.
Yeah, well, he's talking bad about you, but he's not telling people to go flag you or, brigade you even. He's just talking bad about you. Now, Tipster comes in and explains this later on. And on Tipster's own streams, he's shown the context of that video, and it's very different from the way she portrays it.
Like,
she's saying it's very bad, but she wasn't the only one on that list, and that list was about people who have, and he was parodying another streamer who did something like this. So he was making a joke and putting the people that he's been on had internet beef with and gone back and forth with, and crossing out the ones that he won. Like, I won that beef, I won that.
No doubt that he went way beyond a Discord.
And in fact, him crossing her out shows that he's done with it. He already won that beef,
she's
and therefore it's over.
This back to
she's taking it as that's a call to flag her or something, but the X is a call saying it's over. That's done with. Yeah, let's move on to the one that doesn't have the X on it. Right? That's how hit list and checklists work. You cross them off when you're done, not when You know
what? Because BX admits to using persuasive engineering and social manipulation. I might have said that wrong. Persuasive manipulation and social engineering is what she uses, and she says she thinks that that's a good thing to use, and that she uses that to her benefit, and that makes her a good person. I have that clip somewhere on my computer too, where she said that. The thing is that she uses that to try and catch people into something, and also convince them to believe the stuff that she's saying. So you're never just thinking for yourself. Anyone that she's trying to like talk to this stuff about, she's trying to convince you to not like go against her, basically, with the persuasive manipulation, social engineering.
Yeah, and we've seen this happen where she tries to, like we said with that Psychic Melons girl, which we'll probably go over another time, is that she manipulates people and does it all the time. As long as it's for her benefit, it's justified, right? But then she projects that and says everyone else is being manipulated, but she's the one doing the manipulations. And she admits to it multiple times, and has been part of her story where she says, oh, I hid under this account and I found out that these people, and I talked to this, I befriended this person and I found this out, under a false account. But you're the one doing sneaky shit.
We're asking
right. I mean, that sounds like a day in the life of Andrew Wilson. Like, my haters do this shit to me all the time, constantly, but I don't.
Right, but were you also getting your? Are you also getting your videos removed?
Juicier is what
well, I mean, I've had videos flagged many times, yes, but I don't generally reciprocate because that.
Well,
escalates.
I don't know. I'm not a YouTuber, okay. Like you can say what you want, but like these guys have been literally just they were brigading our Discord. They were getting our Twitters banned. Like it was like, it's like saying if you're in the playground, right, and the kid's pushing you.
I like how she just completely threw that away by just saying, well, I'm not a YouTuber. Well, that totally was your entire argument just went to shit then, right? Yeah. Like you just threw away that whole argument you just had over one thing he said, and now you're like, well, I'm not a YouTuber. Okay.
Pushing you, and you keep telling the teacher or doing whatever, telling them to stop, and then eventually you're like,
this is something that she never learned this in two like experiences in class. She never learned this in kindergarten, where when you're constantly tattling on the teacher's going to tell you, you know what, not everything, you don't need to report on everything, okay? Like you just don't, it's a waste of time. Focus on the big issues, right? And the other thing is, she's just never experienced, like, it seems like she's never experienced bullying in high school or anything like that. These are just things that we learn in grade school and high school, where if you just let it go, the bully, whoever you want to random up, they're gonna find somebody else to be their thing and focus on that. She ends up becoming the bully because she thinks that she's being bullied.
No, she's just a bully. Nobody bullies her. She's just a bully. She starts beefs. She's the cry bully. She starts beefs and then plays victim when it gets started. And that's it. She goes on people's streams, then she pretends that she's the one who was victimized on that stream. Then when the audience comes to her, she plays the victim. She does this over and over again. She just plays the victim.
Like, fuck, I'm in danger now, so I'm going to push them back. And then everybody's like, oh yeah, you're the bad guy. You should have pushed it back. You should have just taken it. Like, fuck that.
Well,
shit.
I'm not.
It's not don't take it. It's that you started it. They keep coming. If it keeps escalating back and forth, then you're asking for it to continue to escalate.
Exactly.
This is somebody who didn't grow up in the streets, because this is gang warfare.
Yeah.
The issue with gang warfare and why there's so much murder and crossfire and death in the streets is because once one gang member fucks with another gang member, it just continues to escalate. Then they start killing each other's families and their pets and their cousins, and going into their workplace and shooting employees. And it just keeps escalating and escalating. That's the point. It never stops. So but the point is, she doesn't want it to stop, because truce is, there's many times we've seen where people try to call a truce with her and say, hey, let's just end it here and just not mention each other anymore, and she never wants it.
I'm not trying to beat up on you. We're not going to be
am
trying to get to
a comedy
every single fact.
Funny. It's really funny to say that you say it's.
Look, she's getting mad now because he's asking questions and giving her a bit of pushback. So believe every single thing she says. If it doesn't make sense, you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to say, well, some of this doesn't make sense, or you're not allowed to say, hey, that's just normally how the internet is. You just kind of have to deal with it. That's the internet, but you can't say any of that, or she's going to start getting emotional. She's going to start attacking you and go, yeah, well, and meanwhile, this guy's not her enemy. This guy's been nice to her the whole time. He's just unbiasedly doing an interview here.
Comedy bit
giving
now.
her the benefit of the doubt most of this time. And now he's just starting to be like, all right, now that you've told me the whole story, I'm seeing a couple of holes I want to question you about, and she's getting upset.
Like, that's what their community does. He's like, oh, it's an inside joke. I'm like, there's no inside joke when you say you want to eviscerate someone's career and dance on their grave.
Yeah, so what?
Like, and then go on to lie about their content. And then I repeatedly asked him to,
Right, but that's
before
all
anything
opinion,
happened with the
either
Discord,
way.
I repeatedly asked him to back up his allegations.
This is what I say. Like, who are these people of any reverence to say that what they say is so listened to?
Yeah.
That do people go to Tipster or Augie or Nick, or do people go to them for super accurate on the nose news, or do they go for them for like drama entertainment stuff, right? The commentary entertainment. Do they go for them to go, oh shit, you know, I go to these people to find out everything for sure, accurate 100% about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not a news, they're not reputable news or anything. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a bunch of dudes making fun of you on the internet. Like,
but this is where it comes down to
cool with it,
projection,
you know, like,
again, because she makes these things into such a big deal. If she were the one
That's
in
what makes it
Tipster's
more of a
position
lookout,
with
yeah.
a whiteboard crossing out Tipster's name or something, that would be the call to action, to report, to do whatever by any means necessary, go after those people that she puts on her whiteboard. That's why she's looking at it that type of way.
Or correct the record. And he repeatedly refused to do so. He would just say, I have receipts, but he never showed them. So he knew
I don't believe that he never showed
he was lying. He knew he was attempting to portray, just because
I mean,
videos of him going, it's like Xander Hall.
this is the part I'm still,
I
I know I'm
whatever.
still hung up on it, but if you send
Okay.
out a message and you're like, go report this guy's video, and he sees the message, that looks like a mass flag. That looks like an attempt.
Okay, well, but yes, but do you think that getting in front of 800 people and like saying some
people.
like a blatant lie?
Mind you, the number she chose to say was 800 people. That's nothing. Hardly anything. That's hardly anything. That's not
About
that's not a lot of people at all.
you know, your video, and then blocking people who were trying to prove him wrong so that we couldn't be heard. And he was just on Twitter just making these lies.
But she blocks people too, and she talks about people when they're blocked too. She does the same things. It doesn't make any difference.
She has someone in her, I'm not even going to say the name, okay? But she's got someone in her community that has bragged about doxing people that she goes after. And she still has that person in her community. So what the hell is that about, BX?
Up, making up all of these lies, like snowball of lies, blocking anybody who tried to say otherwise. I mean, it was like, it was like one thing that I said on Twitter, and he just like dropped the fucking hammer.
It's never just one thing.
No, I don't think who cares about that?
So it's not like I'm like, you know,
even if it's one thing, 50 things, 100 things, it makes no difference.
Right?
He blocks
With
you.
just
He's
saying,
allowed to block you whenever he wants to block you. He's allowed to talk about you. You put yourself out in public. He's allowed to talk about you.
He was like some crazy person who.
All of those arguments are useless.
Posted the other day on your Instagram.
I said being right, and
now, mind you, this is where the square that won't circle is that he keeps questioning is, I don't understand how you're not calling for him to be mass flagged when you literally admitted to mass flagging him, and every excuse you're giving him for doing that isn't that he did it to you first, right? It's that there was a fake account that said that you did it, and then you said to flag him because he talked shit about you, not because of the mass flag, but because he talked shit about you on a stream.
And now the real tipster has to apologize and account for the things the fake tipster said. How does that?
I'm not.
What?
She said this at one point, that she wanted him to apologize for the fake account.
Telling people to mass report people I don't like, right? I'm not asking.
Yeah, you are.
Them to try to get
tipster. Right?
All of his shit off. I'm not deplatforming anybody, right?
Yeah, but
if you asked somebody to flag somebody's video, you are deplatforming.
Press report a video,
and I asked him, like, and this was when I had been tweeting at him, and I was like, "Hey, stop what you're doing! You have to stop this." And I had tried to DM him, but he had me blocked. I was trying to get in touch with him to say, "Hey, you have to remove this video or like retract your statement because it's going to get my channel wiped off the internet."
To flesh this out because this is an important part. So I'm trying to figure out how. Yeah. Well, you did. If this is him, he's in my.
He's also like clearly on that fucking time when he comes in. Just mass reporting our tweets because it wasn't something that would be bannable on Twitter. It was like not even related to them.
This is
so that we were getting
I don't like when people say this. I was getting mass reported because nothing that I did was against TOS. Then when you appeal, you should get it back. Exactly. That's not true. What you did was against TOS. just because you are not a good judge of that. They're
Yeah.
always ambiguous. You are not a good judge of that. Just because you can't believe that anything you said broke TOS doesn't mean that Twitter believes that something you said
Like,
didn't break
if someone
TOS,
gets
right?
reported and
those
nothing
don't mean the
comes of
same
that,
thing.
doesn't that mean
Yeah.
they don't get a notification that somebody attempted to report them?
I don't think
So,
so. I mean, it
I
might
don't
say it,
even-
but it's not proof. I mean, if it says, none of the ones that say, like most of the stuff that she shows, none of it actually says you were flagged or something like that.
Yeah.
Mass flagged on Twitter. We were getting mass flagged on YouTube. Our videos were getting pulled down. I mean, it had already escalated to this extreme extent. So the fact that everybody harps on that.
Also, somebody already took credit for her Twitter being taken down and mass flagged, as in because she was doxing them, and
Yeah.
they show proof that, hey, she was doxing me. I reported it for doxing. This is Twitter saying, hey, we thank you for reporting the doxing. We have
Private
taken care of
information.
it. And then she was,
Yeah.
her Twitter was down. So to me, it looks like that's the truth. If there's any evidence contrary to that, I would be down to look at it. But right now, it looks like the truth is that's why her Twitter is taken down. Meanwhile, she's still here blaming Tipster for it.
Yeah.
That is kind of silly to me because that was like basically a last ditch effort in my case.
Hello
So yeah,
there.
I did apologize for anything I said being misinterpreted, and I clarified, but I never got any of that from Tipster ever.
What do you
Okay.
want me to apologize for?
I would like you to defend what you said about my content.
I
want
do
to
believe your
defend
content
it.
is conspiracy theory level stuff.
How
You
so?
said that like shooters
No.
were sending like
A lot of this argument now is going to be
It's a
bullshit.
total
Why?
like,
Because
different
this is
argument now.
all opinion.
Yeah.
Tipster is allowed. They're not friends, even if they were, but she can ask him as a favor, as a friend, not to give that opinion. But that's his opinion.
opinion,
He's
yeah.
allowed his opinion. Him having that opinion is not worthy of you flagging him and calling for a mass flag of his video where he's sharing his opinion about your content.
Exactly.
Whether it's true or not, it's still an opinion. You're not allowed to do that.
coded messages about the downfall of society.
That's not
And
what I said. You're just
That-
you're
that
so
is
Oh, hang on,
what you
hang on.
said.
BX,
I don't-
BX, hang on,
See,
both of
this
you
is a
guys.
bad
There is
By the way,
literally a
Tipster-
book that he sold on Amazon,
BX,
dude.
calm down for a second. Hang on, we're gonna go through this. It's gonna be fair though. I want the whole thing. I promise you.
no problem with BX Bullet. I've helped her in the past by signal boosting the Matt Brockett story that she had. There's been times when people were trolling her on
No.
Twitter, and
Now Tipster in this still believes this story. Whether he wants to believe it or not is irrelevant. But remember, BX Bullet is not a credible source. He believes this story through BX Bullet, who he now knows is not a credible source.
Yeah.
Whether he wants to continue to believe what happened between her and Matt, though from her side, is up to him. But in the end, remember that you're listening to somebody tell a story that is not a credible person, right? BX Bullet is not credible.
I'm in DMs with her trying to calm her down, like, hey, just ignore it. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors by reacting this way. We weren't friends, but like I was on good terms with her, and I would try to like help her out with stuff when I saw fit to do so, right? All of a sudden, like, I'm minding my own business on Twitter. I'm not doing
you missed a
anything.
step.
And no. Let me finish.
Yeah,
I'm
hang on. Just
minding my
give
own
him a
business
minute.
on Twitter,
She's getting
and
upset
like I get a
already.
reply from one of my followers. Yo,
Remember, she doesn't like having the other side heard.
Yeah.
This is what she's done over and over again.
'Cause-
This is how we got involved with her, because we wanted to hear the other side. She doesn't like the other side heard. Now Tipster's here. She's getting upset because now the other side is being heard. And now she has a moderator who's being unbiased and hearing both sides. We heard your side, BX. Now let's hear Tipster's side. She doesn't want that. She keeps wanting to interject.
Did you say
See,
BX
she
Bullet
will
said
keep interjecting.
BX is not in control. The moderator is in control.
that you
That's
sexually
what she's
harassed
mad
her.
about.
And I'm like, what the fuck? So I go over to her account, and she's like quote tweeting screenshots, or she's tweeting screenshots of a fake Tipster account on Twitter. There's tons of fake Tipster accounts out there, and she's blaming me for the thing the fake Tipster said. So then I let her know, like, lol, you fell for a fake Tipster account. And like, she still insists to this day, like, those accounts are me.
No,
Like,
I didn't.
I don't know what
I never insisted that. You made that up.
No, you keep insisting that I run the accounts. Like you literally posted the other day on your Instagram, fake account in quotes, insinuating that I still run the accounts. Like I don't run those accounts.
So what?
See, now
it's nothing, right? But if it was the other way around,
backtrack fashion.
Yep.
She's got to backtrack.
And if it was the other way around, she would be saying he wrote it in quotations as if it was, But obviously, why did you put in quotations if you weren't saying it wasn't?
Marks now is the
all
same
this
thing
drama
as me saying that you run
because
it.
you can't admit you got this wrong.
That's not true.
Like
You're
I
just
don't
a
want to
liar.
argue with you.
Okay.
I don't want to fight with you. When your Twitter got banned, I reached out to my Twitter contact to try and help you get your Twitter banned, unbanned. Like,
You're
dude,
such a
like
snake,
what is?
dude.
You're such a snake. He literally just said, I tried to get you your Twitter back. I tried to do that. And all of this has been from her getting fooled by a fake account. So what is the problem here now? You know what I'm saying? Like, so far, there's a huge confusion as to what the problem is.
Right.
He's saying, you thought you blamed me for the fake account. She's saying, no, I never blamed you for the fake account. Okay, so then what's the problem here?
Yeah.
I tried to help you get your Twitter back. We saw from the Saggy Melons DMs that he deleted his entire Twitter for her as part of it to say, look, as part of a truce, I'm going to delete my Twitter. I'm not going to talk about you anymore. We'll move on. And he deleted his whole Twitter. So it's like there's been tons of give from Tipster's side.
Yeah.
But no give from BxBullett's side at all.
But then, you know what? Now it's not just that she wants Tipster to delete all the things that he's saved or whatever. Now Tipster has to go to his community and tell his community, anything you have in BX, press delete now. That's the next thing that she's going to end up wanting as another stipulation on these things to apologize.
Yeah, because there's never enough.
Like,
it never finishes. She's going to ask for more and more.
Well, hang on. Well, hang on, guys. Hang on. So BX. Is there any truth to that?
No.
Okay, so what's
you
actually?
said that I creep in Discord with 15-year-old boys.
No, I didn't. I said that your
you said that I'm in favor of mass shootings.
You do.
You accuse me of trying to deploy.
Oh, she just said it now. You do support pedophiles, she said. See, there you go. So now if you can sit here and say that, and that's your opinion of him, and you can say that, what is the problem with him stating his opinions on you?
Exactly.
What is the problem with that? This is the double standard. She says these things, she does these things, but then says that other people can't do it to her and plays like she's the victim when it comes to her, when she's the one who goes out and does them too.
Platform you for over a year when that's literally not true.
I didn't
you said
say
I'm the
you.
reason why your Twitter and your YouTube got banned.
She said you are, and now she said I didn't say you.
So which one is it?
You're not. This isn't right. Here's your problem. Okay, and I don't know. There's one of two things going on with you. Either you read what you want to read, right? And you just read what you want to read and not what's actually there. Or you know what's there and you spin it in a certain way to make yourself look like the victim. I want to believe it's the former because a lot of people have that kind of cognitive bias, right? So my tweet said, and I have it right here, it said this circle, right? This group of people, right? Because it wasn't just you. You missed a big step. You said we were on good terms, but you forgot about a couple of months ago when a fake Diorio account.
All right. Now, again, irrelevant. Whether they were in a good account or not makes no difference here, right? To this point, right?
Right.
So he said we were on good terms. Maybe they weren't. Was them being on good terms or bad term make a difference of why you should have flagged him for him talking shit about you? You know, like, does that equal
that? I didn't fall for. I asked Augie if it was a real account or not. What did he do? Boom! Screenshotted the DMs and made it into a. I knew it was a fake account.
You didn't give a fuck.
Let
me read the DMs to you. Let me read the DMs
I don't
to
need to. I'm talking. It's
Let
my
me read
turn.
the DMs.
Well, hang on. Let her finish real quick.
Said. So you
well,
don't
what
need
do
to
they
read them to
say?
me. I mean, he did reach out and say it's a fake account, and I was like, okay, yeah, I get it, right? There are these fake accounts that exist. Okay,
that's not what you said. You said I seriously could not give less fucks, and I'm like, okay. So then you're like, I just want to be.
And then she said, right. You see how she has to admit these things.
Left alone, dude. I have nothing to do with drama or the political community anymore. I'm on some different shit now.
It's because you guys keep poking at me. So this is like we're starting to boil down to what the real problem is. The real problem isn't that she thinks they flagged them. The real problem is that she's just connecting all these things together. She doesn't like these people talking shit about her. It hurts her feelings, but also at the same time, she lost her YouTube channel. She's putting it all together to go against the people who are just talking shit about her. She's putting the blame of everything that's happened on these few people because they spread her opinion about her that she doesn't like, you know? And basically,
when thriving, that's why I blocked everyone. So then I responded to you again with, that's fine, you do you. I'm just letting you know that you keep saying that these are our alt accounts, and they aren't. Trolls have been making fake accounts of us and fucking with people for months.
Right? This is what he's talking about, right? When you said fake accounts in parentheses, you're insinuating that it's fake, right? So now he says there's trolls making fake accounts at me, and she goes, trolls. And again, insinuating that
this is like when lying. She says bots. This is like when she says people are being.
It's insinuating that he's lying. Now, do you have evidence of that he's lying, or are you just going by your own assumptions?
And you got trolled by a fake.
You're a liar.
Nick Diorio account.
You're a liar. I didn't get tried. Okay, you're a liar because all of those accounts. We have done extensive digging into those accounts. They all follow you. You all follow.
Well, I mean, if they were trolling Tipster, then they would follow Tipster, right?
Yeah.
So they could troll him.
Now I know that's bullshit because I literally I literally have all the fake Tipster accounts blocked.
Maybe you do.
They always get look. I have all the fake Tipster accounts blocked.
She said maybe you do. Now again, connecting a guilt by association, right? This is all becoming stuff that we're seeing that she had him flagged for not liking that he's talking shit and guilt by association kind of shit.
Because they get me into shit like this. Like I can't stand these fucking accounts. You just said you did extensive research to prove that these accounts follow me.
You're not letting me fucking finish.
Them all blocked.
Okay, what? He's gonna let it all to me.
He's letting you finish. But I think it's fair that he can finish a point too. Go ahead, BX.
Well, I haven't finished a point.
You're good. You can finish it now.
The floor.
Okay, so that time that Diorio did that, right? I had seen you guys on Zerka Royale with 2 fake Tipster accounts that belong to Colton, who I know is a guy who goes behind the scenes and does shit to fuck with people.
He's a troll.
Okay, and another kid named Aiden or something who was the other Tipster account involved. Both those are your boys, right?
Aiden wasn't one of those accounts now.
Well, that's what the comment said, so I don't know.
Well, no, Aiden doesn't run any.
Why don't you tell us?
No, so then you're making an assumption. Again, you're bringing in things. This is what I talk about, where she brings in things as evidence that aren't really evidence. Like how easy it was to change that evidence. She's using it as something like, this is definitely the reason why this, and that. And then he goes, no, that wasn't part of that. Oh, well, I just saw that in the comments, I thought.
Yeah.
Aiden doesn't run any fake Tipster.
Okay, why don't you tell us who the fake accounts were?
I don't know who the fake accounts are, so I can't say.
Diorio
All I know is that on the Zerka Royale, that shit that happened on the Zerka Royale, like trolls thought it was so funny. That's where the fake Tipster accounts on Twitter came. So funny.
Fake accounts there are, and there's all these fake accounts again. Oh my god.
That means I'm a good thing, I'm pretty smart then. If I'm bad at being an idiot,
good thing. But let me ask.
You said we watched your stream earlier.
Okay,
that is what you said in your manifesto stream. That because Augie laughed at the fake Tipster joining the Zerka Royale, that means
she did 2 huge, like 7-hour each manifesto streams talking about how this whole story and how she got banned, right? And then people started responding to them and going over them and saying, nope, this isn't true, here's the proof for that. And then she took them both down. And now they're both down, right?
He was in on it.
You're confusing because you're an idiot. You're confusing correlation and causation, and you're confusing an observation as proof.
Well,
how about you leave the fucking actual terminology to somebody who does this for a fucking living?
Well, let me
finish my fucking point.
Okay, finish it. Go ahead.
He does this shit where he's like, that means that you believe this. Don't tell me what I fucking believe. If I say I observed them kind of behaving like jokingly, like, haha, it's a big tip. We know who it is, right? I know who it is because they said who they were in the comments and they were part of your guys' clique. Right, so I already know that you guys have a basis for making fake accounts to troll people. You did it to Zerka. Don't lie about it.
I don't own any of the fake accounts.
Well, let me ask you.
To be honest, she has a
She's the
basis
one
of making
that's
fake
made
accounts
a
and
lot
talking
of
to
fake
people.
accounts like that.
She's shown that she's done that and used those as evidence when she's making accusations.
She's
about
even
people.
admit to tricking people.
Correct.
Say you
Fault that you fall for this shit.
owned it. I said your group. I never pointed
My
you
group.
out.
Who's my group?
My group, but that's kind of the same thing, though.
Diorio, Augie, you.
So you're saying
Right, so you're lumping them all together as having equal actions in something that you're saying, why would you lump Tipster in that group if you're not saying he's part of that, right?
they run the fake accounts?
Oh my God, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, I don't understand. What are you saying? You said that
I'm
my
saying
group
that
has,
there
like,
are
grounds
orbiters
for
in
making
your
the fake-
community, trolls in your community who you know and interact with who own those accounts. These aren't random people that hate you, like
How do you know
said.
I interact with people who own those accounts?
Didn't he say earlier he has them all blocked?
What proof do you have that I? Do you even know who owns the accounts?
Yes,
You'd have to know who
you're
owns
so
the accounts
stupid.
in order to say that I'm
You're so
somehow
fucking-
connected.
Well, she said they told her in a comment, but is that true?
Dumb.
I don't know.
I'm referring specifically to the incident on the Zerka Royale. Okay.
Okay.
Colton told me in a DM that he was behind that account and that he was behind
Yes.
another fake
He
account
was.
later on.
He showed his face later on in the video that you
Right.
reacted to. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's saying that Colton, whoever, said on the Zerka Royale
Right,
that
and
he
what does
was
that have to
behind
do?
a fake account on that issue.
Right, and
Zerka
she's
Royale
conflating
is
that
from
with
a
this
year,
issue now.
however long
because
ago,
this
okay?
one guy that you're a friend
Yes.
with had a fake account in someone else's server. That means that these fake accounts that mess with me are coming from you.
That
Is
guy
what
may
she's
have
saying.
done it that time.
Yeah.
He didn't do it
That's
this
exactly
time.
what she's doing.
He didn't do it this time.
It's
She's
Colton.
not letting it go.
So
Does that mean that Colton runs all of them?
I don't feel
I'm sorry,
like
you're just
I'm
really
being-
bad at making a point.
No,
You're
I'm
really bad at
not.
making
You're
a
really
point.
bad at being a fucking idiot. Like,
Well, I mean, if you're gonna,
I'm
be
bad at making an idiot. That means I'm a good thing. You know, I'm pretty smart
Yeah.
then. If
That
I'm
would
bad
be-
at being
that
an
would be a
idiot,
good thing.
Oh my
You're
God,
bad.
You're so
Well, you're
dumb.
bad
You
at
fucked
being
it
an
up.
idiot.
Oh my
She
God,
said.
you're dumb. You're dumb.
That's such a bad insult. You totally fucked that up.
Oh my God.
You're bad at being an idiot. Well, thank
Yo,
you.
you
I am
fucked
bad
that
at being an
up. Oh my
idiot.
God.
I'll take that.
But let me ask you a question
okay,
directly.
I'm just saying that I have seen cases. I'm not saying, so like, you do this thing where I
I've seen
say,
cases, but that doesn't mean anything.
I have a basis for one of those accounts being a part of your community. And you say, so you
for the
think
record, Colton-
Diorio's behind all the accounts. Like, where did you even get that?
What is the basis, though? What is that basis? The basis is that someone in
You're
your community
saying it.
has
He's
made a fake
asking you.
account in the past.
Listen to how she gaslights
That's
the
the basis?
question.
That's
She's
stupid.
gaslighting his question. Like, oh my God.
From that's not even
He's
close to what I said. This is the whole problem.
so I'm
with
trying
you,
to understand
is
what
that
you're
you
saying,
spin
but the
these
problem is
narratives
you're
that are
not very
completely
good at
false.
explaining yourself.
No, I am. You're just an idiot.
So who runs the
I
account?
thought he was bad at being an idiot.
I thought he was
Now
bad
he's
at
an
being
idiot.
an idiot.
Okay, are you gonna let me like actually
You
talk?
see how angry she's getting
Yeah.
angry. This isn't that much to get
It's
angry.
not.
Yes,
I still haven't-
he,
okay.
he
I'm
will.
waiting.
Yeah, he will.
All right.
Yeah, they've been waiting. Just because he says something doesn't mean you have to stop talking.
Are you sure?
Completely and throw a fit.
Yes.
Oh, no,
Okay.
she's
Go
being a
ahead.
Smart ass about it.
All I was saying is that right then and there, I knew that there were commentary community members behind the account. I'm not saying that, it's you or Dior. I'm not pointing a finger and saying this is the owner, except for those cases, right? Where I do know. But I'm saying that I already had in my mind that these
I'm not
accounts
saying
were kind of,
except I'm saying-
maybe you don't know who's behind it, but you know that it's like friendly and you keep them around because they provide you drama. Otherwise,
Are they really
no,
friendly?
hold
though?
on.
Are they really friendly though? Because they've got me in so
Okay.
much shit.
Be
Hang on,
quiet.
let her finish real quick, sister.
You love this shit. You fucking love. This is your.
But now again,
Oh my God,
this
she
is
can't explain
opinion
again.
and assumption. She doesn't have proof of
Yeah.
this. We're going back to her making accusations on assumptions and saying, no, you do this on purpose. You love this happening. Now, whether that's true or not also is irrelevant, because just because he loves it happening doesn't mean that he has any affiliation with it. Just because it's happening doesn't mean that he's the one orchestrating or promoting or doing anything with it. He might just write it and go, well, these people are going to troll me, I'm going to write it. I seem to get views, I might as well write it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that still would leave
Seems to be
him
the
in a
topic
moral
of the
position to do so, right?
content tipster. Don't fucking play victim, you little bitch.
Well,
Who's playing
you gotta let him
victim?
respawn now.
Yeah,
There
he
can
didn't
only
even
be
play
one
victim. When
victim
did he play
tipster, and
victim?
it's going to be BxBullet. Okay, I'm sorry. She chose it. She picked it first.
Who's
gotta
playing
let him
victim?
respond now.
I just made a point. Like you said that these accounts are friendly to me. I've had to
Oh, this is
explain
so
myself
awful for
because
me.
so
You're
many
on Twitter
people,
whining.
so many
On
people.
But what does that
But
have to
she's
do
whining.
with whether he's encouraging or a part of it or not, right? That
And
doesn't
listen to
have
how
anything
she
do with
loves
that.
to do this a lot. It must be because this is just the way she is. As soon as a man says this is affecting me, she mocks that. But she's been up here saying this is affecting me,
Oh,
and
'cause I'm a
here's how it's
woman.
affecting me. But when a man says it, it's not taken
Yeah,
to
then it's
in
not
the
a big
same way.
deal.
Like
It's always worse for me than it is for anyone else.
People
Twitter
fall
crying.
for these
This
fake
is
accounts.
awful for me. I'm so stressed out.
well,
Yes,
then
Also,
nobody
whether
should be
it's awful
taking
for
it
him.
in the same way, in the same severe way.
Well, yeah,
as
she's
she
doing the
makes it
same
out to
thing,
be.
but whether it's awful for him or not is completely irrelevant to this entire thing.
Yeah.
The whole point is whether he had anything to do with it or not.
Right.
And you claiming he does have a connection to it when maybe he doesn't. And whether it's awful for him that trolls impersonate him and get him into dramas because they give him views and money maybe, doesn't make it wrong if he's still not associated or doing it or encouraging it, or you know what I'm saying? Just because those guys are dumb enough to think they're hurting him when they're not isn't his fault. You know what I'm saying?
It's
So you want me to
bullying
give
Oh
you
my
the
God,
time
they're
to
tiny
respond without
community.
Yeah, you
interrupting
gotta
people
let.
and not interrupting me.
You gotta let him be able to respond.
I've had
to
so
it.
many problems with these accounts where people will come to me
Oh,
pissed
poor
at
you.
something one of these accounts say, and I have to explain to them, just like I tried to explain to you.
He's now notice
So why should
he's
anybody
not
care?
stating it as a point of sympathy, like feel bad for me that I had to do this. He's just stating it as a point of fact, like, hey, yeah, so this has happened before, and I've had other people come after me and I'd have to apologize, like, hey, I'm sorry, I have fake accounts. He's not saying feel bad for me, I have to deal with, you know what I'm saying? But that's the way she's
That's the
trying
way
to portray it, right?
Because that's
But
what she wants.
watching this, you can listen to Tipster's tone, and he's giving you the answer in a matter-of-factly way.
Right.
He doesn't sound solemn about
He's not
it or
crying
morose
about
in
it the
any
way she
way.
does the
You know what I'm saying?
crocodile
Like,
tears.
it doesn't sound like he's complaining. He's giving an explanation.
That these are not my accounts. Okay,
Bless
so
your
how
heart.
can you say that these accounts are friendly to me? Okay, they've caused me so much trouble. All right.
Right, I know. It's so much trouble for you to get all this milk and content.
Whether milk and content are the result of being in trouble doesn't make trouble any different, right? It's still trouble, even if you're getting good results out of it, beneficial results out of it. You're still something you're not asking for, and it's not something you're encouraging or participating in.
And make
Do you
all
want
this
to know how
money
many
off of
times
me.
I've made content off
I
of
saw
people
how
who
many
fell for a
super
fake-
chats you made
No,
during your
listen.
stream.
Right, and all of that is a result of you going after him after your YouTube channel got taken down, and you reading, whether you fell for it or not, it's still a part of it. Is you read a fake tipster account, your YouTube channel got taken down, and then this all became a fight you started having with tipster. So he did a stream and made money off of you going after him, not the other way around, right?
about me. Shut the fuck up.
How many?
So the only complaint she would have is if he was doing it on purpose. I came after you to make money off of you. But the truth is she went after him, and that's when he started making money off of her this time. At least in this instance.
This is that bulldog coming out of her, and then she's gonna cry
Yeah,
like
she's
the
getting angry.
princess she grew up as. In the next moment,
She's getting
Like,
angry
just
and she's
watch it.
losing her argument, and she knows more and more she's not.
Do you want to know how many times I've made content based off of somebody falling for a fake tipster account?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
One,
it's a fake
and it was
tipster
you.
account.
One,
Okay.
and it was you.
Okay.
Because
There's-
most
okay,
people,
oh
when
my
they find
God.
out they fell for a fake tipster account, they can just drop it. Oh, that's pretty funny. My bad, dude. But you're the one that's been dragging this on for 2 fucking months.
No, I have
because you
not
fell for a
been.
fake
I
tipster
fucking
account,
left
and
the
you've been trying
goddamn
to
it.
deplatform
Oh my
me for the
God,
past
shut the
2
fuck
fucking months.
up.
Shut the fuck up. He's still on his point. You want to be able to finish your
look how
point.
shocked
and
Andrew
now you
is.
can't.
I didn't
Yeah,
really watch
'cause
this
she's-
clearly before.
She's getting clearly angry and not letting
Liar.
Tipster
You're a fucking liar. I left the
I'm
internet
not a liar.
for
We
4
literally
weeks.
have screenshots
All right,
of you
hang on.
trying to have me deplatformed.
Okay,
We
you're-
literally
Guys,
have
yeah,
you
guys,
That's
seeing my
like what
tweets
that's
and
his
my
big
streams and shit
smoking
like
bear.
that
That's his big
on your
smoking bear. He did
Instagram
nothing
trying to
wrong.
get me
well,
deplatformed.
but
You've
hang
been
on,
doing it
hang
for
on,
2
hang on. Both
months.
of you, both
I
of you
didn't
guys.
ever try to get you deplatformed.
Guys, just relax.
She
That's
said
a
I
lie.
didn't ever try to get you to platform. Literally earlier, before Tipster came on, she admitted to this dude.
that yes, I
that
was
she flagged him. She
trying
made
to
excuses
deplatform
for it,
him, and I was.
But the excuse was never Tipster flagged me first. That was never the excuse. again, we get to this part, and she says, I didn't say Tipster had anything to do with the fake account, and then goes on to insinuate that he has something to do with the fake accounts. Oh, they're all part of your community, and blah, blah, you know?
For a second, because I do need to hang on. I need to ask this directly, BX, because it's an important question, right? Did Tipster directly ever try to have you deplatform? Did he ever instruct his people directly, go deplatform her?
So what's the evidence?
I mean, he said, I want her career eviscerated so that I can dance on her grave. And then he said, I'm going to put an X next to her name, put a fucking red X next to her name.
That sounds like troll shit. That,
I mean,
that
sounds like, that sounds like joke, like opinion and ribbing, you know? That sounds like busted.
Really
sure.
She chose, of everybody to go on, I think this Andrew guy did a really good job.
Yeah.
But it's really a question mark of what made her think, okay, I'll go on this guy's channel.
Yeah, I don't know.
I really would.
Well, Tipster wasn't supposed to come on, right? At the end, she goes, I didn't even know. I was going to talk to Tipster. But he's like, but I asked you before he came on if it was okay. And you said yes, right? But then afterwards, she gets flustered and tries to use that as an excuse. Like, oh, you just threw him on me. And he was like, well, to be fair, I asked you right before if it was okay. And you said yes.
Well, I mean, but it does. I haven't seen it, to be fair.
You're right. He's an angel. That's perfect.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying, to be fair, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But that just sounds like troll shit.
You know, and there's people in my community saying that they're reporting me. So it's like I was getting reported.
Yeah, and you should.
Okay. I did a comedy bit on my stream. You know, I did this
He's explaining
stream where I was like basically debunking everything she said about me with evidence, showing evidence that she tried to flag my shit and everything. And I did a comedy bit on my stream where I pulled up a whiteboard where there's people I've had drama with in the past. I write their name on the whiteboard, and when something funny happens to them, I cross it out. I added
mine
her
was a
name
bit
to the
too.
whiteboard,
I was just joking too.
and I crossed her out.
I was joking too.
Well, hang on, let me finish.
We'll let you
so
it was a comedy bit. At the end of the day, we're YouTubers. We're fucking entertainers. We're
I
trying to
was just
entertain
joking
people.
too.
So I did a comedy bit on my stream to entertain my audience.
Yeah, I do a comedy bit on Chud Logic, and you guys turned it into fucking a nightmare and basically try to cancel me among all the Twitch political community.
What was the comedy bit you did on Chud Logic?
I just was making fun of the way he fucking looks. I was making fun of his face and the way he was a little bitch when he was standing in front of Haas, and Haas was bullying him.
Well, I know.
If you want to roast Chud, that's fine.
Well, I know for sure Chud Logic's not going to try to defucking platform anybody. That's not like so. These guys need to have people around to laugh at. Just like everybody out there knows, everybody in chat land, trolls and commentators like Chud Logic and I don't know Tipster, maybe him too. I don't know. They have to have people to laugh at. That's part of the commentary.
That's great.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Let me finish. It's only when there's deplatforming involved that people start to get upset. So I asked Tipster directly if he tried to deplatform BX. He says no. Right? No?
I never encouraged my audience to flag any of her stuff. I even showed my own flag history on stream that showed that I don't have any flags for her account. So like, no, I've never tried to deplatform her. I speak out against deplatforming. So why would I do that?
So why can't we squash it now?
Okay,
I'm ready and willing to.
Hold on, I have still not gotten an answer for what I made the original deal for earlier, which was him saying that he had receipts that my video that I made was a fake, false FF.
That's actually
Sandy Hook, Alex Jones. I'm sorry?
You're misquoting me again.
Am I?
What I said is that I gave an opinion that your stuff is conspiracy theory, Alex Jones level shit. I have the right to give an opinion. I never said that I had receipts to prove that
you don't know what an opinion is. You're a liar.
You just said that
an opinion is that one. Wow. There's no way that saying Alex Jones level conspiracy is not an opinion because there's no way to actually prove that. It's nobody has a standard for what an Alex Jones level conspiracy is. So obviously that can never be a factual statement. It's always going to be an opinion, right? Of you comparing it yourself. That's your opinion of it.
Right here.
You just said that I had.
Okay, I'll
You just said that I had.
I'll let
You just said that I said I had receipts for that, and I never said that. I gave an opinion that I think your content is conspiracy theory level shit.
That's
at
not.
At the end of the day, I have a right.
Okay.
I have a right to give an opinion on your content, and that's what I did.
Shut up. You're lying. You are a liar, and I've got the clip right here.
Yeah, what's the lie?
He said. Okay, he said that. Let me get it. He said, first of all, it's not an opinion.
Also, if you want to, I don't know.
It's not an opinion. Now she's going back to that, but it's 100%. That's what an opinion is.
There's proprietary information, but if there's not, you can click share screen and put it up, and we can see it. You just click.
Not an opinion. FF opinion to say she's claiming that every MS is a FF, and like Sandy Jones, like Sandy Hook with Alex Jones.
She had
that is not
hold on.
Already, it is an opinion to
if
say
anybody,
like.
Listen. She had gone over. She was on just a roll of looking at any mass shooter and trying to talk about how this was something that they've been coerced in. It couldn't possibly be just people acting of their own volition, committing crimes. It had to be a coordinated effort, because how is these things happening like one after the other? Maybe like she's literally running with like she was talking about these things so much that it's like if anybody else were going to see this, it's no wonder they're saying
an opinion.
I think it's a legitimate opinion. I might not agree that it's Alex Jones level, but I would agree that she is talking about conspiracies in there, and some of those conspiracies are a bit wild.
She put out a tweet saying, "Can you guys slow down? I can't keep up with this shit." Like, that's crazy. That is crazy to say.
But for her to say that's not opinion. Now, I can't read it. She still hasn't put it up on the screen. She's reading it and she's saying she claims that blah 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 blah. Is that what he said for sure? But
an opinion is she's a conspiracy theorist. That's an
but
opinion.
that doesn't mean mass. That doesn't mean that they're mass flagging.
Nobody
the channel,
is talking about mass flagging right now.
Yeah, I know, but you're
okay. So now we're moving the goalpost and going.
Saying that this was part of the escalation to it, right?
This is what probably led people to report me.
What probably led people to report me is not mass flagging.
Yes,
right. So then we are talking about mass flagging. That is what we are talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about the motivations behind it. So the motivation, you think that his motivation by explaining this to his audience was to get you shut down.
Well, let me ask you this.
Is that right?
Yeah, I do believe so.
Okay.
I mean, why else would you say that? Why else would you?
Why else would he say that? Because he's talking shit. People on the internet talk shit all the time. What are you talking about?
Take it to that
because
level.
I just want to
because
roast stupid ass. That's why.
I mean, they're really honestly the extra could be, and I like you.
Can I bring another person on here to corroborate me?
Yeah.
Oh
all right. Well,
all right.
From here, we're gonna have to end the stream because this guy's ridiculous, and it still goes on for a while more. But she brings a guy that doesn't, he tries to act tough and stuff, and he tries to have her back, but it really doesn't go anywhere. In the end, it's the same thing over and over. We could probably just skip to when Tipster leaves, actually, and just watch the very end. See that? Because in the end, what happens is, she can't prove that Tipster did anything. So they're stuck there with her still blaming Tipster for something that is not there to be. And the end, the big thing, and even why she brought this guy on, was for them to complain about him saying that it's conspiracy shit, which is an opinion. Who cares?
And she
Tipster's
brings on
not
someone
even
that literally leans into all the conspiracy theories. Like,
no, but it's not even that. Tipster's not even like a reputable source for that. So who cares, right? It's not like we're watching CNN or even it's not even TYT level. You know what I'm saying? They're not even at that level. No. So who cares?
And that's one of the biggest ones.
Okay, but I gave the opinion that content is conspiracy theory level shit. We're just going in circles here. You're asking me to change my opinion, and it's not going to happen.
I don't care about the conspiracy theory part.
This is the problem, Andrew. Like I was trying to say earlier,
you said this is what Alex Jones got banned for.
I don't know you.
These are called concessions. They're concessions, BX. You got to make a concession.
He's not making any.
Well, but the thing is,
that's not true. He made multiple concessions throughout this.
He's saying, "I'll leave her alone."
You never.
That's what he's saying. I'll quit bullying her.
That is a concession to say, "I'll leave her alone." That is a concession.
Wouldn't that be
Fuck that shit.
But it never.
So now she's saying
this is what Alex Jones got banned for.
I don't know you.
These are called concessions.
A minute later.
Yeah. Now she's saying "fuck you," all this stuff because he's saying this isn't gonna stop unless we make some concessions here.
They're concessions, BX. You got to make a concession.
He's not making any.
Well, but the thing is,
he's saying, "I'll leave her alone."
You never.
That's what he's saying. I'll quit bullying her.
I'll quit bullying her, but you were bullying him too. So he's saying, "Why don't we both stop bullying each other?" Is what he's saying. But she wants to play victim. So notice, how did this? They explained how this started, right? It started that Tipster talked shit about her. She didn't like it. So, and then a false account came. Already she doesn't like him. So she tied all that together, went after him. He starts going back after her. Now they're both just bullying each other but she's the one playing victim, and he's saying, okay, we could stop bullying each other. We'll call it truce, stop bullying each other. And she says, oh, that's like saying you're going to stop bullying me? Fuck that, man. You know, like, so but you're bullying him too,
so you
though.
want it to continue.
Couldn't Tipster say the same thing to you, BX? And just right here at this moment go, oh, so you're saying stop, that you're going to stop bullying me? You know what I'm saying? Right? Fuck that, you know?
Shit.
But
fuck
it never,
you.
it
fuck
never,
all y'all. I don't give a fuck.
but it never works.
I don't care.
I don't care.
You know,
See, now she's
concession
throwing
never
the
works that way.
guns.
Nobody gets what they want out of it. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now she's,
So, like-
she's throwing a fit over it.
What did he lose? What has he
You know,
lost?
Why is he losing anything? Well, for one, he lost
Time
reputation because you lied about him.
That he didn't.
But
need
yeah,
to
none
give
of this
to
needed
you.
to happen. But again, why is this a competition? Why does Tipster, in this situation, deserve to lose something?
Yeah, it has.
Well,
to
right
be
now,
even.
just-
she's literally like that kid. Like she's literally like that person. An eye for an eye. You took my eye. I need to take.
And
your
what
eye.
does her losing anything have to do with him? Nothing. She just tied it together because he talked shit about her and she doesn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
So far from what it seems, right?
Time,
That's such a,
energy, effort in dealing with it.
Poor guy.
Well, I'm not saying.
And
Look,
it's your fault because your opinion of my content was that it's Alex Jones level conspiracy, so it's your fault that my videos got taken down. And,
Yeah.
Get out of breath, easy.
It's not. I'm not
that's
saying
why
it's.
I was
like-
able to flag you, and it's even retaliation for flagging you. Like,
It's
what?
just hard to give like any like pity towards BX or feel sorry for her when she literally brings it onto herself.
Yeah, that's what it
And then
seems
Fair.
like.
can't, like yeah, she's just an awful person.
Yeah,
So.
I'm just
Okay.
saying that it
I
is
lost
what
everything.
it is.
Well, I think she's a very self-centered person. She
Yeah.
doesn't see outside of herself, and she doesn't see how
It's really a
what she's
vindictive
doing
way
to
of living.
others is what's happening to her, and this and that. Like,
No,
she
no,
doesn't
and
feel
Andrew,
this.
you're right. It is what it
here's the
is, but at
thing.
the
I
same
have a
time,
question
This
for
guy is
BX.
the
Can I
we could have
ask
just
first
stopped this from the
Yeah.
beginning.
That is on BX.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, ask the question.
When have I ever said that I was in favor of you losing your YouTube channel?
Of course, you're not going to say that. You did say
I
that.
said
want
the
her.
exact
You said,
opposite. I said I didn't think you should have been banned.
If this person's on this list, that means that I want to see their career.
So I did
I
a
can dance
comedy
on their-
bit.
It was a comedy bit. He's explained it before. It was a sketch based on someone else.
Right.
With a whiteboard on my
Suppose,
screen.
really-
It was like if SNL did that,
Yeah.
and then you complain that it's real, and you want them to delete that episode.
Funny,
And
yeah,
you
it
think
was-
that means I was in favor of you
You
getting
can't
your
just
YouTube
say it's a
banned.
comedy bit and think that gives you like.
I mean, that's literally what it
Or-
was.
That's literally
Okay.
That's literally what it
Me
was.
too.
I mean,
I
my
didn't ever
audience found
flag
it
you or
pretty funny
anything.
and
It was all
everything.
just
Parody
You're-
is
you're-
literally, we had this argument earlier today. Parody is literally covered under free speech, so it does. It's you are allowed to do a parody of.
But I
something.
was gonna bring up that example quickly of that guy Joel that you like watching. He makes those skits and stuff like that. He just recently had put out a video where it seemed as if SNL had kind of ripped off a skit that he had made, and rather than making a big thing out of it or claiming a victim status or anything like that, he kind of made it seem as if like, you know, two people can have the same idea at the same time and just not know
Or
it.
he'll take it as a compliment if somebody
yeah,
did
as a
say it. Like,
compliment.
he'll never be able to prove it, but he could take it as
Yeah.
a compliment.
And that's not the same example to use exactly here, but just the fact of like a creator had his work possibly ripped off from him and he's not making a big deal, whereas BX would make it seem as if like she was just robbed of like her life and her air.
Yeah.
Like
That's crazy.
comedy
So-
bit. I put JK at the end.
Okay.
No, but you didn't
You
put
didn't.
JK at
No-
the
nowhere
end.
has she
You're
even-
you're just
even
saying that
saying-
now in hindsight, when Tipster at the moment was saying, and everybody who was watching him knew it was a parody of another streamer who
Yeah.
did a similar thing, and he was making a joke about it. You took it serious, and now you're saying you can't claim it was a joke, or okay, fine, I'll just claim me telling my Discord
yeah.
to flag you was a joke. It said just kidding at the end. But the problem with that is we all saw it and
Yeah.
it didn't say just kidding at the end.
Even things
So you
that-
can't just go back and say that now,
Yeah.
right? There's no evidence of you joking, where Tipster literally has evidence that some other streamer did that before and he was doing a parody
Yeah.
of that streamer. Right?
You could have asked her at the time if something that
And
she
he
said
strung
was
that.
a joke. Like people, like she said that if you block someone and you still talk about them, you should go to jail. Someone asked, "Are you serious about that, or are you joking?" And she said, "I'm serious."
serious.
So there's just
Stupid.
no
Yeah,
window
so
for joking.
this
with
gives you an
woman.
idea of
There
what
is no
the problem
joke.
is here. She's upset people are talking shit about her,
Yeah.
is what it is.
I mean, I
So
think
I've gone on
end.
record to say that I wasn't in favor of you losing your.
not me,
reasonable.
it's what
I'm a
he's
reasonable. I'm a very reasonable man. I'm telling you right now. People say horrible fucking shit about people on the internet all day long, myself included. I got to move on from stuff. I can't be bogged down with it all the time.
Well, I wasn't planning on coming here and talking to this guy who's been antagonizing me for
Well,
the
how do
last
you
2
expect
months.
to solve it?
Well, I'd already nothing. I had already put my story out there. I didn't plan on engaging more at all.
At one point already,
I'd moved on to Tree of Logic
through the
she's
help
way
of a friend
funnier.
of mine that she was communicating with.
Meanwhile, she said at the beginning that she wasn't gonna bother with Tree of Logic. She thinks it's funny, and she's done with that. Then she doesn't care.
Yeah.
But now she's saying I was gonna move on to Tree of Logic.
Yeah.
Which is it?
I already agreed to a truce. I said if she doesn't talk about me, I won't
Which
talk
she takes as being a threat. Him calling for a truce, she takes as being
about
a threat.
her.
He did
And
that
I stopped
after he
talking about her,
bullied me
and
off
she
the
couldn't go
internet,
12.
and he was
She couldn't
worried
go
that I was
12
going to come
hours
out
without
and say
talking about
something.
me.
He didn't bully you off the internet. You accused him and bullied him, and he retaliated.
Who is worried that you're going to come out and say
Why?
something?
No,
You're gonna say
here's
it
where the
regardless.
questions come again. Why did he bully you off the internet? What did you do first?
Now,
That's
whether
not true.
when this call ends,
What
I
about
have
a
whether you
truce?
Discord
agree
messages
to
to
hold
prove
on,
that's not true.
when this call ends, whether you agree to a truce or not, I'm going to stop talking about you because I've said my piece. I have no more
Yeah,
to
you
say.
ruined my reputation.
So if you keep
ruined
going
my,
on and
you
on,
ruined my career.
it's just
Look
on.
at the amount of shit she piles on him. You
Yeah.
ruined my reputation. You ruined my
It's nothing
career.
that she
Does
did.
Tipster have the power to do that?
No,
I don't think he does. I don't think he has that big of a channel
Yeah.
to be able to do that, like to someone.
You made everybody
This is why
believe that
people
I
think
was
you're
the Alex
crazy.
Jones.
You made everyone believe. You see, this is where she's putting the failure of her videos, the fact that it didn't get many views, the fact that they got taken down.
Yeah.
She's blaming it all on Tipster's opinion of
Yeah.
those videos and saying, because you did a stream and made an opinion about my videos that was negative about my videos, I lost all my videos. People believed everything you said about those
Yeah.
videos, and now I personally have a reputation that people won't watch any
Think
of my
about
videos.
how many people she's called
It's crazy.
insinuated
That's
as
not
being
real.
a pedophile,
Yeah.
or a pedo.
Yeah,
simp,
well, meanwhile, she's
Hunter,
done accused
Chud
many people.
Logic, Destiny,
To
fucking
me, this is almost just
other
desserts
people,
because
like-
everything that she does is this is the same things that she does coming back towards her from
Exactly.
another creator, and she
it's
has to
all
deal with
just
it
this
now.
one
And
guy's
she's still
fault.
trying to play the victim of it when she's done this to many other
Yeah.
people.
Do you
Yeah,
want
yeah,
revenge?
show.
Like, let me ask you this.
No,
honestly.
I want him to retract his statement that he knows is false and quit fucking lying. You've gotten
They're-
away your whole
people
life
don't
on
do
lies.
that. They don't do that, man. People don't.
Well, he could.
But it's
Could-
an opinion.
But
Why can't
that's
he have
just
that
the
opinion?
one-
But even if
you
she
know-
wanted that, but let's look, listen to this.
Yeah.
Even if she wanted that, and he said that, and he said, "Okay, I retract that statement." What then? That doesn't excuse BxBullet flagging him.
Exactly.
So this means nothing here. This means nothing. This is just something she wants because she has this narcissistic ego
Exactly.
that people
That's a
can't
really
talk
good
and have
word.
negative opinions about her. So instead, that's why she wants that. Meanwhile, everyone's here like, yeah, but you called for him to be mass flagged.
yeah.
That's the real issue that's here, not
Exactly.
that. This is why I was skipping through that because I'm like, this whole thing about her video and Tipster's opinions on it is a
That
complete
doesn't-
dodge
yeah, that
of
doesn't
what
matter.
she did.
Yeah.
Because that means
She
nothing.
thinks that
Tipster's
one
allowed to
opinion
have
of
that
his-
opinion. Nobody
Yeah.
cares. He's not even big enough to have damaged you in any way.
Yeah, well,
How
obviously
did I
this is
prove
flawed.
that I
Just like
lied?
she
call
won't
bullshit
answer
on that.
for it, but because she knows how dumb she sounds when she says it, she won't answer for that one guy. She knows that it's not just this. It's not one like that one person from previously for the Zerka thing that admit to being the fake account.
Yeah, that's nothing.
It does not
That's a
mean
big
that
nothing.
everybody is. She knows that this doesn't mean.
So far,
that he
everything
had
she
anything
said
to
is
do
big
with it.
nothings and
Yeah.
really should not matter and is not worth calling to flag somebody.
Exactly.
And she still hasn't gone back on that. You know?
I
You
She's
said
still trying to justify calling the flag.
But you
We still haven't reached a justification.
that I just gave an
Hey, guys,
opinion, and
come
I
on.
said name one
yeah, I
detail.
gave
And
an
you said
opinion.
I don't know. I don't know
gave an
anything. I was
opinion
like
based
one
on the little bit
statement.
of content of yours
One
that I watched.
flash.
I thought it was conspiracy
anything. What was
theory.
a color that was used? Anything at all to prove that you watched the video?
I don't think that this. I don't think that this proves what you think it.
Right. No,
This
it
is a
proves
really
that you
don't.
There's a
Yeah,
waste
like,
of time
who
and it's a
has-
big dodge from her
Yeah.
flagging his channel.
have an opinion.
That when you watch something of this like crazy,
that you memorize every little detail.
You're gonna be test on it.
On top of that, if he watched their videos, to watch it just quickly to see what it's about, and he gave a quick opinion on it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Off of something.
Okay, so in the end of the
Anyway,
day, look,
I
there's a lot
really
of
don't
stuff
see
that got
this
out of
going
hand.
anywhere.
It is beginning.
So, Andrew,
It's beginning
about
to
you. If
leak.
you want to
Yeah, I
keep
know.
going,
Yeah,
That's what happened to BxBullet every time. You go in circles. You'll never get to the end because, as you see, she'll dodge and make things up and move the goalposts. Yeah, in the end, did she ever give a legitimate reason for flagging his account? None. The best opinion she had was that he was associated with the fake account, of which she has zero proof of, admits she has zero proof of. You know what I'm saying? And her proof of it is, yeah, right, it's so obvious.
It's so
you know what I'm saying?
obvious.
Like,
they admit it last time,
you
they'll
hate
admit
it,
it this
right?
time.
You hate it. So because of how he deals with it emotionally is your proof. Like, that's... None of this is good evidence, and none of it justifies her flagging him. So in the end, all she did was divert from the argument and basically, in not so many words, admit that her true issue of flagging him is just because she doesn't like him.
Yeah,
and because he talks shit about her.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like it. It's basically revenge. But just admit it.
just keep screaming into the void like a fucking crazy person. I'm done.
Well, keep
out.
keep ruining people's reputations when they're out there actually uncovering child sex rings that fucking affected 279,000 kids.
Now, again, just because you're uncovering child sex rings, if that was true, doesn't mean that you're free from criticism and scrutiny of your personality. Just because you're doing that doesn't mean you can now go and lie about people and they can't defend themselves from it, or you can go flag accounts and they can't call you out for doing that.
Remember, guys, all these things are off the table to do to her, but it's fair game for her to do all these things that she doesn't want done to you.
Right.
All of it.
Cool.
But you
make fucking commentary content.
You know,
but now, here we go. Now comes the ad homs. You make commentary content, right? Which is opinion, which is always opinion, right? So what does that mean? That was the insult she gave after. Oh yeah, well you make commentary content, okay? And what does that mean? That means you can flag them now.
And the funny thing is, in the end of the day, this could have been dropped from the beginning. You know, when we posted the proof and we. Basically, it's like you guys are reading too much into it.
The proof of him
the freelance bounty hunter.
Not watching the video and that it wasn't conspiracy stuff, but what does that do to justify her calling for her Discord to flag one of his videos?
Yeah.
Bring it down. We're all aware it was a fake account from BX.
I'm worked up like this, but I had like 1,000 people gaslighting me, trying to convince everyone that I knew. I had friends messaging me and asking me if I was okay, not because I had done anything, because they had seen so many people saying that I was insane.
Yeah.
Or maybe because they seen enough evidence of people posting you acting erratic. They're like, are you okay? She lost a lot of her internet friends. She thinks it's because they believe the rumors that people are spreading around her and their opinions. But I think it's because they keep seeing her act in certain ways and they're like, we can't be associated with this person anymore that acts this way. And then drags us into this behavior, right? And tries to say, oh, back me up on this behavior. And they're like,
think about it.
I don't want to back you up on that. You're wrong on that.
Think about it from the whole situation with Keffels. Keffels had a lot of people that were going to bat for her. But then when Destiny's Manifesto came out, there were a lot of friends of hers that said, I was on Keffels' side and I was having Keffels back, but I cannot deny the stuff that's come out from Destiny's Manifesto now, and basically fuck you, Keffels. That's basically what a lot of people said.
I had friends reach out to me over
I
that.
know both win situation except to walk away from it.
Yeah.
Like you can't keep throwing bad money after good money in a business.
If you keep going at it with these people, they're just going to keep retaliating.
Yeah.
It's never
the same thing
If
here.
you don't want it to end, fine, but then don't go complaining and playing victim about it. Just say, I'm mutually in a fight with these people.
You're just going to be,
you know,
yeah,
that's what's been from the beginning.
I did retract and clarify the statement because he distorted it into me saying he was a pedophile, which wasn't even close to what I meant. I clarified it immediately. I admitted
that he said you insinuated
that I was toxic. I admitted that we were both going.
I admitted that I was toxic. Okay.
Back and forth, and that was unnecessary.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Right. And I stopped making insults. I stopped making personal attacks. I stopped all of that shit on day 2. Like that.
Okay, and
First interaction we had was really the only time that there was any of that. And
that doesn't mean he can't do personal attacks against you now. Like,
and how many people, how many other
opinion.
people did you label that shit after?
Everything else was defensive.
But you notice none of this has justified her doing and flagging his account.
Like,
none of it.
Would you agree with that, Ronan? I mean, I wasn't being ugly and nasty.
What? Who cares if this guy backs you up? He's part of your group. Of course he's gonna back you up.
And understand that you know, this is fucking killing us as a fucking human species. And you can take that as however you want it. I'm just giving you that from experience.
Little tiny bit back.
You know, I had to. It's not that I didn't want to. There's really no point. Let it go. You know what I mean? You want to take a second?
Because like these guys in here, they already know where I am because they're already fucking in my Twitch chat threatening it. So I get it.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to send people over to your Twitch chat. To
I know you're not.
debated,
No, you're
so.
not. You're not sending them. They already know where it is. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, it's okay. You can't control
No,
what
you're
people
fine.
do. It's all
You're
good.
fine. It's this community is seriously what's wrong with society right now. Like it is contributing massively to internet toxicity and fucking mental health problems on the internet.
But you know, people lying is also you know what I'm saying? Like you could say maybe she's right about that, but she participates in that.
Oh my god.
And she lies about people too. So it's like if you're gonna play in the mud, you can't complain about the mud when you're playing in the mud.
And you know, one day hopefully you guys will be a little bit older, more mature, and have more than like a 15-year-old mindset.
I mean, I'm 43 and I'm older and more mature. I can discuss this just fine. I'm not trolling her. I haven't gone after her in a trollish way or in a childish way. I've just exposed the things that I say this is how she lies about us, and this is the hypocrisy, and it shows you her credentials of how she's a liar. Not to believe her when she says I am doing a certain thing. You know, like, you know, she says I'm part of a certain group when I'm not. Nobody's going to believe that because I show everybody. You know, like my pinned tweet is a bet saying these are all the lies she said about me. I bet her $500 for her to prove these things about me. And we can do it from there. We can do a stream with an unbiased, you know, moderator, and we can go through those things.
She doesn't realize, she just doesn't realize how this makes her look bad because just like how she said to Tipster, you're bad at being stupid.
Yeah,
Tipster.
yeah, that's what it is.
This here, how she's saying maybe when they grow up they'll be different. This says a lot more about her. Well, this is a 38-year-old
She doesn't realize
woman.
that this is like 2-3 hours of stuff that she's just basically admitted a bunch of shit that she doesn't have anything.
But
that she basically flagged Tipster's account for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
just because she's upset that she doesn't like that he talks
bad.
about it.
She is 38 years old, going after people like younger than her, constantly acting like a brat. It makes her look worse.
She's acting like Mean Girls high school shit, and she's like way past.
Understand that you know, this is fucking killing us as a fucking human species. And you can take that as however you want it. I'm just giving you that from experience of somebody who's seen the worst of the worst, and I know Ronan has too. And honestly,
sure, and that's why you shouldn't participate and be part of that.
Yeah,
and perpetuate
like
that.
Just taste. You got to just let that was considering.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah. Well, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. If you see how crazy this chick is and how much she bends stuff, and how in the end you see she doesn't really have arguments for what she does with things.
And
you saw at the end,
we
never saw the justification for why she flagged Tipster.
Yeah.
Her justification was basically that he's associated with those accounts, but she never showed any association with any account that did that, right? Like, she couldn't show proof of that, so...
Yeah. Everything she accuses someone of, she's guilty of doing it back.
So what can you do,
like,
right?
really, what do you do at that point?
Anything she says is not to be believed. So, you know, basically... she has no credibility. Just forget anything she says. Either look at it and ask for super hard evidence of it, ask questions and ask for hard evidence, or don't believe it. And be skeptical around a person who has been shown to purposely lie